Adam and Eve, from Paradise Lost, Book 4, by John Milton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Adam and Eve, two of far nobler shape, erect and tall, godlike erect, with native honour clad, in naked majesty, seemed lords of all. And worthy seemed, for in their looks divine the image of their glorious Maker shone. Truth, wisdom, sanctitude severe and pure, severe, but in true filial freedom placed. Whence true authority in men, though both not equal, as their sex not equal seemed. For contemplation he, and valour formed, for softness she, and sweet attractive grace. He for God only, she for God in him. His fair large front and eye sublime declared absolute rule, and hyacinthine locks round from his parted forelock manly hung, clustering, but not beneath his shoulders broad. She, as a veil down to the slender waist, her unadorned golden tresses wore, dishevelled, but in wanton ringlets waved, as the vine curls her tendrils, which implied subjection, but required with gentle sway, and by her yielded, by him best received. Yielded with coy submission, modest pride, and sweet reluctant amorous delay. So passed they naked on, nor shunned the sight of God or angel, for they thought no ill. So hand in hand they passed, the loveliest pair that ever since in love's embraces met. Adam, the goodliest man of men since born his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve. Under a tuft of shade that on a green stood whispering soft, by a fresh fountain side they sat them down, and, after no more toil of their sweet gardening labour than sufficed to recommend cool zephyr, and made ease more easily, wholesome thirst and appetite more grateful, to their supper fruits they fell, nectarine fruits which the compliant boughs yielded them, sidelong, as they sat recline on the soft downy banks damasked with flowers. The savoury pulp they chew, and in the rind, still as they thirsted, scoop the brimming stream. Nor gentle purpose, nor endearing smiles wanted, nor youthful dalliance, as beseems fair couple, linked in happy nuptial league, alone as they. About them frisking played all beasts of the earth since wild, and of all chase, in wood or wilderness, forest or den. Sporting the lion ramped, and in his paw dandled the kid. Bears, tigers, ounces, pards gambolled before them. The unwieldy elephant, to make them mirth, used all his might, and wreathed his lithe proboscis close the serpent sly, insinuating, wove with Gordian twine his braided train, and of his fatal guile gave proof unheeded. Others on the grass couched, and now filled with pasture gazing sat, or bedward ruminating, for the sun, declined, was hastening now with prone career to the ocean isles, and in the ascending scale of heaven the stars that usher evening rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Seven Ages of Man, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7, by William Shakespeare. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by Jason in Canada. 7 Ages of Man, from As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, And one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms. Then the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school. And then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow. Then a soldier, full of strange oaths, and bearded like the pard, jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly with good capon lined, with eyes severe, and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose, well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice, turning again towards childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cleopatra by William Shakespeare. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Jason in Canada as Enobarbus.
Thomas Peter as Agrippa.
And Katharina Glowala as Messinas.
Cleopatra.
The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. The oars were silver, which to the tune of flutes kept stroke, and made the water, which they beat, to follow faster, as amorous of their strokes. For her own person it beggared all description. She did lie in her pavilion, cloth of gold of tissue, or picturing that Venus, where we see the fancy outwork nature. On each side her stood pretty dimpled boys, like smiling cupids, with divers coloured fans, whose wind did seem to glow the delicate cheeks which they did cool, and what they undid, did.
Oh, rare for Antony!
Her gentlewomen, like the Nereides, so many mermaids tended her in the eyes, and made their bends adornings. At the helm a seeming mermaid steers, the silken tackle swell with the touches of those flower-soft hands that yarely frame the office. From the barge a strange invisible perfume hits the scents of the adjacent wharfs. The city cast her people out upon her, and Antony, enthroned in the marketplace, did sit alone, whistling to the air, which, but for vacancy, had gone to gaze on Cleopatra too, and made a gap in nature.
Rare Egyptian!
Upon her landing, Antony sent to her, invited her to supper. She replied, it should be better he became her guest, which she entreated. Our courteous Antony, whom ne'er the word of no woman heard speak, being barbered 10 times o'er, goes to the feast, and, for his ordinary, pays his heart for what his eyes eat only.
Royal wench!
Now Antony must leave her, utterly.
Never, he will not. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where most she satisfies. For vilest things become themselves in her, that the holy priests bless her when she is riggish.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Ianthe, Sleeping, from Queen Mab, Part 1, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. To Ianthe, Sleeping, from Queen Mab, Part 1. How wonderful is death, death and his brother sleep, one pale as yonder waning moon, with lips of lurid blue, the other rosy as the morn, when, throned on ocean's wave, it blushes o'er the world, yet both so passing wonderful. Hath then the gloomy power, whose reign is in the tainted sepulchres, seized on her sinless soul? Must then that peerless form, which love and admiration cannot view without a beating heart, those azure veins which steal like streams along a field of snow, that lovely outline which is fair as breathing marble, perish? Must putrefaction's breath leave nothing of this heavenly sight but loathsomeness and ruin? Spare nothing but a gloomy theme on which the lightest heart might moralize. Or is it only a sweet slumber stealing o'er sensation, which the breath of roseate morning chaseth into darkness? Will Ianthe wake again, and give that faithful bosom joy, whose sleepless spirit waits to catch light, life, and rapture from her smile? Yes, she will wake again, although her glowing limbs are motionless, and silent those sweet lips, once breathing eloquence that might have soothed a tiger's rage, or thawed the cold heart of a conqueror. Her dewy eyes are closed, and on their lids, whose texture fine scarce hides the dark blue orbs beneath, the baby sleep is pillowed. Her golden tresses shade the bosom's stainless pride, curling like tendrils of the parasite around a marble column. A gentle start convulsed Ianthe's frame, her veiny eyelids quietly unclosed. Moveless awhile the dark blue orbs remained. She looked around in wonder, and beheld Henry, who kneeled in silence by her couch, watching her sleep with looks of speechless love, and the bright beaming stars that through the casement shone. Percy Bysshe Shelley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Freedom in Dress, from Epicene, or The Silent Woman, Act 1, Scene 1, by Ben Jonson. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. Freedom in Dress, from Epicene, or The Silent Woman, Act 1, Scene 1. Still to be neat, still to be dressed as you were going to a feast, still to be powdered, still perfumed. Lady, it is to be presumed, though art's hid causes are not found, all is not sweet, all is not sound. Give me a look, give me a face, that makes simplicity a grace, robes loosely flowing, hair as free. Such sweet neglect more taketh me than all the adulteries of art. They strike mine eyes, but not my heart. End of Freedom in Dress. This recording is in the public domain.
Cousin Lucrece, by Edmund Clarence Stedman. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Cousin Lucrece. Here, where the curfew still, they say, rings, Time rested long ago, folding his wings. Here on old Norwich's out along road, Cousin Lucretia had her abode. Norwich, not Norwich, see Mother Goose, good enough English for a song's use. side and roof shingled, all of a piece. Here was the cottage of cousin Lucrece. Living forlornly on nothing a year, how she took comfort does not appear, how kept her body on what they gave, out of the poorhouse, out of the grave. Highly connected, straight as the Nile, down from the gardeners of Gardener's Isle. 3 bugles, chevron, gules, hand upon sword, great-great-granddaughter of the 3rd Lord. Bent almost double, deaf as a witch, gout her chief trouble, just as if rich, vain of her ancestry, mouth all a grin, nose halfway meeting her sky-pointed chin. Ducking her forehead top, wrinkled and bare, with a colonial, fur-billowed air, greeting her next of kin, nephew and niece, foolish old, prating old cousin Lucrece. Once every year she had all she could eat, turkey and cranberries, pudding and sweet. Every Thanksgiving, up to the great house of a kinsman, was driven in state. Oh, what a sight to see, rigged in her best, wearing the famous gown drawn from her chest, worn ere King George's reign here chanced to cease, once by a forebear of cousin Lucrece. Damask brocaded, cut very low, short sleeves and finger mitts fit for a show, palsied neck shaking her rust yellow curls, rattling its roundabout string of mock pearls. Over her noddle, draggled and stark, 2 ostrich feathers, brought from the Ark. Shoes of frayed satin, all heel and toe, on her poor crippled feet, hobbled below. My, how the justices' sons and their wives laughed, while the little folk ran for their lives, asking if beldames out of the past old fairy godmothers always could last. No, one Thanksgiving, bitterly cold, after they took her home, ever so old, in her great chair she sank, there to find peace, died in her ancient dress, poor old Lucrece. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Delight in Disorder by Robert Herrick, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bialka. Delight in Disorder. A sweet disorder in the dress kindles and clothes a wantonness, a lawn about the shoulders thrown into a fine distraction, an airing lace which here and there enthralls the crimson stomacher, a cuff neglectful, and thereby ribbons to flow confusedly, a winning wave deserving note in the tempestuous petticoat, a careless shoestring in whose tie I see a wild civility do more bewitch me than when art is too precise in every part. Robert Herrick. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Toilet, from The Rape of the Lock, Canto 1, by Alexander Pope. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bialka. The Toilet. And now unveiled the toilet stands displayed, each silver vase in mystic order laid. First robed in white the nymph intent adores, with head uncovered the cosmetic powers. A heavenly image in the glass appears, to that she bends, to that her eyes she rears. The inferior priestess at her altar's side, trembling, begins the sacred rites of pride. Unnumbered treasures ope at once, and here the various offerings of the world appear. For each she nicely culls with curious toil, and decks the goddess with the glittering spoil. This casket India's glowing gems unlocks, and all Arabia breathes from yonder box. The tortoise here and elephant unite, transformed to combs, the speckled and the white. Here files of pins extend their shining rows, puffs, powders, patches, Bibles, billet-doux. Now awful beauty puts on all its arms. The fair each moment rises in her charms, repairs her smiles, awakens every grace, and calls forth all the wonders of her face. Seized by degrees of a purer blush arise, and keener lightnings quicken in her eyes. The busy sylphs surround their darling care, these set the head, and those divide the hair. Some fold the sleeve, whilst others plait the gown, and Betty's praised for labours not her own. Alexander Pope. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode on a Grecian Urn by John Keats, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Ode on a Grecian Urn. Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme, what leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape of deities or mortals, or of both, in Tempe or the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loathe? What mad pursuit? What struggles to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but, more endeared, pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone. Fair youth beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal, yet do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Ah, happy, happy boughs, that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu. And happy melodist, unwearied, forever piping songs forever new, more happy love, more happy, happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting and forever young, all breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead, and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadest thou that heifer glowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of its folk this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can e'er return. O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou silent form dost tease us out of thought as doth eternity. Cold pastoral, when old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou sayest, Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. John Keats. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Laus Veneris, a picture by Burne-Jones, by Louise Chandler Moulton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Laus Veneris, a picture by Burne-Jones. Pallid with too much longing, white with passion and prayer, goddess of love and beauty, she sits in the picture there. Sits with her dark eyes seeking something more subtle still than the old delights of loving, her measureless days to fill. She has loved and been loved so often in her long immortal years that she tires of the worn-out rapture, sickens of hopes and fears. No joys or sorrows move her, done with her ancient pride. For her head she found too heavy the crown she has cast aside. Clothed in her scarlet splendor, bright with her glory of hair, sad that she is not mortal, eternally sad and fair. Longing for joys she knows not, athirst with a vain desire, there she sits in the picture, daughter of foam and fire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On Hearing a Little Music Box by Leigh Hunt. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. On Hearing a Little Music Box. Hello? What? Where? What can it be that strikes up so deliciously? I never in my life. What? No? That little tin box playing so? It really seemed as if a sprite had struck among us, swift and light, and come from some minuter star to treat us with his pearl guitar. Hark! It scarcely ends the strain, but it gives it o'er again, lovely thing, and runs along just as if it knew the song. Touching out, smooth, clear and small, harmony and shake and all, now upon the treble lingering, dancing now as if 'twere fingering, and at last upon the close coming with serene repose. O full of sweetness, crispness, ease, compound of lovely smallnesses, accomplished trifle, tell us what to call thee and disgrace thee not. Worlds of fancies come about us, thrill within and glance without us. Now we think that there must be in thee some humanity, such a taste composed and fine smiles along that touch of thine. Now we call thee heavenly rain for thy fresh continued strain, now a hail that on the ground splits into light leaps of sound, now the concert, neat and nice, of a pygmy paradise, sprinkles then from singing fountains, fair is heard on tops of mountains, nightingales endued with art, caught in listening to Mozart, stars that make a distant twinkling, while their happy eyes are twinkling, sounds for scattered rills to flow to, music for the flowers to blow to. Leigh Hunt. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Those Evening Bells by Thomas Moore. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. Those Evening Bells. Those evening bells, those evening bells, how many a tale their music tells, of youth and home, and that sweet time when last I heard their soothing chime. Those joyous hours are passed away, and many a heart that then was gay within the tomb now darkly dwells, and hears no more those evening bells. So 'twill be when I am gone, that tuneful peal will still ring on, while other bards shall walk these dells and sing your praise, sweet evening bells. End of Those Evening Bells. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bells by Edgar Allan Poe. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Bells. Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells! How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the tintinnabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and the tinkling of the bells. Hear the mellow wedding bells, golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells, through the balmy air of night, how they ring out their delight, from the molten golden notes, and all in tune with a liquid ditty floats, to the turtle dove that listens while she gloats on the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells, what a gush of euphony voluminously wells! How it swells, how it dwells! Oh, the future, how it tells of the rapture that impels to the swinging and the ringing of the bells, bells, bells. Of the bells, 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 to the rhyming and the chiming of the bells. Hear the loud alarum bells, brazen bells, what a tale of terror now their turbulency tells! In the startled ear of night, how they scream out their affright! Too much horrified to speak, they can only shriek, shriek, out of tune, in the clamorous appealing to the mercy of the fire, in a mad expostulation with the deaf and frantic fire. Leaping higher, 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 with a desperate desire and a resolute endeavour, now, now to sit or never by the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, 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 what a tale their terror tells of despair! How they clang and clash and roar, what a horror they outpour on the bosom of the palpitating air! Yet the ear, it fully knows by the twanging and the clanging how the danger ebbs and flows. Yet the ear distinctly tells in the jangling and the wrangling how the danger sinks and swells, by the sinking or the swelling in the anger of the bells. Of the bells, of the bells, 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 in the clamour and the clangour of the bells. Hear the tolling of the bells, iron bells. What a word of solemn thought their monody compels! In the silence of the night, how we shiver with affright at the melancholy menace of their tone. For every sound that floats from the rust within their throats is a groan. And the people, ah, the people, they that dwell up in the steeple all alone, and who tolling, 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 in that muffled monotone, feel a glory in so rolling on the human heart a stone. They are neither man nor woman, they are neither brute nor human, they are ghouls, and their king it is who tolls, and he rolls, 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 rolls a paean from the bells, and his merry bosom swells with the pain of the bells. And he dances and he yells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme to the paean of the bells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme to the throbbing of the bells, 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 to the sobbing of the bells, keeping time, 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 and he knells, 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 in a happy runic rhyme to the rolling of the bells, 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 to the tolling of the bells, 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 to the moaning and the groaning of the bells. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bells of Shandon by Francis Sylvester Mahoney, Father Prout, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Bells of Shandon. Sabata pango, funera plango, solemnia clango. Inscription on an old bell. With deep affection and recollection, I often think on those Shandon bells, whose sounds so wild would, in the days of childhood, fling round my cradle their magic spells. On this I ponder wherever I wander, and thus grow fonder, sweet Cork, of thee, with thy bells of Shandon that sound so grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. I've heard bells chiming full many a clime in, tolling sublime in cathedral shrine, while at a glib rate brass tongues would vibrate, but all their music spoke naught like thine. For memory, dwelling on each proud swelling of thy belfry, knelling its bold notes free, made the bells of Shandon sound far more grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. I've heard bells tolling old Adrian's mole in, their thunder rolling from the Vatican, and cymbals glorious swinging uproarious in the gorgeous turrets of Notre Dame. But thy sounds were sweeter than the dome of Peter flings over the Tiber, pealing solemnly. Oh, the bells of Shandon sound far more grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. There's a bell in Moscow, while on tower and kiosko in Saint Sophia the Turkman gets, and loud in air calls men to prayer from the tapering summit of tall minarets. Such empty phantom I freely grant them, but there's an anthem more dear to me, 'tis the bells of Shandon that sound so grand on the pleasant waters of the River Lee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
City Bells, from The Lay of St. Aloys by Richard Harris Barham. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. City Bells, from The Lay of St. Aloys. Loud and clear, from the St. Nicholas Tower, on the listening ear, with solemn swell, the deep-toned bell flings to the gale a funeral knell. And hark, at its sound, as a cunning old hound, when he opens, at once causes all the young whelps of the cry to put in their less dignified yelps. So the little bells all, no matter how small, from the steeples both inside and outside the wall, with bell-metal throat, respond to the note, and join the lament that a prelate so pious is forced thus to leave his disconsolate diocese, or, as Blois Lord Mayor is heard to declare, should leave this here world for to go to that there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cuckoo Clock, from The Birthday by Caroline Bell Southey. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. The Cuckoo Clock, from The Birthday. But chief, surpassing all, a cuckoo clock, that crowning wonder, miracle of art, how have I stood entranced uncounted minutes, with held-in breath, and eyes intently fixed on that small magic door, that when complete the expiring hour, the irreversible, flew open with a startling suddenness that, though expected, sent the rushing blood in mantling flushes o'er my upturned face. And as the bird, that more than mortal fowl, with perfect mimicry of natural tone, note after note exact time's message told, how my heart's pulse kept time with the charmed voice, and when it ceased, made simultaneous pause, as the small door clapped to, and all was still. End of The Cuckoo Clock. This recording is in the public domain.
An Etruscan Ring by John William McHale. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. An Etruscan Ring. Where, girt with orchard and with olive yard, the white hill fortress glimmers on the hill, day after day an ancient goldsmith's skill guided the copper graver, tempered hard by some lost secret, while he shaped the sard. Slowly to beauty, and his tiny drill, edged with corundum, ground its way until the gem lay perfect for the ring to guard. Then seeing the stone complete to his desire, with mystic imagery carven thus, and dark Egyptian symbols fabulous, he drew through it the delicate golden wire, and bent the fastening, and the Etrurian sun sank behind Ilva, and the work was done. What dark-haired daughter of a Lucumo bore on her slim white finger to the grave this, the first gift her tyranny lover gave, those 25 centuries ago? What shadowy dreams might haunt it, lying low, so long while kings and armies, wave on wave, above the rock tomb's buried architrave, went million-footed trampling to and fro? Who knows? But well it is so frail a thing, unharmed by conquering time's supremacy, still should be fair, though scarce less old than Rome. Now once again at rest from wandering across the high Alps and the dreadful sea, in utmost England let it find a home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Leonardo's Mona Lisa by Edward Dowden. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Leonardo's Mona Lisa. Make thyself known, Sibyl, or let despair of knowing thee be absolute. I wait hour long, and waste a soul. What word of fate hides twixt the lips which smile and still forbear? Secret perfection, mystery too fair, tangle the sense no more, lest I should hate the delicate tyranny, the inviolate poise of thy folded hands, the fallen hair. Nay, nay, I wrong thee with rough words. Still be serene, victorious, inaccessible. Still smile, but speak not. Lightest irony lurk ever neath thy eyelid's shadow. Still o'ertop our knowledge, Sphinx of Italy, allure us and reject us at thy will. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hurricane by William Cullen Bryant. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Hurricane. Lord of the winds, I feel thee nigh, I know thy breath in the burning sky, and I wait, with a thrill in every vein, for the coming of the hurricane. And lo, on the wing of the heavy gales, through the boundless arch of heaven he sails, silent and slow, and terribly strong. The mighty shadow is borne along like the dark eternity to come, while the world below, dismayed and dumb, through the calm of the thick hot atmosphere, looks up at its gloomy folds with fear. They darken fast, and the golden blaze of the sun is quenched in the lurid haze, and he sends through the shade a funeral ray, a glare that is neither night nor day, a beam that touches with hues of death the cloud above and the earth beneath. To its covert glides the silent bird, while the hurricane's distant voice is heard, uplifted among the mountains round, and the forests hear and answer the sound. He is come, he is come! Do ye not behold his ample robes on the wind unrolled? Giant of air, we bid thee hail! How his grey skirts toss in the whirling gale, how his huge and writhing arms are bent to clasp the zone of the firmament, and fold at length in their dark embrace, from mountain to mountain, the visible space. Darker, still darker, the whirlwinds bear the dust of the plains to the middle air, and hark to the crashing, long and loud, of the chariot of God in the thunder cloud. You may trace its path by the flashes that start from the rapid wheels wherever they dart, as the firebolts leap to the world below, and flood the skies with a lurid glow. What roar is that? 'Tis the rain that breaks in torrents away from the airy lakes, heavily poured on the shuddering ground, and shedding a nameless horror round. Ah, well-known woods and mountains and skies, with the very clouds, ye are lost to my eyes. I seek ye vainly, and see in your place the shadowy tempest that sweeps through space, a whirling ocean that fills the wall of the crystal heaven, and buries all. And I, cut off from the world, remain alone with the terrible hurricane. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mist by Henry David Thoreau. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Mist. Low-anchored cloud, Newfoundland air, fountain-head and source of rivers, dew-cloth, dream drapery, and napkins spread by fays. Drifting meadow of the air, where bloom the daisied banks and violets, and in whose fenny labyrinth the bittern booms and heron wades. Spirit of lakes and seas and rivers, bear only perfumes and the scent of healing herbs to just men's fields. Henry David Thoreau. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Coasters by Thomas Fleming Day. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Coasters. Overloaded, undermanned, trusting to a lee, playing I-spy with the land, jockeying the sea. That's the way the coaster goes, through calm and hurricane. Everywhere the tide flows, everywhere the wind blows, from Mexico to Maine. O east and west, O north and south, we ply along the shore, from famous Fundy's foggy mouth, from Vaux of Labrador. Through pass and strait, on sound and sea, from port to port we stand, the rocks of Race fade on our lee, we hail the Rio Grande. Our sails are never lost to sight, on every gulf and bay, they gleam in winter wind-cloud white, in summer rain-cloud grey. We hold the coast with slippery grip, we dare from cape to cape. Our leaden fingers feel the dip and trace the channel's shape. We sail or bide as serves the tide, inshore we cheat its flow, and side by side at anchor ride when stormy headwinds blow. We are the offspring of the shoal, the hucksters of the sea, from custom theft and pilot toll, thank God that we are free. Legging on and off the beach, drifting up the strait, fluking down the river reach, towing through the gate. That's the way the coaster goes, flirting with the gale, everywhere the tide flows, everywhere the wind blows, from York to Beavertail. Here and there to get a load, freighting anything, running off with spanker stowed, loafing wing a wing. That's the way the coaster goes, chumming with the land, everywhere the tide flows, everywhere the wind blows, from Ray to Rio Grande. We split the swell where rings the bell, on many a shallow's edge we take our flight past many a light that guards the deadly ledge. We greet Montauk across the foam, we work the vineyard sound, the Diamond sees us running home, the George's outward bound. Absecom hears our canvas beat, when tacked off brigantine, we raise the gulls with lifted sheet, past wing and wing between. Off Monomoy we fight the gale, we drift off Sandy Key, the watch of Fenwick sees our sail, scud for Henlopen's lee. With decks awash and canvas torn, we wallow up the stream, we drag dismasted, cargo borne, and fright the ships of steam. Death grips us with his frosty hands, in calm and hurricane, we spill our bones on 50 sands, from Mexico to Maine. Cargo reef in main and fore, manned by half a crew, romping up the weather shore, edging down the blue. That's the way the coaster goes, scouting with the lead, everywhere the tide flows, everywhere the wind blows, from Cruise to Quoddy Head. Thomas Fleming Day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Smoke by Henry David Thoreau, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. Smoke. Light-winged smoke, Icarian bird, melting thy pinions in thy upward flight. Lark without song and messenger of dawn, circling above the hamlets as they nest. Or else departing dream and shadowy form of midnight vision gathering up thy skirts, by night star veiling, and by day darkening the light and blotting out the sun. Go thou, my incense, upward from this hearth, and ask the gods to pardon this clear flame. Henry David Thoreau. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Evening Cloud by John Wilson, Christopher North, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Evening Cloud. A cloud lay cradled near the setting sun. A gleam of crimson tinged its braided snow. Long had I watched the glory moving on O'er the still radiance of the lake below. Tranquil its spirit seemed, and floated slow. Even in its very motion there was rest, while every breath of eve that chanced to blow wafted the traveller to the beauteous west, emblem, methought, of the departed soul, to whose white robe the gleam of bliss is given, and by the breath of mercy made to roll right onwards to the golden gates of heaven, where to the eye of faith it peaceful lies, and tells to man his glorious destinies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Still Day in Autumn by Sarah Helen Whitman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. A Still Day in Autumn. I love to wander through the woodlands hoary in the soft light of an autumnal day, when summer gathers up her robes of glory, and like a dream of beauty glides away. How through each loved familiar path she lingers, serenely smiling through the golden mist, tinting the wild grape with her dewy fingers, till the cold emerald turns to amethyst, kindling the faint stars of the hazel, shining to light the gloom of autumn's mouldering halls. With hoary plumes the clematis entwining where o'er the rock her withered garland falls. Warm lights are on the sleepy uplands waning beneath soft clouds along the horizon rolled, till the slant sunbeams through their fringes raining bathe all the hills in melancholy gold. The moist winds breathe of crisped leaves and flowers in the damp hollows of the woodland sown, mingling the freshness of autumnal showers with spicy airs from cedern alleys blown. Beside the brook and on the umbered meadow, where yellow fern tufts fleck the faded ground, with folded lids beneath their palmy shadow, the gentian nods, in dewy slumbers bound. Upon those soft fringed lids the bee sits brooding, like a fond lover loath to say farewell, or with shut wings, through silken folds intruding, creeps near her heart his drowsy tale to tell. The little birds upon the hillside lonely flit noiselessly along from spray to spray, silent as a sweet wandering thought that only shows its bright wings and softly glides away. Sarah Helen Whitman. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sunset City by Henry Sylvester Cornwell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. The Sunset City. There's a city that lies in the kingdom of clouds, in the glorious country on high, which an azure and silvery curtain enshrouds, to screen it from mortal eye, a city of temples and turrets of gold that gleam by a sapphire sea, like jewels more splendid than earth may behold, or are dreamed of by you and me. And about it are highlands of amber that reach far away till they melt in the gloom, and waters that hem an immaculate beach with fringes of luminous foam. Aerial bridges of pearl there are, and belfries of marvelous shapes, and lighthouses lit by the evening star that sparkle on violet capes, and hanging gardens that far away enchantedly float aloof, rainbow pavilions and avenues gay, and banners of glorious woof. When the summer sunset crimsoning fires are aglow in the western sky, the pilgrim discovers the domes and spires of this wonderful city on high, and gazing enrapt at the gathering shade creeps over the twilight lay, sees palace and pinnacle totter and fade and sink in the sapphire sea, till the vision loses by slow degrees the magical splendor it wore. The silvery curtain is drawn, and he sees the beautiful city no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nile by Leigh Hunt. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glovala. The Nile. It flows through old hushed Egypt, and it sounds like some grave mighty thought threading a dream, and times and things, as in that vision seem, keeping along it their eternal stance. Caves, pillars, pyramids, the shepherd bands that roam through the young world, the glory extreme of high Sesostris, and that southern beam, the laughing queen that caught the world's great hands. Then comes a mightier silence, stern and strong, as of a world left empty of its throng, and the void weighs on us, and then we wake, and hear the fruitful stream lapsing on twixt villages, and think of how we shall take our own calm journey on for human sake. End of The Nile. This recording is in the public domain.
Ozymandias of Egypt by Percy Bysshe Shelley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Ozymandias of Egypt. I met a traveller from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear: My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. Percy Bysshe Shelley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Christmas in India by Rudyard Kipling. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Christmas in India. Dim dawn behind the tamarisks, the sky is saffron yellow, as the women in the village grind the corn, and the parrots seek the riverside, each calling to his fellow that the day, the staring Eastern day, is born. Oh, the white dust on the highway! Oh, the stenches on the byway! Oh, the clammy fog that hovers over earth! And at home they're making merry 'neath the white and scarlet berry. What part have India's exiles in their mirth? Full day behind the tamarisks, the sky is blue and staring, as the cattle crawl afield beneath the yoke, and they bear one o'er the field path, who is past all hope or caring, to the ghat below the curling wreaths of smoke. Call on Rama going slowly, as ye bear a brother lowly. Call on Rama, he may hear perhaps your voice. With our hymn books and our psalters we appeal to other altars, and today we bid good Christian men rejoice. High noon behind the tamarisks, the sun is hot above us, as home the Christmas day is breaking wan. They will drink our health at dinner, those who tell us how they love us, and forget us till another year be gone. Oh, the toil that knows no breaking! Oh, the Heimweh, ceaseless aching! Oh, the black dividing sea and alien plain! Youth was cheap, wherefore we sold it. Gold was good, we hoped to hold it. And today we know the fullness of our gain. Gray dusk behind the tamarisks, the parrots fly together as the sun is sinking slowly over home, and his last ray seems to mock us shackled in a lifelong tether that drags us back howe'er so far we roam. Hard her service, Poor her payment, she in ancient tattered raiment. India, she the grim stepmother of our kind. If a year of life be lent her, if her temple's shrine we enter, the door is shut, we may not look behind. Black night behind the tamarisks, the owls begin their chorus, as the conscious from the temple scream and bray. With the fruitless years behind us, and the hopeless years before us, let us honor, O my brothers, Christmas Day. Call a truce then to our labors, let us feast with friends and neighbors, and be merry as the custom of our caste. For if faint and forced the laughter, and if sadness follow after, we are richer by one mocking Christmas past. Rudyard Kipling. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Orient from The Bride of Abydos by Lord Byron. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Orient from The Bride of Abydos. Know ye the land where the cypress and myrtle are emblems of deeds that are done in their clime, where the rage of the vulture, the love of the turtle, now melt into sorrow, now madden to crime? Know ye the land of the cedar and vine, where the flowers ever blossom and beams ever shine, where the light wings of Zephyr, oppressed with perfume, wax faint o'er the gardens of Gul in her bloom, where the citron and olive are fairest of fruit, and the voice of the nightingale never is mute, where the tints of the earth and the hues of the sky, in colour though varied, in beauty may vie, and the purple of ocean is deepest in dye, where the virgins are soft as the roses they twine, and all, save the spirit of man, is divine? 'Tis the clime of the east, 'tis the land of the sun. Can he smile on such deeds as his children have done? Oh, wild as the accents of lovers' farewell are the hearts which they bear, and the tales which they tell. Lord Byron. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vale of Kashmir, from The Light of the Harem, by Thomas Moore. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. The Vale of Kashmir, from The Light of the Harem. Who has not heard of the Vale of Kashmir, with its roses the brightest that earth ever gave, its temples and grottos and fountains as clear as the love-lighted eyes that hang over their wave? Oh, to see it at sunset, when warm o'ertakes the lake, its splendor at parting a summer eve throws, like a bride full of blushes, when lingering to take a last look of her mirror at night ere she goes. When the shrines through the foliage are gleaming half shown, and each hallows the hour by some rites of its own. Here the music of prayer from a minaret swells. Here the Magian his urnful of perfume is swinging. And here, at the altar, a zone of sweet bells round the waist of some fair Indian dancer is ringing. Or to see it by moonlight, when mellowly shines the light o'er its palaces, gardens, and shrines, when the waterfalls gleam like a quick fall of stars, and the nightingale's hymn from the Isle of Shanars is broken by laughs and light echoes of feet from the cool shining walks where the young people meet. Or at morn, when the magic of daylight awakes a new wonder each minute as slowly it breaks, hills, cupolas, fountains, called forth every one out of darkness as they were just born of the sun. When the spirit of fragrance is up with the day, from his harem of night flowers stealing away, and the wind, full of wantonness, woos like a lover the young aspen trees till they tremble all over, when the east is as warm as the light of first hopes, and day, with its banner of radiance unfurled, shines in through the mountainous portal that opes, sublime from that valley of bliss to the world. End of The Vale of Kashmir. This recording is in the public domain.
Carillon by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Carillon. In the ancient town of Bruges, in the quaint old Flemish city, as the evening shades descended, low and loud and sweetly blended, low at times and loud at times, and changing like a poet's rhymes, rang the beautiful wild chimes from the belfry in the market of the ancient town of Bruges. Then, with deep sonorous clangor, calmly answering their sweet anger, when the wrangling bells had ended, slowly struck the clock 11, and from out the silent heaven silence on the town descended. Silence, silence everywhere, on the earth and in the air, save that footsteps here and there of some burgher home returning, by the street lamps faintly burning, for a moment woke the echoes of the ancient town of Bruges. But amid my broken slumbers still I heard those magic numbers, as they loud proclaimed the flight and stolen marches of the night, till their chimes in sweet collision mingled with each wandering vision, mingled with the fortune-telling gypsy bands of dreams and fancies, which amid the waste expanses of the silent land of trances have their solitary dwelling. All else seemed asleep in Bruges, in the quaint old Flemish city. And I thought how like these chimes are the poet's airy rhymes, all his rhymes and roundelays, his conceits and songs and ditties, from the belfry of his brain, scattered downward, though in vain, on the roofs and stones of cities. For by night the drowsy ear under its curtains cannot hear, and by day men go their ways, hearing the music as they pass, but deeming it no more, alas, than the hollow sound of brass. Yet perchance a sleepless wight, lodging at some humble inn in the narrow lanes of life, when the dusk and hush of night shut out the incessant din of daylight and its toil and strife, may listen with a calm delight to the poet's melodies, till he hears, or dreams he hears, intermingled with the song, thoughts that he has cherished long, hears amid the chime and singing the bells of his own village ringing, and wakes and finds his slumberous eyes wet with most delicious tears. Thus dreamed I, as by night I lay in Bruges at the Fleur de Blé, listening with a wild delight to the chimes that through the night rang their changes from the belfry of that quaint old Flemish city. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rhine to His Sister, from Childe Harold, Canto 3, by Lord Byron. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. The Rhine to His Sister, from Childe Harold, Canto 3. The castled crag of Drachenfels frowns over the wide and winding Rhine, whose breast of waters broadly swells between the banks which bear the vine, and hills all rich with blossomed trees, and fields which promise corn and wine, and scattered cities crowning these, whose far wide walls along them shine, have strewed a scene which I could see with double joy wert thou with me. And peasant girls with deep blue eyes, and hands which offer early flowers, walk smiling over this paradise. Above, The frequent feudal towers through green leaves lift their walls of grey, and many a rock which steeply lowers, and noble arch and proud decay, look o'er this vale of vintage bowers. But one thing want these banks of Rhine, thy gentle hand to clasp in mine. I send the lilies given to me, though long before thy hand they touch, I know that they must withered be, but yet reject them not as such, for I have cherished them as dear, because they yet may meet thine eye, and guide thy soul to mine e'en here, when thou beholdst them drooping nigh, and knowst them gathered by the Rhine, and offered from my heart to thine. The river nobly foams and flows, the charm of this enchanted ground, and all its thousand turns disclose some fresher beauty varying round. The haughtiest breast its wish might bound, through life to dwell delighted here. Nor could on earth a spot be found, to nature and to me so dear, could thy dear eyes, and following mine, still sweeten more these banks of Rhine. End of The Rhine. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cataract of Lodore, described in Rhymes for the Nursery by Robert Southey, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Cataract of Lodore, described in Rhymes for the Nursery. How does the water come down at Lodore? My little boy asked me thus once a time, and moreover he tasked me to tell him in rhyme. Anon at the word, there first came one daughter, and then came another, to second and third the request of their brother, and to hear how the water comes down at Lodore, with its rush and its roar, as many a time they had seen it before. So I told them in rhyme, for of rhymes I had store, and 'twas in my vocation for their recreation that so I should sing, because I was laureate to them and the king. From its sources which well in the tarn on the fell, from its fountains in the mountains, its rills and its gills, through moss and through brake it runs and it creeps for a while, till it sleeps in its own little lake, and thence at departing, awakening and starting, it runs through the reeds, and away it proceeds through meadow and glade, in sun and in shade, and through the wood shelter, among crags in its flurry, helter-skelter, hurry-scurry. Here it comes sparkling, and there it lies darkling, now smoking and frothing, its tumult and wrath in, till in this rapid race on which it is bent, it reaches the place of its steep descent. The cataract strong then plunges along, striking and raging, as if a war waging its caverns and rocks among, rising and leaping, sinking and creeping, swelling and sweeping, showering and springing, flying and flinging, writhing and ringing, eddying and whisking, spouting and frisking, turning and twisting, around and around with endless rebound, smiting and fighting, a sight to delight in, confounding, astounding, dizzying and deafening the ear with its sound. Collecting, projecting, receding and speeding, and shocking and rocking, and darting and parting, and threading and spreading, and whizzing and hissing, and dripping and skipping, and hitting and spitting, and shining and twining, and rattling and battling, and shaking and quaking, and pouring and roaring, and waving and raving, and tossing and crossing, and flowing and going, and running and stunning, and foaming and roaming, and dinning and spinning, and dropping and hopping, and working and jerking, and guggling and struggling, and heaving and cleaving, and moaning and groaning, and glittering and frittering, and gathering and feathering, and whitening and brightening, and quivering and shivering, and hurrying and scurrying, and thundering and floundering, dividing and gliding and sliding, and falling and brawling and sprawling, and driving and riving and striving, and sprinkling and twinkling and winkling, and sounding, and bounding, and rounding, and bubbling, and troubling, and doubling, and grumbling, and rumbling, and tumbling, and clattering, and battering, and shattering, retreating, and beating, and meeting, and sheeting, delaying, and straying, and playing, and spraying, advancing, and prancing, and glancing, and dancing, recoiling, turmoiling, and toiling, and boiling, and gleaming, and streaming, and steaming, and beaming, and rushing, and flushing, and brushing, and gushing, and flapping, and rapping, and clapping, and slapping, and curling, and whirling, and purling, and twirling, and thumping, and plumping, and bumping, and jumping, and dashing, and flashing, and splashing, and clashing, and so never ending, but always descending, sounds and motions forever and ever are blending, all at once and all over with a mighty uproar, and this way the water comes down at Lodore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Bridge at Florence by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Old Bridge at Florence. Taddeo Gaddi built me. I am old, 5 centuries old. I plant my foot of stone upon the Arno, as St. Michael's own was planted on the dragon, fold by fold beneath me as it struggles. I behold its glistening scales. Twice hath it overthrown my kindred and companions. Me alone it moveth not, but is by me controlled. I can remember when the Medici were driven from Florence, longer still ago, the final wars of Ghibelline and Guelph. Florence adorns me with her jewellery, and when I think that Michael Angelo hath leaned on me, I glory in myself. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The White Peacock, from Sospiri di Roma by William Sharp. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. The White Peacock. Here, where the sunlight floodeth the garden, where the pomegranate reareth its glory of gorgeous blossom, where the oleanders dream through the noontides, and, like surf o'er the sea, round cliffs of basalt, the thick magnolias, the billowy masses, front the sombre green of the ilexes. Here, where the heat lies, pale blue in the hollows, where blue are the shadows on the fronds of the cactus, where pale blue the gleaming of fir and cypress, with the cones upon them amber or glowing with virgin gold. Here, where the honeyflower makes the heat fragrant, and though from the gardens of Gulistan, where the bulbul singeth through a mist of roses, a breath were born. Here, where the dream flowers, the cream white poppies, silently waver, and where the sirocco, faint in the hollows, foldeth his soft white wings in the sunlight, and lieth sleeping deep in the heart of a sea of white violets. Here, as the breath, as the soul of this beauty moveth in silence, and dreamlike and slowly, white as a snowdrift in the mountain valleys, when softly upon it the gold light lingers, white as the foam of the sea that is driven over billows of azure agleam with sun yellow, cream white and soft as the breasts of a girl, moves the white peacock, as though through the noontide. A dream of the moonlight were real for a moment, dim on the beautiful fan that he spreadeth, foldeth and spreadeth abroad in the sunlight. Dim on the cream white are blue adumbrations, shadows so pale in their delicate blueness, that visions they seem as of vanishing violets, the fragrant white violets veined with azure, pale, pale as the breath of blue smoke in far woodlands. Here as the breath, as the soul of this beauty, white as the cloud through the heats of the noontide, moves the white peacock. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Rome, Buried in its Ruins, by Francisco de Quevedo y Villegas. Translated from the Spanish by Benjamin B. Whiffen. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. To Rome, Buried in its Ruins. Stranger, 'tis vain. Midst Rome thou seek'st for Rome in vain. Thy foot is on her throne, her grave, her walls are dust. Time's conquering banners wave over all her hills, hills which themselves entomb. Yes, the proud Aventine is its own womb. The royal Palatine is ruin's slave, and medals, mouldering trophies of the brave, mark but the triumphs of oblivious gloom. Tiber alone endures, whose ancient tide worshipped the queen of cities on her throne, and now, as round her sepulchre, complains. O Rome, the steadfast grandeur of thy pride and beauty, all is fled, and that alone, which seemed so fleet and fugitive, remains. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Colosseum, from Childe Harold, Canto 4 by Lord Byron, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Colosseum, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Arches on arches, as it were, that Rome, collecting the chief trophies of her line, would build up all her triumphs in one dome. Her Colosseum stands, the moonbeams shine, as 'twere its natural torches, for divine should be the light which streams here, to illume this long explored, but still exhaustless mine of contemplation, and the azure gloom of an Italian night, where the deep skies assume hues which have words and speak to ye of heaven, floats o'er this vast and wondrous monument, and shadows forth its glory. There is given unto the things of earth which time hath bent a spirit's feeling, and where he hath lent his hand but broke his scythe, there is a power and magic in the ruined battlement, for which the palace of the present hour must yield its pomp and wait till ages are its dower. And here the buzz of eager nations ran in murmured pity or loud roared applause, as man was slaughtered by his fellow man. And wherefore slaughtered? Wherefore? But because such were the bloody circus' genial laws, and the imperial pleasure. Wherefore not? What matters where we fall to fill the maws of worms, on battle plains or listed spot? Both are but theatres where the chief actors rot. I see before me the gladiator lie, he leans upon his hand, his manly brow consents to death, but conquers agony, and his drooped head sinks gradually low, and through his side the last drops, ebbing slow, from the red gash fall heavy, one by one, like the first of a thunder shower, and now the arena swims around him. He is gone, ere ceased the inhuman shout which hailed the wretch who won. He heard it, but he heeded not, his eyes were with his heart, and that was far away. He recked not of the life he lost nor prize, but where his rude hut by the Danube lay, there were his young barbarians all at play. There was their Dacian mother, he, their sire, butchered to make a Roman holiday. All this rushed with his blood. Shall he expire, and unavenged? Arise, ye Goths, and glut your ire. But here, where murder breathed her bloody steam, and here, where buzzing nations choked the ways, and roared or murmured like a mountain stream, dashing or winding as its torrent strays, here, where the Romans' millions blame or praise, was death or life, the playthings of a crowd, my voice sounds much, and fall the stars' faint rays on the arena void, seats crushed, walls bowed, and galleries where my steps seem echoes, strangely loud. A ruin, yet what ruin! From its mass, walls, palaces, half cities have been reared, yet oft the enormous skeleton ye pass, and marvel, where the spoil could have appeared, hath it indeed been plundered or but cleared? Alas, developed, opens the decay, when the colossal fabric's form is neared. It will not bear the brightness of the day, which streams too much on all years man hath reft away. But when the rising moon begins to climb its topmost arch, and gently pauses there, when the stars twinkle through the loops of time, and the low night breeze waves along the air, which the grey walls wear, like laurels on the bold first Caesar's head, when the light shines serene, but doth not glare, then, in this magic circle raise the dead. Heroes have trod this spot, 'tis on their dust ye tread. While stands the Colosseum, Rome shall stand. When falls the Colosseum, Rome shall fall, and when Rome falls, the world. From our own land thus spoke the pilgrims o'er this mighty wall, in Saxon times which we are wont to call ancient, and these three mortal things are still on their foundations, and unaltered all, Rome and her ruin past redemption's skill, the world the same wide den of thieves or what ye will. Lord Byron. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Pantheon, from Childe Harold, Canto 4 by Lord Byron, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Pantheon, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Simple, erect, severe, austere, sublime, shrine of all saints and temple of all gods, from Jove to Jesus, spared and blessed by time, looking tranquillity, while falls or nods, arch, empire, each thing round thee, and man plods his way through thorns to ashes, glorious dome. Shalt thou not last? Time's scythe and tyrant's rods shiver upon thee, sanctuary and home of art and piety, Pantheon, pride of Rome, relic of nobler days and noblest arts, despoiled yet perfect, with thy circle spreads a holiness appealing to all hearts, to art a model, and to him who treads Rome for the sake of ages, glory sheds her light through thy sole aperture. To those who worship, here are altars for their beads, and they who feel for genius may repose their eyes on honoured forms whose busts around them close. Lord Byron. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Day in the Pamphilidoria near Rome by Harriet Beecher Stowe. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. A Day in the Pamphilidoria. though the hills are cold and snowy, and the wind drives chill today, my heart goes back to a springtime far, far in the past away. And I see a quaint old city, weary and worn and brown, where the spring and the birds are so early, and the sun in such light goes down. I remember that old-time villa, where our afternoons went by, where the sun of March flushed warmly, and the spring was in earth and sky. Out of the mouldering city, mouldering old and grey, we sped with a lightsome heart thrill for a sunny, gladsome day. For a revel of fresh spring verdure, for a race mid springing flowers, for a vision of plashing fountains, of birds and blossoming bowers. There were violet banks in the shadows, violets white and blue, and a world of bright anemones that over the terrace grew. Blue and orange and purple, rosy and yellow and white, rising in rainbow bubbles, streaking the lawns with light. And down from the old stone pine trees, those far-off islands of air, the birds are flinging the tidings of a joyful revel up there. And now for the grand old fountains, tossing their silvery spray, those fountains so quaint and so many, that are leaping and singing all day. Those fountains of strange weird sculpture, with lichens and moss o'ergrown, and they marble greening in moss wreaths, or moss wreaths whitening to stone. Down many a wild dim pathway we rambled from morning till noon. We lingered, unheeding the hours, till evening comes all too soon. And from out of the ilex alleys, where lengthening shadows play, we look on the dreamy Campagna, all glowing with setting day, all melting in bands of purple, in swathings and foldings of gold, in ribbons of azure and lilac, like a princely banner unrolled. And the smoke of each distant cottage, and the flash of each villa white, shines out with an opal glimmer, like gems in a casket of light. And the dome of old St. Peter's, with a strange translucence glows, like a mighty bubble of amethyst floating in waves of rose. In a trance of dreamy vagueness, we, gazing and yearning, behold that city beheld by the prophet, whose walls were transparent gold. And dropping all solemn and slowly, to hallow the softening spell, there falls on the dying twilight the Ave Maria bell. With a mournful motherly softness, with a weird and weary care, that strange and ancient city seems calling the nations to prayer. And the words that of old the angel to the mother of Jesus brought rise like a new evangel to hallow the trance of our thought. With the smoke of the evening incense, our thoughts are ascending then to Mary, the mother of Jesus, to Jesus, the master of men. O city of prophets and martyrs, O shrines of the sainted dead, when shall the living day spring once more on your towers be spread? When he who is meek and lowly shall rule in those lordly halls, and shall stand and feed as a shepherd the flock which his mercy calls. O then to those noble churches, to pictures and statue and gem, to the pageant of solemn worship, shall the meaning come back again. And this strange and ancient city, in that reign of his truth and love, shall be what it seems in the twilight, the type of that city above. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
February in Rome by Edmund Goss. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. February in Rome. When Roman fields are red with cyclamen, and in the palace gardens you may find under great leaves, and sheltering bryony bind, clusters of cream-white violets. Oh then, the ruined city of immortal men must smile a little to her fate resigned, and through her corridors the slow warm wind gush harmonies beyond immortal ken. Such soft Favonian airs upon a flute, such shadowy censers burning live perfume, shall lead the mystic city to her tomb. Nor flowerless springs, nor autumns without fruit, nor summer mornings when the winds are mute, trouble her soul, till Rome be no more Rome. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
St. Peter's at Rome, from Childe Harold, Canto 4, by Lord Byron, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. St. Peter's at Rome, from Childe Harold, Canto 4. Vastness which grows, but grows to harmonize, all musical in its immensities, rich marbles, richer painting, shrines where flame the lamps of gold, and haughty dome which vies in air with earth's chief structures, though their frame sits on the firm set ground, and this the cloud must claim. Here condense thy soul to more immediate objects, and control thy thoughts until thy mind hath got by heart its eloquent proportions, and unroll in mighty graduations, part by part, the glory which at once upon thee did not dart. Lord Byron. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A View Across the Roman Campagna, 1861, by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. A View Across the Roman Campagna, 1861. Over the dumb Campagna sea, out in the offing through mist and rain, St. Peter's Church heaves silently like a mighty ship in pain, facing the tempest with struggle and strain. Motionless waifs of ruined towers, soundless breakers of desolate land, the sullen surf of the mist devours that mountain range upon either hand, eaten away from its outline grand. And over the dumb Campagna sea, where the ship of the church heaves on to wreck, alone and silent as God must be, the Christ walks, aye, but Peter's neck is stiff to turn on the foundering deck. Peter, Peter, if such be thy name, now leave the ship for another to steer, and proving thy faith evermore the same, come forth, tread out through the dark and drear, since he who walks on the sea is here. Peter, Peter, he does not speak, he is not as rash as in old Galilee, safer a ship, though it toss and leak, than a reeling foot on a rolling sea, and he's got to be round in the girth, thinks he. Peter, Peter, he does not stir, his nets are heavy with silver fish, he reckons his gains, and is keen to infer the broil on the shore, if the Lord should wish, but the sturgeon goes to the Caesar's dish. Peter, Peter, thou fisher of men, fisher of fish, wouldst thou live instead, haggling for pence with the other 10, cheating the market at so much a head, gripping the bag of the traitor dead? At the triple crow of the Gallic cock thou weepest not, thou, though thine eyes be dazed. What bird comes next in the tempest shock? Vultures, see, as when Romulus gazed to inaugurate Rome for a world amazed. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Venice by John Addington Symonds. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Venice. Venice, thou siren of sea-cities, wrought by mirage, built on water, stair o'er stair, of sunbeams and cloud-shadows, phantom fair, with naught of earth to mar thy sea-born thought. Thou floating film upon the wonder-fraught ocean of dreams, thou hast no dream so rare as are thy sons and daughters, they who wear foam-flakes of charm from thine enchantment caught. O dark brown eyes, O tangles of dark hair, O heaven-blue eyes, blonde tresses where the breeze plays over sunburned cheeks in sea-blown air, firm limbs of moulded bronze, frank debonair smiles of deep-bosomed women, loves that seize man's soul and waft her on storm melodies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Venice, from Italy, by Samuel Rogers. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glovala. Venice, from Italy. There is a glorious city in the sea. The sea is in the broad, the narrow streets, ebbing and flowing, and the salt sea weed clings to the marble of her palaces. No track of men, no footsteps to and fro lead to her gates. The path lies o'er the sea, invisible, and from the land we went as to a floating city, steering in and gliding up her streets in a dream, so smoothly, silently. By many a dome mosque-like and many a stately portico, the statues ranged along an azure sky. By many a pile in more than eastern splendor, of old the residence of merchant kings, the fronts of some, though time had shattered them, still glowing with the richest hues of art, as though the wealth within them had run over. A few in fear, flying away from him whose boast it was that the grass grew not where his horse had trod, gave birth to Venice. Like the waterfowl they built their nests among the ocean waves, and where the sands were shifting as the winds blew from the north, the south, were they that came. Had to make sure the ground they stood upon rose, like an exhalation from the deep, a vast metropolis with glittering spires, with theatres, basilicas adorned, a scene of light and glory, a dominion that has endured the longest among men. And whence the talisman by which she rose towering? 'Twas found there in the barren sea. Want led to enterprise, and, far or near, who met not the Venetian? Now in Cairo, ere yet the Khalifa came, listening to hear its bells approaching from the Red Sea coast. Now on the Euxine, on the Sea of Asaf, in converse with the Persian, with the Rus, the Tartar, on his lowly deck receiving pearls from the Gulf of Ormus, gems from Baghdad, eyes brighter yet that shed the light of love from Georgia, from Circassia. Thus did Venice rise, thus flourish, till the unwelcome tidings came that in the Tagus had arrived a fleet from India, from the region of the sun, fragrant with spices, that a way was found, a channel opened, and the golden stream turned to enrich another. Then she felt her strength departing, and at last she fell in an instant, blotted out and razed, she who had stood yet longer than the longest of the 4 kingdoms, who, as in an ark, had floated down amid 1,000 wrecks, uninjured from the old world to the new. End of Venice.
The Gondola by Arthur Hugh Clough. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Gondola. Afloat, we move, delicious. Ah, what else is like the gondola? This level flow of liquid glass begins beneath us swift to pass. It goes as though it went alone, by some impulsion of its own. How light it moves, how softly. Ah, were all things like the gondola. How light it moves, how softly. Ah, could life, as does our gondola, unvexed with quarrels, aims and cares, and moral duties and affairs, unswaying, noiseless, swift and strong, for ever thus glide along. How light we move, how softly. Ah, were life but as the gondola. With no more motion than should bear a freshness to the languid air, with no more effort than expressed the need and naturalness of rest, which we beneath a grateful shade should take on peaceful pillows laid. How light we move, how softly. Ah, were life but as the gondola. In one unbroken passage borne, to closing night from opening morn, uplift at whiles slow eyes to mark some palace front, some passing bark, through windows catch the varying shore, and hear the soft turns of the oar. How light we move, how softly. Ah, were life but as the gondola. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Venice, from View from the Euganean Hills by Percy Bysshe Shelley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Venice, from View from the Euganean Hills. All is bright and clear and still round the solitary hill. Beneath is spread like a green sea the waveless plain of Lombardy, bounded by the vaporous air, islanded by cities fair. Underneath day's azure eyes, ocean's nursling, Venice, lies, a peopled labyrinth of walls, Amphitrite's destined halls, which her hoary sire now paves with his blue and beaming waves. Lo, the sun uprisings behind, broad, red, radiant, half reclined on the level quivering line of the waters crystalline, and before that chasm of light, as within a furnace bright, column, tower, and dome, and spire shine like obelisks of fire, pointing with inconstant motion from the altar of dark ocean to the sapphire tinted skies, as the flames of sacrifice from the marble shrines did rise, as to pierce the dome of gold where Apollo spoke of old. Sun-girt city, thou hast been Ocean's child, and then his queen. Now is come a darker day, and thou soon must be his prey, if the power that raised thee here hallow so thy watery bier. A less drear ruin then than now, with thy conquest branded brow stooping to the slave of slaves from thy throne among the waves, wilt thou be when the sea-mew flies, as once before it flew, o'er thine isles depopulate, and all is in its ancient state, save where many a palace gate with green sea-flowers overgrown like a rock of ocean's own, topples o'er the abandoned sea as the tides change sullenly. The fisher on his watery way, wandering at the close of day, will spread his sail and seize his oar till he pass the gloomy shore, lest thy dead should, from their sleep bursting o'er the starlight deep, lead a rapid masque of death o'er the waters of his path. Percy Bysshe Shelley. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Naples, from Italy, by Samuel Rogers. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. Naples, from Italy. This region surely is not of the earth. Was it not dropped from heaven? Not a grove, citron, or pine, or cedar, not a grot, sea-worn and mantled with the gadding vine, but breathes enchantment. Not a cliff but flings on the clear wave some image of delight, some cabin roof glowing with crimson flowers, some ruined temple or fallen monument, to muse on as the bark is gliding by. And be it mine to muse there, mine to glide, from daybreak when the mountain pales his fire. Yet more and more, and from the mountain top, till then, invisible, a smoke ascends, solemn and slow, as erst from Arahat, when he, the patriarch who escaped the flood, was with his household sacrificing there. From daybreak to that hour, the last and best, when one by one the fishing boats come forth, each with its glimmering lantern at the prow, and when the nets are thrown, the evening hymn steals over the trembling waters. Everywhere fable and truth have shed in rivalry each her peculiar influence. Fable came and laughed and sung, arraying truth in flowers, like a young child her grandam. Fable came, earth, sea, and sky reflecting as she flew, a thousand colors not their own, and at her bidding, lo, a dark descent to Tartarus, and those thrice happy fields, those fields with either pure and purple light, ever invested scenes by him described, who here was wont to wander and record what they revealed, and on the western shore sleeps in a silent grove, overlooking thee, beloved Parthenope. Yet here methinks truth wants no ornament, in her own shape, filling the mind by turns with awe and love, by turns inclining to wild ecstasy and soberest meditation. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Drifting by Thomas Buchanan Read. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Drifting. My soul today is far away, sailing the Vesuvian bay. My winged boat, a bird afloat, swims round the purple peaks remote. Round purple peaks it sails, and seeks blue inlets and their crystal creeks, where high rocks throw through deeps below a duplicated golden glow. Far, vague and dim the mountains swim, while on Vesuvius' misty brim with outstretched hands the grey smoke stands overlooking the volcanic lands. Here Ischia smiles over liquid miles, and yonder, bluest of the isles, calm Capri waits, her sapphire gates beguiling to her bright estates. I heed not if my rippling skiff floats swift or slow from cliff to cliff. With dreamful eyes my spirit lies under the walls of Paradise. Under the walls where swells and falls the bay's deep breast at intervals, at peace I lie, blown softly by a cloud upon its liquid sky. The day so mild is heaven's own child, with earth and ocean reconciled. The airs I feel around me steal are murmuring to the murmuring keel. Over the rail my hand I trail, within the shadow of the sail, a joy intense, the cooling sense glides down my drowsy indolence. With dreamful eyes my spirit lies where summer sings and never dies. Overveiled with vines, she glows and shines among her future oil and wines. Her children, hid the cliffs amid, are gambolling with the gambolling kid, or down the walls, with tipsy calls, laugh on the rocks like waterfalls. The fisher's child, with tresses wild, unto the smooth, bright sand beguiled, with glowing lips, sings as she skips or gazes at the far-off ships. Yon deep bark goes where traffic blows from lands of sun to lands of snows. This happier one its course is run from lands of snow to lands of sun. O happy ship, to rise and dip with the blue crystal at your lip! O happy crew, my heart with you sails and sails and sings anew. No more, no more the worldly shore upbraids me with its loud uproar. With dreamful eyes my spirit lies under the walls of Paradise. In lofty lines, mid palms and pines, and olives, aloes, elms and vines, Sorrento swings on sunset wings, where Tasso's spirit soars and sings. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
England, from The Traveller by Oliver Goldsmith, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. England, from The Traveller. Fired at the sound, my genius spreads her wing, and flies where Britain courts the western spring, where lawns extend that scorn Arcadian pride, and brighter streams than famed Hydaspes glide. There all around the gentlest breezes stray, there gentler music melts on every spray. Creation's mildest charms are there combined, extremes are only in the master's mind. Stern o'er each bosom reason holds her state, with daring aims irregularly great. Pride in their port, defiance in their eye, I see the lords of humankind pass by, intent on high designs, a thoughtful band, by forms unfashioned, fresh from nature's hand, fierce in their native hardiness of soul, true to imagined right above control, while e'en the peasant boasts these rights to scan, and learns to venerate himself as man. Thine, freedom, thine the blessing pictured here, thine are those charms that dazzle and endear. Oliver Goldsmith. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. That England, from Aurora Leigh by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. That England, from Aurora Leigh. Whoever lives true life will love true love. I learned to love that England very oft before the day was born, or otherwise, through secret windings of the afternoons, I threw my hunters off, and plunged myself among the deep hills, as a hunted stag would take the waters, shivering with the fear and passion of the course, and when, at last, escaped, so many a green slope built on slope, betwixt me and the enemy's house behind, I dared to rest or wander, like a rest, made sweeter for the step upon the grass, and view the ground's most gentle dimplement, as if God's finger touched but did not press in making England. Such an up and down of verdure, nothing too much up or down, a ripple of land, such little hills, the sky can stoop to tenderly, and the wheat fields climb, such nooks of valleys lined with orchises, fed full of noises by invisible streams, and open pastures where you scarcely tell white daisies from white dew. At intervals the mythic oaks and elm trees standing out, self-poised upon their prodigy of shade, I thought my father's land was worthy, too, of being my Shakespeare's. The skies, the clouds, the fields, the happy violets hiding from the roads, the primroses run down too, carrying gold, the tangled hedgerows, where the cows push out impatient horns, and tolerant churning mouths, twixt dripping ash boughs, hedgerows all alive with birds and gnats, and large white butterflies, which look as if the Mayflower had sought life, and palpitated forth upon the wind, hills, vales, woods, netted in a silver mist, farms, granges, doubled up among the hills, and cattle grazing in the watered vales, and cottage chimneys smoking from the woods, and cottage gardens smelling everywhere, confused with smell of orchards. See, I said, and see, is God not with us on the earth? And shall we put him down by aught we do? Who says there's nothing for the poor and vile, save poverty and wickedness? Behold! And ankle deep in English grass I leaped, and clapped my hands, and called all very fair. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Night, from Marmion, Canto 1, by Sir Walter Scott. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
and Adrian Stevens as the warder.
The Night, from Marmion, Canto 1. Day set on Norm's castle steep, and Tweed's fair river, broad and deep, and Cheviot's mountains lone. The battle towers, the dungeon keep, the loophole grates where captives weep, the flanking walls that round it sweep, in yellow lustre shone. The warriors on the turrets high, moving athwart the evening sky, seemed forms of giant height. Their armour, as it caught the rays, flashed back again the western blaze in lines of dazzling light. St. George's banner, broad and gay, now faded as the fading ray, less bright and less, was flung. The evening gale had scarce the power to wave it on the dungeon tower, so heavily it hung. The scouts had parted on their search, the castle gates were barred. Above the gloomy portal arch, timing his footsteps to a march, the warder kept his guard. Low humming, as he paced along, some ancient border gathering song. A distant trampling sound he hears. He looks abroad, and soon appears over Horncliffe hill a plump of spears, beneath a pennon gay. A horseman, darting from the crowd, like lightning from a summer cloud, spurs on his mettled courser proud, before the dark array. Beneath the sable palisade that closed the castle barricade, his bugle horn he blew. The warder hasted from the wall, and warned the captain in the hall, for well the blast he knew, and joyfully that knight did call to sewer, squire, and seneschal.
Now broach ye a pipe of Malvoisie, bring pasties of the dough, and quickly make the entrance free, and bid my heralds ready be, and every minstrel sound his glee, and all our trumpets blow. And from the platform spare ye not to fire a noble salvo shot. Lord Marmion waits below.
Then to the castle's lower ward sped 40 yeomen tall. The iron-studded gates unbarred raised the portcullis' ponderous guard, the lofty palisade unsparred, and let the drawbridge fall. Along the bridge Lord Marmion rode, proudly his red-roan charger trode. His helm hung at the saddle-bow. Well by his visage you might know he was a stalworth knight and keen, and had in many a battle been. The scar on his brown cheek revealed a token true of Bosworth field. His eyebrow dark, and eye of fire, showed spirit proud and prompt to ire. Yet lines of thought upon his cheek did deep design and counsel speak. His forehead by his casque worn bare, his thick moustache and curly hair, coal black and grizzled here and there, but more through toil than age. His square-turned joints and strength of limb showed him no carpet knight so trim, but in close fight a champion grim, in camps a leader sage. Well was he armed from head to heel, in mail and plate of Milan steel, but his strong helm of mighty cost was all with burnished gold embossed. Amid the plumage of the crest a falcon hovered on her nest, with wings outspread and forward breast. Even such a falcon on his shield soared sable in an azure field. The golden legion bore aright, "Who checks at me, to death is dight." Blue was the charger's broidered rein, blue ribbons decked his arching mane. The knightly housing's ample fold was velvet blue and trapped with gold. Behind him rode 2 gallant squires, of noble name and knightly sires. They burned the gilded spurs to claim, for well could each a war horse tame, could draw the bow, the sword could sway, and lightly bear the ring away. Nor less, with courteous precepts stored, could dance in hall and carve at board, and frame love ditties passing rare, and sing them to a lady fair. 4 men-at-arms came at their backs, with halberd, bill, and battle-axe. They bore Lord Marmion's lance so strong, and led his sumpter mules along. And ambling palfrey, when at need him listed ease his battle steed. The last and trustiest of the 4 on high his forky pennon bore. Like swallow's tail in shape and hue fluttered the streamer glossy blue, where blazoned sable as before the towering falcon seemed to soar. Last 20 yeomen, 2 and 2, in hosen black and jerkins blue, with falcons broidered on each breast, attended on their lord's behest. Each chosen for an archer good, new hunting craft by lake or wood. Each one a 6-foot bow could bend, and far a cloth-yard shaft could send. Each held a boar-spear tough and strong, and at their belts their quivers rung. Their dusty palfreys and array showed they had marched a weary way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Oh, the Pleasant Days of Old by Frances Brown, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. Oh, the pleasant days of old! Oh, the pleasant days of old, which so often people praise! True, they wanted all the luxuries that grace our modern days. Bare floors were strewed with rushes, the walls let in the cold. Oh, how they must have shivered in those pleasant days of old! Oh, those ancient lords of old, how magnificent they were! They threw down and imprisoned kings, to thwart them who might dare. They ruled their serfs right sternly, they took from Jews their gold. Above both law and equity were those great lords of old. Oh, the gallant knights of old, for their valour so renowned! With sword and lance and armour strong, they scoured the country round. And whenever aught to tempt them, they met by wood or wold. By right of sword they seized the prize, those gallant knights of old. Oh, the gentle dames of old, who quite free from fear or pain could gaze on joust and tournament, and see their champion slain. They lived on good beefsteaks and ale, which made them strong and bold. Oh, more like men that women were, those gentle dames of old. Oh, those mighty towers of old, with their turrets moat and keep, their battlements and bastions, their dungeons dark and deep. Full many a baron held his court within the castle hold, and many a captive languished there in those strong towers of old. Oh, the troubadours of old, with the gentle minstrelsy of hope and joy, or deep despair, whichever their lot might be. For years they served their lady loves, ere they their passions told. Oh, wondrous patience must have had those troubadours of old. Oh, those blessed times of old, with their chivalry and state! I love to read their chronicles, which such brave deeds relate. I love to sing their ancient rhymes, to hear the legends told. But heaven be thanked, I lived not in those blessed times of old. End of Oh, the Pleasant Days of Old. This recording is in the public domain.
Melrose Abbey, from The Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 2, by Sir Walter Scott. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Melrose Abbey, from The Lay of the Last Minstrel, Canto 2. If thou wouldst view fair Melrose aright, go visit it by the pale moonlight, for the gay beams of lightsome day gild but to flout the ruins grey. When the broken arches are black in night, and each shafted oriel glimmers white, when the cold light's uncertain shower streams on the ruined central tower, when buttress and buttress alternately seem framed of ebon and ivory, when silver edges the imagery, and the scrolls that teach thee to live and die, and the distant Tweed is heard to rave, and the owlet to hoot o'er the dead man's grave, then go, but go alone the while, then view St. David's ruined pile, and home returning, soothly swear was never seen so sad and fair. The pillared arches were over their head, and beneath their feet were the bones of the dead. Spreading herbs and flowerets bright glistened with the dew of night, nor herb nor flower glistened there, but was carved in the cloister arches as fair. The monk gazed long on the lovely moon, then into the night he looked forth, and red and bright the streamers' light were dancing in the glowing north. So had he seen, in fair Castile, the youth in glittering squadron start, sudden the flying jennet wheel, and hurl the unexpected dart. He knew by the streamers that shot so bright, that spirits were riding the northern light. By a steel-clenched postern door, they entered now the chancel tall. The darkened roof rose high aloof on pillars lofty and light and small. The keystone that locked each ribbed aisle was a fleur-de-lis or quatre-feuilles. The corbels were carved grotesque and grim, and the pillars, with clustered shafts so trim, with base and with capital flourished around, seemed bundles of lances which garlands had bound. Full many a scutcheon and banner, riven, shook to the cold night wind of heaven, around the screened altars pale, and there the dying lamps did burn, before thy low and lonely urn, O gallant chief of Otterburn. And thine, dark night of Liddesdale, O fading honours of the dead, O high ambition lonely laid. The moon on the east oriel shone through slender shafts of shapely stone, by foliaged tracery combined. Thou wouldst have thought some fairy's hand twixt poplars straight the osier wand in many a freakish knot had twined, then framed a spell when the work was done, and changed the willow wreaths to stone. The silver light, so pale and faint, showed many a prophet and many a saint, whose image on the glass was dyed. Full in the midst, his cross of red, triumphant Michael brandished, and trampled the apostate's pride. The moonbeam kissed the holy pane, and threw on the pavement a bloody stain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Old-Time Christmas, from Marmion, Introduction to Canto 6 by Sir Walter Scott. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. An Old-Time Christmas, from Marmion, Introduction to Canto 6. Heap on more wood, the wind is chill, but let it whistle as it will, we'll keep our Christmas merry still. Each age has deemed the newborn year the fittest time for festal cheer. Even heathen yet, the savage Dane, at Yule more deep the mead did drain. High on the beach his galleys drew, and feasted all his pirate crew. Then in his low and pine-built hall, where shields and axes decked the wall, they gorged upon the half-dressed steer, caroused in seas of sable beer, while round in brutal jest were thrown the half-gnawed rib and marrow-bone. Or listened all in grim delight, while skulls yelled out the joys of fight. Then forth in frenzy would they hie, while wildly loose their red locks fly, and dancing round the blazing pile, they make such barbarous mirth the while, as best might to the mind recall the boisterous joys of Odin's hall. And well our Christian sires of old loved when the year its course had rolled, and brought blithe Christmas back again with all his hospitable train. Domestic and religious rite gave honour to the holy night. On Christmas Eve the bells were rung, on Christmas Eve the mass was sung. That only night in all the year saw the stoled priest the chalice rear. The damsel donned her kirtle sheen, the hall was dressed with holy green. Forth to the wood did merry men go, to gather in the mistletoe. Then opened wide the baron's hall, to vassal, tenant, serf, and all. Power laid his rod of rule aside, and ceremony doffed her pride. The heir with roses in his shoes that night might village partner choose. The lord, underrogating, share the vulgar game of post and pair. All hailed with uncontrolled delight, and general voice the happy night that to the cottage as the crown brought tidings of salvation down. The fire, with well-dried logs supplied, went roaring up the chimney wide. The huge hall table's oaken face, scrubbed till it shone, the day to grace, bore then upon its massive board no mark to part the squire and lord. Then was brought in the lusty brawn by old blue-coated serving-men. Then the grim boar's head frowned on high, crested with bays and rosemary. Well can the green-gobbed ranger tell how, when, and where the monster fell, what dogs before his death he tore, and all the baiting of the boar. The vessel round in good brown bowls, garnished with ribbons, blithely trolls. There the huge sirloin reeked, hard by plum porridge stood, and Christmas pie. Nor failed old Scotland to produce, at such high tide, her savoury goose. Then came the merry maskers in, and carols roared with blithesome din. If unmelodious was the song, it was a hearty note, and strong. Who lists may in their mumming see traces of ancient mystery. White skirts supplied the masquerade, and smutted cheeks the visors made. But oh, what maskers richly dyed can boast of bosoms half so light? England was merry England when old Christmas brought his sports again. 'Twas Christmas broached the mightiest ale, 'twas Christmas told the merriest tale. A Christmas gambol oft could cheer the poor man's heart through half the year. End of An Old-Time Christmas. This recording is in the public domain.
The Castle Ruins by William Barnes, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Castle Ruins. A happy day at Whitsuntide. As soon as the sun began to fall, we all strode up the steep hillside to Meldon, great and small. Out where the castle walls stood high, a mouldering to the sunny sky. And there where Jenny took a stroll, her youngest sister Paul so gay, beside John Hind, ah, merry soul, and mid her wedlock fay. And at her eyes to play and run, my little maid and smaller son. Above the beaten mould upsprung the driven doust, and spreading light, and on the new leaved thorn a hung, where wool a quivering white, and corn a sheening bright did bow on sloping Meldon's sunny brow. There down the roofless wall did glow the sun upon the grassy floor, and weakly wandering winds did blow unhindered by a door. And smokeless now avore the sun did stand the ivy-girded tun. My boy did watch the dove's bright wings a-flapping from their ivy burrs. My wife did watch my maid's light springs out here and there vor flowers. And John did see no towers, The police for him had only police face. And there of all that prayed about the walls I overlooked him best, and what of that? Why, I made out no more than all the rest, that there were once the nest of some that were agone of our become. When once above the tum the smoke did really blew among the trees, and down below the liven folk did toil as brisk as bees, or sit wi' weary knees, the while the sky were lightless to their toil. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Deserted Village by Oliver Goldsmith, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter,
Adrian Stevens,
Katharina Glovala,
Jason in Canada,
Adam Bielka.
and Sonia.
The Deserted Village. Sweet Auburn, loveliest village of the plain, where health and plenty cheered the labouring swain, where smiling spring its earliest visit paid, and parting summer's lingering blooms delayed. Dear lovely bowers of innocence and ease, seats of my youth, when every sport could please, how often have I loitered o'er thy green, where humble happiness endeared each scene. How often have I paused on every charm, the sheltered cot, the cultivated farm, the never-failing brook, the busy mill, the decent church that topped the neighbouring hill, the hawthorn bush, with seats beneath the shade, for talking age and whispering lovers made. How often have I blessed the coming day, when toil remitting lent its turn to play, and all the village train, from labour free, led up their sports beneath the spreading tree, while many a pastime circled in the shade, the young contending as the old surveyed, and many a gambol frolicked o'er the ground, and sleights of art and feats of strength went round, and still as each repeated pleasure tired, succeeding sports the mirthful band inspired. The dancing pair that simply sought renown by holding out to tire each other down, the swain mistrustless of his smutted face, while secret laughter tittered round the place, the bashful virgin's sidelong looks of love, the matron's glance that would those looks reprove. These were thy charms, sweet village, sports like these, with sweet succession, taught even toil to please. These round thy bowers their cheerful influence shed, these were thy charms, but all these charms are fled. Sweet smiling village, loveliest of the lawn, thy sports are fled, and all thy charms withdrawn. Amidst thy bowers the tyrant's hand is seen, and desolation saddens all thy green. One only master grasps the whole domain, and half a tillage stints thy smiling plain. No more thy glassy brook reflects the day, but choked with sedges works its weedy way. Along thy glades, a solitary guest, the hollow-sounding bittern guards its nest. Amidst thy desert walks the lapwing flies, and tires their echoes with unvaried cries. Sunk are thy bowers, in shapeless ruin all, and the long grass o'ertops the mouldering wall, and trembling, shrinking from the spoiler's hand, far, far away thy children leave the land. Ill fares the land, to hastening ills a prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. Princes and lords may flourish, or may fade, a breath can make them, as a breath has made. But a bold peasantry, their country's pride, when once destroyed, can never be supplied. A time there was, ere England's griefs began, when every rood of ground maintained its man. For him light labour spread her wholesome store, just gave what life required, but gave no more. His best companions, innocence and health, and his best riches, ignorance of wealth. But times are altered. Trade's unfeeling train usurp the land and dispossess the swain. Along the lawn, where scattered hamlets rose, unwieldy wealth and cumbrous pomp repose, and every want to luxury allied, and every pang that folly pays to pride. Those gentle hours that plenty paid to bloom, those calm desires that asked but little room, those healthful sports that graced the peaceful scene, lived in each look, and brightened all the green. These, far departing, seek a kinder shore, and rural mirth and manners are no more.
Sweet Auburn, parent of the blissful hour, thy glades forlorn confess the tyrant's power. Here, as I take my solitary rounds amidst thy tangling walks and ruined grounds, and many a year elapsed, return to view where once the cottage stood, the hawthorn grew, remembrance wakes with all her busy train, swells at my breast, and turns the past to pain. In all my wanderings round this world of care, in all my griefs, and God has given my share, I still had hopes my latest hours to crown, amidst these humble bowers to lay me down, to husband out life's taper at the close, and keep the flame from wasting by repose. I still had hopes, for pride attends us still, amidst the swains to show my book-learned skill, around my fire an evening group to draw, and tell of all I felt and all I saw. And as a hare whom hounds and horns pursue pants to the place from whence at first she flew, I still had hopes, my long vexations past, here to return and die at home at last. O blest retirement, friend to life's decline, retreat from care that never must be mine! How blest is he who crowns in shades like these a youth of labour with an age of ease, who quits a world where strong temptations try, and since 'tis hard to combat, learns to fly. For him no wretches, born to work and weep, explore the mine or tempt the dangerous deep. No surly porter stands in guilty state to spurn imploring famine from the gate, but on he moves to meet his latter end. Angels around, befriending virtue's friend, sinks to the grave with unperceived decay, while resignation gently slopes the way, and all his prospects brightening to the last, his heaven commences ere the world be past. Sweet was the sound when oft at evening's close up yonder hill the village murmur rose. There, as I passed with careless steps and slow, the mingling notes came softened from below. The swain responsive, as the milkmaid sung, the sober herd that lowed to meet their young, the noisy geese that gabbled o'er the pool, the playful children just let loose from school, the watchdog's voice that bade the whispering wind, and the loud laugh that spoke the vacant mind. These all in sweet confusion sought the shade, and filled each pause the nightingale had made. But now the sounds of population fail, no cheerful murmurs fluctuate in the gale, no busy steps the grass-grown footway tread, but all the bloomy flush of life is fled. All but yon widowed, solitary thing that feebly bends beside the plashy spring, she, wretched matron, forced in age for bread to strip the brook with mantling cresses spread, to pick her wintry faggot from the thorn, to seek her nightly shed, and weep till morn. She, only left of all the harmless train, the sad historian of the pensive plain.
Near yonder copse, where once the garden smiled, and still where many a garden flower grows wild, there, where a few torn shrubs the place disclose, the village preacher's modest mansion rose. A man he was to all the country dear, and passing rich with 40 pounds a year. Remote from towns he ran his godly race, nor e'er had changed, nor wished to change his place. Unpractised he to fawn, or seek for power, by doctrines fashioned to the varying hour. Far other aims his heart had learned to prize, more skilled to raise the wretched than to rise. His house was known to all the vagrant train. He chid their wanderings, but relieved their pain. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard descending swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, claimed kindred here, and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier kindly bade to stay, sate by his fire, and talked the night away, wept o'er his wounds, or tales of sorrow done, shouldered his crutch, and showed how fields were won. Pleased with his guests, the good man learned to glow, and quite forgot their vices in their woe. Careless their merits or their faults to scan, his pity gave ere charity began. Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, and even his failings leaned to virtue's side. But in his duty prompt at every call, he watched and wept, he prayed and felt for all. And as a bird each fond endearment tries to tempt its new-fledged offspring to the skies, he tried each art, reproved each dull delay, allured to brighter worlds, and led the way. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, and sorrow, guilt, and pain, by turns dismayed, the reverend champion stood. At his control, despair and anguish fled the struggling soul. Comfort came down the trembling wretch to raise, and his last faltering accents whispered praise. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, his looks adorned the venerable place. Truth from his lips prevailed with double sway, and fools, who came to scoff, remained to pray. The service passed around the pious man, with steady zeal, each honest rustic ran. Even children followed with endearing wile, and plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed, their welfare pleased him, and their cares distressed. To them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, but all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven. As some tall cliff that lifts its awful form, swells from the vale, and midway leaves the storm, though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, eternal sunshine settles on its head. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossomed firs unprofitably gay, there in his noisy mansion skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the bonding tremblers learned to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whispers, circling round, conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or, if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write, and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and even the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing, too, the parson owned his skill, for even though vanquished he could argue still, while words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around, and still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew.
But past is all his fame. The very spot where many a time he triumphed is forgot. Near yonder thorn that lifts its head on high, where once the sign-post caught the passing eye, low lies that house where nut-brown draughts inspired, where grey-beard mirth and smiling toil retired, where village statesmen talked with looks profound, and news much older than their ale went round. Imagination fondly stoops to trace the parlour splendours of that festive place. The whitewashed wall, the nicely sanded floor, the varnished clock that clicked behind the door, the chest contrived a double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day, the pictures placed for ornament and use, the 12 good rules, the royal game of goose, the hearth, except when winter chilled the day, with aspen boughs and flowers and fennel gay, while broken teacups, wisely kept for show, ranged o'er the chimney, glistened in a row. Vain transitory splendour, could not all reprieve the tottering mansion from its fall? Obscure it sinks, nor shall it more impart an hour's importance to the poor man's heart. Thither no more the peasant shall repair to sweet oblivion of his daily care. No more the farmer's news, the barber's tale, no more the woodman's ballad shall prevail. No more the smith his dusky brow shall clear, relax his ponderous strength, and lean to hear. The host himself no longer shall be found careful to see the mantling bliss go round, nor the coy maid, half willing to be pressed, shall kiss the cup to pass it to the rest. Yes, let the rich deride, the proud disdain, these simple blessings of the lowly train. To me more dear, congenial to my heart, one native charm, than all the gloss of art. Spontaneous joys, where nature has its play, the soul adopts, and owns their first-born sway. Lightly they frolic o'er the vacant mind, unenvied, unmolested, unconfined. But the long pomp, the midnight masquerade, with all the freaks of wanton wealth arrayed, in these, ere triflers half their wish obtain, the toiling pleasure sickens into pain. And, even while fashion's brightest arts decoy, the heart, distrusting, asks if this be joy. Ye friends to truth, ye statesmen, who survey the rich man's joys increase, the poor's decay, 'tis yours to judge how wide the limits stand between a splendid and a happy land. Proud swells the tide with loads of freighted ore, and shouting Folly hails them from her shore. Hoards, even beyond the miser's wish abound, and rich men flock from all the world around. Yet count our gains, this wealth is but a name that leaves our useful products still the same. Not so the loss. The man of wealth and pride takes up a space that many poor supplied. Space for his lake, his park's extended bounds, space for his horses, equipage, and hounds. The robe that wraps his limbs in silken sloth has robbed the neighboring field of half their growth. His seat, where solitary sports are seen, indignant spurns the cottage from the green. Around the world each needful product flies, for all the luxuries the world supplies. While thus the land adorned for pleasure all, in barren splendor, feebly waits the fall.
As some fair female, unadorned and plain, secure to please while youth confirms her reign, slights every borrowed charm that dress supplies, nor shares with art the triumph of her eyes. But when those charms are past, for charms are frail, when time advances, and when lovers fail, she then shines forth, solicitous to bless, in all the glaring impotence of dress. Thus fares the land, by luxury betrayed, in nature's simplest charms at first arrayed. But verging to decline, its splendors rise, its vistas strike, its palaces surprise, while scourged by famine from the smiling land, the mournful peasant leads his humble band. And while he sinks, without one arm to save, the country blooms, a garden and a grave. Where then, where shall poverty reside, to 'scape the pressure of contiguous pride? If, to some common's fenceless limit strayed, he drives his flock to pick the scanty blade, those fenceless fields the sons of wealth divide, and even the bare worn common is denied. If to the city sped, what waits him there? To see profusion that he must not share, to see 10,000 baneful arts combined, to pamper luxury and thin mankind, to see those joys the sons of pleasure know, extorted from his fellow creatures' woe. Here, while the courtier glitters in brocade, there the pale artist plies the sickly trade. Here, while the proud, their long-drawn pomps display. There the black gibbet glooms beside the way, the dome where pleasure holds her midnight reign. Here, richly decked, amidst the gorgeous train, tumultuous grandeur crowds the blazing square, the rattling chariots clash, the torches glare. Sure, scenes like these no troubles or annoy, sure, these denote one universal joy. Are these thy serious thoughts? Ah, turn thine eyes where the poor, houseless, shivering female lies. She once, perhaps, in village plenty blest, has wept at tales of innocence distressed. Her modest looks the cottage might adorn, sweet as the primrose peeps beneath the thorn. Now lost to all her friends, her virtue fled, near her betrayer's door she lays her head, and pinched with cold, and shrinking from the shower, with heavy heart deplores that luckless hour, when idly, first ambitious of the town, she left her wheel and robes of country brown. Do thine, sweet Auburn, thine, the loveliest train, do thy fair tribes participate her pain? Even now, perhaps, by cold and hunger led, at proud men's doors they ask a little bread. Ah, no, to distant climes a dreary scene, where half the convex world intrudes between. Through torrid tracks with fainting steps they go, where wild Altama murmurs to their woe. Far different, there, from all that charmed before, the various terrors of that horrid shore. Those blazing suns that dart a downward ray, and fiercely shed intolerable day. Those matted woods, where birds forget to sing, but silent bats in drowsy clusters cling. Those poisonous fields, with rank luxuriance crowned, where the dark scorpion gathers death around. Where, at each step, the stranger fears to wake the rattling terrors of the vengeful snake. Where crouching tigers wait their hapless prey, and savage men more murderous still than they. While oft in whirls the mad tornado flies, mingling the ravaged landscape with the skies. Far different, these, from every former scene, the cooling brook, the grassy vested green, the breezy covert of the warbling grove, that only sheltered thefts of harmless love.
Good heaven, what sorrows gloomed that parting day that called them from their native walks away, when the poor exiles, every pleasure past, hung round their bowers and fondly looked their last, and took a long farewell, and wished in vain for seats like these beyond the western main, and shuddering still to face the distant deep, returned and wept, and still returned to weep. The good old sire the first prepared to go to new-found worlds, and wept for others' woe, but for himself, in conscious virtue brave, he only wished for worlds beyond the grave. His lovely daughter, lovelier in her tears, the fond companion of his helpless years, silent went next, neglectful of her charms, and left a lover's for a father's arms. With louder plaints the mother spoke her woes, and blessed the cot where every pleasure rose, and kissed her thoughtless babes with many a tear, and clasped them close, in sorrow doubly dear, whilst her fond husband strove to lend relief in all the silent manliness of grief. O luxury, thou cursed by heaven's decree, how ill exchanged are things like these for thee! How do thy potions, with insidious joy, diffuse their pleasures, only to destroy! Kingdoms, by thee to sickly greatness grown, boast of a florid vigour not their own. At every draught more large and large they grow, a bloated mass of rank unwieldy woe, till sapped their strength, and every part unsound, down, down they sink, and spread a ruin round. Even now the devastation is begun, and half the business of destruction done. Even now, methinks, as pondering here I stand, I see the rural virtues leave the land, down where yon anchoring vessel spreads the sail, that idly waiting flaps with every gale. Downward they move, a melancholy band, pass from the shore, and darken all the strand. Contented toil and hospitable care and kind connubial tenderness are there, and piety with wishes placed above, and steady loyalty and faithful love. And thou, sweet poetry, thou loveliest maid, still first to fly where sensual joys invade, unfit in these degenerate times of shame to catch the heart or strike for honest fame. Dear charming nymph, neglected and decried, my shame in crowds, my solitary pride. Thou source of all my bliss and all my woe, that found'st me poor at first, and keep'st me so. Thou guide by which the nobler arts excel, thou nurse of every virtue, fare thee well. Farewell, and oh, wherever thy voice be tried, on Torno's cliffs or Pamba Marca's side, whether where equinoctial fervours glow, or winter wraps the polar world in snow, still let thy voice, prevailing over time, redress the rigours of the inclement clime. Aid slighted truth with thy persuasive strain, teach erring man to spurn the rage of gain. Teach him that states of native strength possessed, though very poor, may still be very blessed. That trade's proud empire hastes to swift decay, as ocean sweeps the labour'd mole away, while self-dependent power can time defy, as rocks resist the billows and the sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet composed upon Westminster Bridge, London, 1802, by William Wordsworth, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Sonnet composed upon Westminster Bridge, London, 1802. Earth has not anything to show more fair. Dull would he be of soul who could pass by a sight so touching in its majesty. This city now doth, like a garment, wear the beauty of the morning, silent, bare. Ships, towers, domes, theatres and temples lie open unto the fields and to the sky, all bright and glittering in the smokeless air. Never did sun more beautifully steep in his first splendour valley, rock, or hill. Ne'er saw I, never felt a calm so deep. The river glideth at his own sweet will. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep, and all that mighty heart is lying still. William Wordsworth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
London, by John Davidson, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. London. Athwart the sky a lowly sigh from west to east the sweet wind carried. The sun stood still on Primrose Hill, his light in all the city tarried. The clouds on viewless columns bloomed, like smouldering lilies unconsumed. O sweetheart, see how shadowy of some occult magician's rearing, or swung in space of heaven's grace, dissolving, dimly reappearing, afloat upon ethereal tides, St. Paul's above the city rides. A rumour broke through the thin smoke, enwreathing abbey, tower, and palace, the parks, the squares, the thoroughfares, the million-peopled lanes and alleys, an ever-muttering prisoned storm, the heart of London beating warm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Village Schoolmistress, from The Schoolmistress by William Shenstone, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Village Schoolmistress, from The Schoolmistress. Ah me, full sorely is my heart forlorn, to think how modest worth neglected lies, while partial fame doth with her blasts adorn such deeds alone as pride and pomp disguise, deeds of ill sort and mischievous emprise. Lend me thy clarion, goddess, let me try to sound the praise of merit ere it dies, such as I oft have chanced to espy, lost in the dreary shades of dull obscurity. In every village, marked with little spire, embowered in trees and hardly known to fame, there dwells, in lowly shed and mean attire, a matron old, whom we schoolmistress name, who boasts unruly brats with birch to tame, they grieve and sore, in piteous durance pent, awed by the power of this relentless dame, and oft-times on vagaries idly bent, for unkempt air, or task unconned, are sorely shent. And all in sight doth rise a birchen tree, which learning near her little dome did stow, whilom a twig of small regard to see, though now so wide its waving branches flow, and work the simple vessel's mickle woe, for not a wind might curl the leaves that blew, but their limbs shuddered, and their pulse beat low, and as they looked, they found their horror grew, and shaped it into rods, and tingled at the view. Her cap, far whiter than the driven snow, emblem right meet of decency doth yield, her apron dyed in grain, as blue, I trow, as is the harebell that adorns the field, and in her hand, for sceptre, she does wield tway birchen sprays, with anxious fear entwined, with dark distrust and sad repentance filled, and steadfast hate and sharp affliction joined, and fury uncontrolled, and chastisement unkind. A russet stole was over her shoulders thrown, a russet kirtle fenced the nipping air. 'Twas simple russet, but it was her own. 'Twas her own country bred the flock so fair, 'twas her own labour did the fleece prepare, and sooth to say, her pupils ranged around through pious awe did term it passing rare, for they in gaping wonderment abound, and think, no doubt, she been the greatest wight on ground. Albeit ne flattery did corrupt her truth, ne pompous title did debauch her ear, goody good woman, gossip none forsooth, or dame, the sole additions she did hear. Yet these she challenged, these she held right dear, ne would esteem him act as mought behove, who should not honour eld with these revere, for never title yet so mean could prove, but there was eke a mind which did that title love. In elbow chair, like that of Scottish stem, by the sharp tooth of cankering eld defaced, in which, when he receives his diadem, our sovereign prince and liefest liege is placed, the matron sat, and some with rank she graced, the source of children's and of courtiers' pride, redressed affronts, for vile affronts there passed, and warned them not the fretful to deride, but love each other dear, whatever them betide. Right well she knew each temper to descry, to thwart the proud, and the submiss to raise, some with vile copper price exalt on high, and some entice with pittance small of praise, and others some with baleful sprig she frays, even absent, she the reins of power doth hold, while with quaint arts the giddy crowd she sways, forewarned, if little bird their pranks behold, 'twill whisper in her ear, and all the scene unfold. Lo, now with state she utters her command, eftsoons the urchins to their tasks repair, their books of stature small they take in hand, which with pellucid horn secure it are, to save from finger wet the letters fair, the work so gay that on their back is seen St. George's high achievements does declare, on which thilk white that has y-gazing been, kens the forthcoming rod, unpleasing sight, I ween. But now then Phoebus gains the middle sky, and Liberty unbars her prison door, and like a rushing torrent out they fly, and now the grassy cirque han covered o'er with boisterous revel, rout, and wild uproar. 1,000 ways in wanton rings they run. Heaven shield their short-lived pastimes, I implore, for well may freedom, erst so dearly won, appear to British elf more gladsome than the sun. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forging of the Anchor by Samuel Ferguson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Forging of the Anchor. Come, see the dolphin's anchor forged. 'Tis at a white heat now. The bellows ceased, the flames decreased, though on the forge's brow the little flames still fitfully play through the sable mound, and fitfully you still may see the grim smiths ranking round. All clad in leathern panoply, their broad hands only bare. Some rest upon their sledges here, some work the windlass there. The windlass strains the tackle chains, the black mound heaves below, and red and deep 100 veins burst out at every throw. It rises, roars, rends all outright. O Vulcan, what a glow! 'Tis blinding white, 'tis blasting bright. The high sun shines not so. The high sun sees not on the earth such a fiery, fearful show. The roof ribs swarth, the candent hearth, the ruddy lurid row of smiths that stand, an ardent band, like men before the foe. As quivering through his fleece of flame, the sailing monster slow sinks on the anvil. All about the faces fiery grow. Hurrah! They shout, leap out, bang, bang, the sledges go. Hurrah! The jetted lightnings are hissing high and low. A hailing fount of fire is struck at every squashing blow. The leathern mail rebounds the hail, the rattling cinders strew the ground around at every bound, the sweltering fountains flow. And thick and loud the swinking crowd at every stroke pant, ho! Leap out, my masters, leap out and lay on load. Let's forge a goodly anchor, a bower thick and broad. For a heart of oak is hanging on every blow I bode, and I see the good ship riding all in a perilous road. The low reef roaring on her lee, the roll of ocean poured. From stem to stern, sea after sea, the mainmast by the board. The bulwarks down, the rudder gone, the boats stove at the chains. But courage still, brave mariners, the bower still remains. And not an inch to flinch he deigns, save when ye pitch sky high. Then moves his head as though he said, fear nothing, here am I. Swing in your strokes in order, let foot and hand keep time. Your blows make music sweeter far than any steeple's chime. But while you sling your sledges, sing, and let the burden be, the anchor is the anvil king, and royal craftsmen we. Strike in, the sparks begin to dull their rustling red. Our hammers ring with sharper din, our work will soon be sped. Our anchor soon must change his bed of fiery rich array, for a hammock at the roaring bows, or an oozy couch of clay. Our anchor soon must change the lay of merry craftsmen here, for the yo heave ho and the heave away, and the sighing seaman's cheer. When weighing slow at eve they go, far, far from love and home, and sobbing sweethearts in a row wail o'er the ocean foam. In livid and obdurate gloom he darkens down at last, A shapely one he is, and strong as ore from cat was cast. O trusted and trustworthy guard, if thou hadst life like me, what pleasure would thy toils reward beneath the deep green sea? O deep sea diver, who might then behold such sights as thou? The hoary monsters' palaces, methinks what joy 'twere now to go plunging down amid the assembly of the whales, and feel the churning sea round me boil beneath their scourging tails. Then deep in tangled woods to fight the fierce sea unicorn, and send him foiled and bellowing back for all his ivory horn. To leave the supple sword fish of bony blade forlorn, and for the ghastly grinning shark to laugh his jaws to scorn. To leap down on the kraken's back, where mid Norwegian isles he lies, a lubber anchorage for sudden shallowed miles, till snorting like an undersea volcano off he rolls, meanwhile to swing a buffeting the far astonished shoals. Of his back browsing ocean calves, or haply in a cove, shell strewn and consecrate of old to some undinest love, to find the long-haired mermaidens, or hard by icy land to wrestle with the sea serpent upon cerulean sands. O broad-armed fisher of the deep, whose sport can equal thine, the dolphin weighs 1,000 tons that tugs thy cable line. And night by night 'tis thy delight, thy glory day by day, through sable sea and breaker white the giant game to play. But shamer of our little sports, forgive the name I gave. A fisher's joy is to destroy, thine office is to save. O lodger in the sea king's halls, couldst thou but understand who's by the white bones by thy side, or who that dripping band, so swaying in the heaving waves that round about thee bend, with sounds like breakers in a dream blessing their ancient friend. O couldst thou know what heroes glide with larger steps round thee, thine iron side would swell with pride, thou'dst leap within the sea. Give honour to their memories who left the pleasant strand to shed their blood so freely for the love of fatherland, who left their chance of quiet age and grassy churchyard grave so freely for a restless bed amid the tossing wave. O thou, our anchor, may not be all I have fondly sung. Honour him for their memory whose bones he goes among. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Newport Beach by Henry Theodore Tuckerman, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada. Newport Beach. Wave after wave successively rolls on and dies along the shore, until more loud one billow with concentrate force is heard to swell prophetic, and exultant rears a lucent form above its pioneers, and rushes past them to the farthest goal. Thus our unnuttered feelings rise and fall, and thought will follow thought in equal waves, until reflection nerves design to will, or sentiment or chance emotion reigns, and all its wayward undulations blend in one o'erwhelming surge. Henry Theodore Tuckerman. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Settler by Alfred B. Street, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Settler. His echoing axe the settler swung amid the sea-like solitude, and rushing, thundering, down were flung the Titans of the wood. Loud shrieked the eagle as he dashed from out his mossy nest, which crashed with its supporting bough, and the first sunlight, leaping, flashed on the wolf's haunt below. Rude was the garb, and strong the frame of him who plied his ceaseless toil. To form that garb the wildwood game contributed their spoil. The soul that warmed that frame disdained the tinsel, gaud, and glare that reigned where men their crowds collect. The simple fur, untrimmed, unstained, this forest tamer decked. The paths which wound amid gorgeous trees, the stream whose bright lips kissed their flowers, the winds that swelled their harmonies through those sun-hiding bowers, the temple vast, the green arcade, the nestling vale, the grassy glade, dark cave and swampy lair, these scenes and sounds majestic made his world, his pleasures there. His roof adorned a pleasant spot, mid the black logs green glowed the grain, and herbs and plants the woods knew not throve in the sun and rain. The smoke wreath curling o'er the dell, the low, the bleat, the tinkling bell, all made a landscape strange, which was the living chronicle of deeds that wrought the change. The violet sprung at spring's first tinge, the rose of summer spread its glow, the maize hung out its autumn fringe, rude winter brought his snow, and still the lone one laboured there, his shout and whistle broke the air, as cheerily he plied his garden spade, or drove his share along the hillock's side. He marked the firestorm's blazing flood, roaring and crackling on its path, and scorching earth and melting wood beneath its greedy wrath. He marked the rapid whirlwind shoot, trampling the pine tree with its foot, and darkening thick the day with streaming bough and severed root, hurled whizzing on its way. His gaunt hound yelled, his rifle flashed, the grim bear hushed his savage growl. In blood and foam the panther gnashed his fangs with dying howl. The fleet deer ceased its flying bound, its snarling wolf-foe bit the ground, and with its moaning cry the beaver sank beneath the wound its pond-built Venice by. Humble the lot, yet his the race, when liberty sent forth her cry, who thronged in conflict's deadliest place, to fight, to bleed, to die, who cumbered bunker's height of red, by hope through weary years were led, and witnessed Yorktown's sun blaze on a nation's banner spread, a nation's freedom won. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Song of the Chattahoochee by Sidney Lanier. From the World's Best Poetry Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as the rushes,
Katharina Glovala as the ferns,
Sonia as the reeds,
and Adam Bielka as the trees.
Song of the Chattahoochee. Out of the hills of Habersham, down the valleys of Hall, I hurry amain to reach the plain, run the rapid and leap the fall, split at the rock and together again, accept my bed, or narrow or wide, and flee from folly on every side, with a lover's pain to attain the plain, far from the hills of Habersham, far from the valleys of Hall. All down the hills of Habersham, all through the valleys of Hall, the rushes cried,
Abide, abide!
The wilful waterweeds held me thrall, the loving laurel turned my tide, the ferns and fondling grass said,
Stay!
The dewberry dipped for to work delay, and the little reeds sighed,
Abide, abide.
Here in the hills of Habersham, here in the valleys of Hall. High o'er the hills of Habersham, veiling the valleys of Hall, the hickory told me manifold fair tales of shade, the poplar tall wrought me her shadowy self to hold, the chestnut, the oak, the walnut, the pine, overleaning, with flickering meaning and sign, said,
Pass not so cold these manifold deep shades of the hills of Habersham, these glades in the valleys of Hall.
And oft in the hills of Habersham, and oft in the valleys of Hall, the white quartz shone, and the smooth brookstone did bar me of passage with friendly brawl, and many a luminous jewel alone, crystal clear or a cloud with mist, ruby or garnet or amethyst, made lures for the lights of streaming stone, in the clefts of the hills of Habersham, in the beds of the valleys of Hall. But oh, not the hills of Habersham, and oh, not the valleys of Hall avail. I am fain for to water the plain. Downward the voices of duty call, downward to toil and be mixed with the main. The dry fields burn, and the mills are to turn, and a myriad flowers mortally yearn, and the lordly main from beyond the plain calls o'er the hills of Habersham, calls through the valleys of Hall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Weehawken and the New York Bay, from Fanny, by Fitzgreen Halleck. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Weehawken and the New York Bay, from Fanny. Weehawken, in thy mountain scenery yet, all we adore of nature and her wild and frolic hour of infancy is met. And never has a summer's morning smiled upon a lovelier scene than the full eye of the enthusiast revels on. When high amid thy forest solitudes he climbs o'er crags that proudly tower above the deep, and knows that sense of danger which sublimes the breathless moment, when his daring step is on the verge of the cliff, and he can hear the low dash of the wave with startled ear, like the death music of his coming doom, and clings to the green turf with a desperate force, as the heart clings to life. And when resume the currents in his veins their wonted course, there lingers a deep feeling, like the moan of wearied ocean when the storm is gone. In such an hour he turns, and on his view ocean and earth and heaven burst before him, clouds slumbering at his feet, and the clear blue of summer sky in beauty bending o'er him, the city bright below, and far away, sparkling in golden light, his own romantic bay. Tall spire and glittering roof, and battlement, and banners floating in the sunny air, and white sails o'er the calm blue waters bent, green isle and circling shore are blended there in wild reality. When life is old, and many a scene forgot, the heart will hold its memory of this, nor lives there one whose infant breath was drawn, or boyhood's days of happiness were passed beneath that sun, that in his manhood's prime could calmly gaze upon that bay, or on that mountain stand, nor feel the prouder of his native land. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mannahatta by Walt Whitman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bielka. Mannahatta. I was asking for something specific and perfect for my city, whereupon lo, up sprang the aboriginal name. Now I see what there is in a name, a word, liquid, sane, unruly, musical, self-sufficient. I see that the word of my city is that word from of old, because I see that word nested in nests of water bays, superb. Rich, hemmed thick all around with sail ships and steamships, an island 16 miles long, solid founded, numberless crowded streets, high growths of iron, slender, strong, light, splendidly uprising towards clear skies. Tide swift and ample, well loved by me, towards sundown. The flowing sea currents, the little islands, larger adjoining islands, the heights, the villas, the countless masts, the white shore steamers, the lighters, the ferry boats, the black sea steamers well modelled, the downtown streets, the jobbers' houses of business, the houses of business of the ship merchants and money brokers, the river streets, immigrants arriving, 15 or 20,000 in a week, the carts hauling goods, the manly race of drivers of horses, the brown-faced sailors, the summer air, the bright sun shining, and the sailing clouds aloft, the winter snows, the sleigh bells, the broken ice in the river, passing along up or down with the flood tide or ebb tide, the mechanics of the city, the masters well formed, beautiful faced, looking you straight in the eyes, trottoirs thronged, vehicles, Broadway, the women, the ships and shows, a million people, manners free and superb, open voices, hospitality, the most courageous and friendly young men, city of hurried and sparkling waters, city of spires and masts, city nested in bays, my city. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Brooklyn Bridge by Edna Dean Proctor, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adam Bialka. The Brooklyn Bridge. A granite cliff on either shore, a highway poised in air. Above the wheels of traffic roar, below the fleet sail fare. And in and out forevermore the surging tides of ocean pour, and past the towers the white gulls soar, and winds the sea clouds bear. O peerless this majestic street, this road that leaps the brine! Upon its heights twin cities meet, and throng its grand incline. To east, to west, with swiftest feet, though ice may crash and billows beat, though blinding fogs the wave may greet, or golden summer shine. Sail up the bay with morning's beam, or rocky Hellgate by, its columns rise, its cables gleam, great tents athwart the sky. And lone it looms, august supreme, when with the splendor of a dream, its blazing cressets gild the stream, till evening shadows fly. By Nile stand proud the pyramids, but they were for the dead, the awful gloom that joy forbids, the mourner's silent tread. The crypt, the coffin's stony lids, sad as a soul the maze that thrids, of dark Amenti, ere it rids its way of judgment dread. This glorious arch, these climbing towers, are all for life and cheer, part of the new world's nobler dowers, hint of millennial year, that comes apace, though evil lowers, when loftier aims and larger powers will mould and deck this earth of ours, and heaven at length bring near. Unmoved its cliffs shall crown the shore, its arch the chasm dare, its network hang the blue before, as gossamer in air, while in and out forevermore the surging tides of ocean pour, and past its towers the white gulls soar, and winds the sea clouds bear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Scythe Song by Andrew Lang, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Scythe Song. Mowers, weary and brown and blithe, what is the word, methinks ye know, endless overword, that the scythe sings to the blades of the grass below. Scythes that swing in the grass and clover, something still they say as they pass. What is the word that, over and over, sings the scythe to the flowers and grass? Hush, ah hush, the scythe was saying, hush and heed not and fall asleep. Hush, they say to the grasses swaying, hush, they sing to the clover deep. Hush, 'tis the lullaby time is singing. Hush and heed not, for all things pass. Hush, ah hush, and the scythes are swinging over the clover, over the grass. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Mowers by Myron B. Benton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as the Mowers,
Sonia as the Swallows,
and Craig Franklin as Farmer Russet.
The Mowers. The sunburnt mowers are in the swath. Swing, swing, swing. The towering lilies loath tremble and totter and fall. The meadow rue dashes its tassels of golden dew, and the keen blade sweeps over all. Swing, swing, swing. The flowers, the berries, the feathered grass are thrown in a smothered mass. Hastens away the butterfly. With half their burden the brown bees high, and the meadow lark shrieks distressed, and leaves the poor younglings all in the nest. The daisies clasp and fall, and totters the Jacob's ladder tall, weaving and winding and curving lithe, o'er plumy hillocks, through dewy hollows, his subtle scythe the nodding mower follows. Swing, swing, swing. Anon the chiming whetstones ring, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, and the mower now pauses and wipes his beaded brow. A moment he scans the fleckless sky, a moment the fish-hawk soaring high, and watches the swallows dip and dive, anear and far. They whisk and glimmer, and chatter and strive. What do they gossip together? Cunning fellows they are, wise prophets to him.
higher or lower they circle and skim, fair or foul tomorrow's hay weather.
Tallest primroses or loftiest daisies, not a steel-blue feather of slim wing grazes.
Fear not,
Cry the swallows. Each mower tightens his snathring's wedge, and his finger daintily follows the long blade's tickle edge. Softly the whetstone's last touches ring, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling. Like a leaf-muffled bird in the woodland nigh, faintly the fading echoes reply, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling.
Perchance the swallows that flit in their glee of tomorrow's hay weather know little as we,
says Farmer Russet.
be it hidden in shower or sunshine, tomorrow we do not own. Today is ours alone. Not a twinkle we'll waste of the golden hour. Grasp tightly the nibs, give heel and give toe. Lay a goodly swathe, shave smooth and low. Prime is the day. Swing, swing, swing.
Farmer Russet is aged and grey as the frost, but fresh as the spring. Straight is he as the green fir tree, and with heart most blithe and sinews lithe, he leads the row with his merry scythe.
Come, boys, strike up the old song, while we circle around, the song we always in haytime sing, and let the woods ring, and the echoes prolong the merry sound. July is just in the nick of time.
Hay weather, hay weather.
The midsummer month is the golden prime, for haycocks smelling of clover and thyme.
Swing all together.
July is just in the nick of time.
Oh, we'll make our hay while the good sun shines. We'll waste not a golden minute. No shadow of storm the blue arch lines. We'll waste not a minute, not a minute. For the west wind is fair. Oh, the hay-day is rare. The sky is without a brown cloud in it.
June is too early for richest hay.
Fair weather, fair weather.
The corn stretches taller the livelong day, but grass is ever too sappy to lay.
Clip all together.
June is too early for richest hay. August's a month that too far goes by.
Late weather, late weather.
Grasshoppers are chipper and kick too high, and grass that's standing is fodder scorched dry.
Pull all together.
August's a month that too far goes by. July is just in the nick of time.
Best weather, best weather.
The midsummer month is the golden prime for haycocks smelling of clover and thyme.
Strike all together.
July is just in the nick of time.
Still hiss the scythes, shudder the grass's defenceless blades, the lily throng writhes, and, as a phalanx of wild geese streams, where the shore of April's cloudland gleams, on their dizzy way, in serried grades, wing on wing, the mowers, each a step in advance of his fellows, time their stroke with a glance of swerveless force, and far through the meadow leads their course, swing, swing, swing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Chateau Papineau by S. Francis Harrison, Serranus. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Chateau Papineau. Afloat. 1. The red-tiled towers of the old chateau, perched on the cliff above our bark, burn in the western evening glow. The fiery spirit of Papineau consumes them still with its fever spark, the red-tiled towers of the old chateau. Drift by and mark how bright they show, and how the mullioned windows, mark, burn in the western evening glow. Drift down or up, where'er you go, they flame from out the distant park, the red-tiled towers of the old chateau. So was it once with friend, with foe, far off they saw the patriot's ark burn in the western evening glow. Think of him now, one thought bestow, as, blazing against the pine trees dark, the red-tiled towers of the old chateau burn in the western evening glow. Ashore. 2. Within this charmed cool retreat, where bounty dwelt and beauty waits, the old world and the new world meet. Quitting the straggling village street, enter, passing the great grey gates, within this charmed cool retreat, where thrives a garden, ancient, neat, where vulgar noise ne'er penetrates, the old world and the new world meet. For mouldering vault and carven seat tell us that France predominates within this charmed cool retreat, though Canada be felt and beat of summer pulse that enervates, the old world and the new world meet, in dial, arbor, tropic heat, enter, and note how clear all states that in this charmed cool retreat the old world and the new world meet. 3. The garden's past, 'tis forest now, encircling us with leafy tide, close clustering in green branch and bough. So beautiful a wood, we vow, was never seen, so fresh, so wide. The garden's past, 'tis forest now. 'Tis more, 'tis Canada, and how should feudal leaven lurk and hide close clustering in green branch and bough? Quaintly the dial on the brow of yonder open glade is spied. The garden's past, 'tis forest now. Yet doth the dial straight endow the green with glamour undenied, close clustering in green branch and bough. Such relics who would disallow? We pause and ponder, turn aside. The garden's past, 'tis forest now, close clustering in green branch and bough. 4. The glint of steel, the gleam of brocade. Monsignor up in his tarnished frame, a long low terrace, half sun, half shade. Tapestry, dusty, dim and frayed, the toy and sofa, a flickering flame, a glint of steel, a gleam of brocade. Madame on the wall as a roguish maid, later, some years, as a portly dame, the long low terrace, half sun, half shade. Where Madame's ghost and Monsieur's parade and play at ombre, their favourite game, the glint of steel, the gleam of brocade, hang over hall and balustrade, paceth a spectral peacock tame, the long low terrace, half sun, half shade. Waketh a nightly serenade, where daylight now we see proclaim, the glint of steel, the gleam of brocade, the long low terrace, half sun, half shade. 5. The spell of age is over all, the lichened vault, the massive keep, the shaded walks, the shadowy hall, and medieval mists enthrall the senses bathed in beauty sleep. The spell of age is over all. No marvel if a silken shawl be sometimes heard to trail and sweep the shaded walks, the shadowy hall. No marvel if a light footfall adown the stair be heard to creep. The spell of age is over all. Afoot, we muse, both arched and small, doth often tread this terrace steep, those shaded walks, this shadowy hall. Afoot as white as trilliums tall, musing, the wall we lightly leap. The spell of age is over all, the shaded walks, the shadowy hall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Mexico by Eveline Stein, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. In Mexico. The cactus towers straight and tall through fallow fields of chaparral, and here and there, in paths apart, a dusky peon guides his cart, and yokes of oxen journey slow in Mexico. And oft some distant tinkling tells of muleteers with wagon bells that jangle sweet across the maize, and green agave stalks that raise rich spires of blossoms, row on row, in Mexico. Upon the whitened city walls the golden sunshine softly falls, on archways set with orange trees, on paven courts and balconies, where trailing vines toss to and fro, in Mexico. And patient little donkeys fare with laden saddlebags, and bear through narrow ways quaint water jars, wreathed round with waxen lily stars and scarlet poppy buds that blow, in Mexico. When twilight falls, more near and clear the tender southern skies appear, and down green slopes of blooming limes come cascades of cathedral chimes, and prayerful figures worship low, in Mexico. A land of lutes and witching tones, of silver, onyx, opal stones, a lazy land wherein all seems enchanted into endless dreams, and never any need they know, in Mexico. Of life's unquiet swift advance, but slipped into such gracious trance, the restless world speeds on unfelt, unheeded, as by those who dwelt in olden ages long ago, in Mexico. End of In Mexico. This recording is in the public domain. The Fall of Troy, from the Aeneid by Virgil, translated from the Latin by Sir Charles Bowen. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla. The Fall of Troy, from the Aeneid. Aeneas, speaking to Dido, Queen of Carthage. Forward we fare, called to the palace of Priam by war shouts rending the air. Here of a truth raged battle, as though no combats beside reigned elsewhere, no thousands about all Ilion died. Here we beheld in his fury the war god, foeman the roof scaling, the threshold blocked with a penthouse javelin proof. Let us rest on the walls, armed warriors climb by the door, stair upon stair, left hands to the arrows round them that pour, holding a buckler, the battlement ridge in the right held fast. Trojans in turn wrench loose from the palace turret and tower, ready with these, when the end seems visible, death's dark hour closing around them now, to defend their lives to the last. Gilded rafters, the glory of Trojan kings of the past, roll on the enemy. Others, with javelins flashing fire, form at the inner doors, and around them close in a ring. Hearts grow bolder within us, to succor the palace, to bring aid to the soldier, and valor and vanquished hearts to inspire. There was a gate with a secret door, that a passage adjoined, threading the inner palace, a postern planted behind. Here Andromache, ill-starred queen, oft entered alone, visiting Hector's parents when yet they sate on their throne. Oft to his grandsire with her the boy Astyanax led. Passing the covered way to the roof, I mount overhead, where Troy's children were hurling an idle javelin shower. From it a turret rose, on the topmost battlement height, raised to the stars, whence Troy and the Danaan ships and the white Dorian tents were wont to be seen in a happier hour. With bright steel we assailed it, and where high flooring of tower offered a joint that yielded, we wrenched it loose, and below sent it a-drifting. It fell with a thunderous crash on the foe, carrying ruin afar. But the ranks close round us again, stones and the myriad weapons of war unceasingly rain. Facing the porch, on the threshold itself, stands Pyrrhus in bright triumph, with glittering weapons, a flashing mirror of light. As to the light some viper, on grasses poisonous fed, swollen and buried long by the winter's frost in his bed, shedding his weeds, uprises in shining beauty and strength, lifts, new-born, his bosom, and wreathes his slippery length, high to the sunlight darting a three-forked flickering tongue. Periphas huge strides near, and the brave Automedon, long charioteer to Achilles, an armor-bearer today. All of the flower of Skyros beside him, warriors young, crowd to the palace too, while flames on the battlement play. Pyrrhus in front of the host, with a two-edged axe in his hand, breaches the stubborn doors, from the hinges rents with his brand, brass-clamped timbers, a panel cleaves, to the heart of the oak strikes, and a yawning chasm of the sunlight gapes at his stroke. Bare to the eye is the palace within, long vistas of hall open, the inmost dwelling of Priam is seen of them all. Bare the inviolate chambers of kings of an earlier day, and they descry on the threshold the armed men standing at bay. Groaning and wild uproar through the inner palace begin. Women's wailings are heard from the vaulted cloisters within. Shrieks to the golden stars are rolled. Scared mothers in fear of the vast court's wonder, embracing the thresholds dear, clasping and kissing the doors. On strides, as his father in might, Pyrrhus. No gate can stay him, nor guard withstand him tonight. Portals yield at the thunder of strokes plied ever and aye. Down from the hinges the gates are flung on their faces to lie. Entries broken, the enemy's hosts stream inward and kill all in the van, each space with a countless soldiery fill. Not so rages the river, that o'er its barriers flows white with foam, overturning the earth-built mounds that oppose, when on the fields as a mountain it rolls, by meadow and wold, sweeping to ruin the herd in the stall. These eyes did behold Pyrrhus maddened with slaughter, and marked on the sill of the gate both the Atridae brethren. I saw where Hecuba sate, round her 100 brides of her sons, saw Priam with blood staining the altar fires, he had hallowed himself to his god. 50 his bridal chambers within, each seeming a sweet promise of children's children, in dust all lie at his feet. Doors emblazoned with spoils and with proud barbarian gold lie in the dust, where flames yield passage, Danaans hold. End of The Fall of Troy. This recording is in the public domain. Horatius at the Bridge by Thomas Babington. Lord Macaulay. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla as the narrator,
Sonia as the prophets and Herminius,
Jason in Canada as the consul and Spurius Lartius,
Craig Franklin as the scout and Lars Porsena,
Thomas Peter as Sextus and Astor,
and Adrian Stevens as Horatius.
Horatius at the Bridge. Lars Porsena of Clusium, by the 9 gods he swore that the great house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. By the 9 gods he swore it, and named a trysting day, and bade his messengers ride forth, east and west and south and north, to summon his array. East and west and south and north the messengers ride fast, and tower and town and cottage have heard the trumpets blast. Shame on the false Etruscan who lingers in his home, when Porsena of Clusium is on the march for Rome. The horsemen and footmen are pouring in amain, from many a stately marketplace, from many a fruitful plain, from many a lonely hamlet, which, hid by beech and pine, like an eagle's nest hangs on the crest of purple Apennine. From lordly Volaterra, where skulls the far-famed hold, piled by the hands of giants for godlike kings of old, from sea-girt Populonia, whose sentinels descry Sardinia's snowy mountain-tops fringing the southern sky. From the proud mart of Pisa, queen of western waves, where ride Masilia's triremes, heavy with fair-haired slaves. From where sweet Clanis wanders, through corn and vines and flowers, from where Cortona lifts to heaven her diadem of towers. Tall are the oaks whose acorns drop in dark Auser's rill, fat are the stags that champ the boughs of the Ciminian hill. Beyond all streams Clitumnus is to the herdsman dear, best of all pools the fowler loves, the great Volsinian mere. But now no stroke of woodman is heard by Auser's rill, no hunter tracks the stag's green path up the Ciminian hill. Unwatched along Clitumnus grazes the milk-white steer, unharmed the waterfowl may dip in the Volsinian mere. The harvest of Arretium this year old men shall reap, this year young boys in Umbro shall plunge the struggling sheep, and in the vats of Luna this year the must shall foam round the white feet of laughing girls, whose sires have marched to Rome. There be 30 chosen prophets, the wisest of the land, who always by Lars Porsena both morn and evening stand. Evening and morn the 30 have turned the verses o'er, traced from the right on linen white by mighty seers of yore. And with one voice the 30 have their glad answer given.
Go forth, Lars Porsena, go forth, beloved of heaven, go and return in glory to Clusium's royal dome, and hang round Nurcia's altars the golden shields of Rome.
And now hath every city sent up her tale of men. The foot are 80,000, the horse are thousands 10. Before the gates of Sutrium is met the great array. A proud man was Lars Porsena upon the trysting day. For all the Etruscan armies were ranged beneath his eye, and many a banished Roman, and many a stout ally. And with a mighty following to join the muster came the Tusculan Mamilius, prince of the Latian name. But by the yellow Tiber was a tumult and a fright. From all the spacious champaign to Rome men took their flight. A mile around the city the throng stopped up the ways. A fearful sight it was to see through 2 long nights and days. For aged folk on crutches, and women great with child, and mothers sopping over babes that clung to them and smiled, and sick men borne in litters high on the necks of slaves, and troops of sunburnt husbandmen with reaping hooks and staves, and droves of mules and asses laden with skins of wine, and endless flocks of goats and sheep, and endless herds of kine, and endless trains of wagons that creaked beneath the weight of corn sacks and of household goods, choked every roaring gate. Now, from the rock Tarpeian, could the wan burghers spy the line of blazing villages red in the midnight sky. The fathers of the city, they sat all night and day, for every hour some horseman came with tidings of dismay. To eastward and to westward have spread the Tuscan bands, nor house, nor fence, nor dovecote in Crustumerium stands. Verbenna down to Ostia hath wasted all the plain, Astra hath stormed Janiculum, and the stout guards are slain. I wis, in all the senate there was no heart so bold, but sore it ached, and fast it beat, when that ill news was told. Forthwith uprose the consul, uprose the fathers all. In haste they girded up their gowns, and hied them to the wall. They held a council standing before the river gate. Short time was there, ye well may guess, for musing or debate. Outspake the consul roundly,
The bridge must straight go down, for since Janiculum is lost, naught else can save the town.
Just then a scout came flying, all wild with haste and fear.
To arms, Sir Consul! Lars Porsena is here!
On the low hills to westward the consul fixed his eye, and saw the swarthy storm of dust rise fast along the sky. And nearer fast and nearer doth the red whirlwind come, and louder still, and still more loud, from underneath that rolling cloud is heard the trumpet's war note proud, the trampling and the hum. And plainly, and more plainly now, through the gloom appears, far to left and far to right, in broken gleams of dark blue light, the long array of helmets bright, the long array of spears. And plainly, and more plainly, above that glimmering line, now might ye see the banners of 12 fair cities shine. But the banner of proud Clusium was highest of them all, the terror of the Umbrian, the terror of the Gaul. And plainly, and more plainly now, might the burghers know, by port and vest, by horse and crest, each warlike Lucumo. The Cilnius of Arretium, on his fleet roan was seen, and Astur of the fourfold shield, girt with the brand none else may wield, Tolumnius with the belt of gold, and dark Verbenna from the hold by reedy Thrasimene. Fast by the royal standard, o'erlooking all the war, Lars Porsena of Clusium sat in his ivory car. By the right wheel rode Mamilius, prince of the Latian name, and by the left false Sextus, that wrought the deed of shame. But when the face of Sextus was seen among the foes, a yell that rent the firmament from all the town arose. On the housetops was no woman but spat towards him and hissed, no child but screamed out curses and shook its little fist. But the consul's brow was sad, and the consul's speech was low, and darkly looked he at the wall, and darkly at the foe.
Their van will be upon us before the bridge goes down, and if they once may win the bridge, what hope to save the town?
Then outspake brave Horatius, the captain of the gate.
To every man upon this earth death cometh, soon or late, and how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? And for the tender mother who dandled him to rest, and for the wife who nurses his baby at her breast, and for the holy maidens who feed the eternal flame, to save them from false Sextus that wrought the deed of shame, hew down the bridge, Sir Consul, with all the speed ye may. I, with 2 more to help me, will hold the foe in play. In yon straight path 1,000 may well be stopped by 3. Now, who will stand on either hand and keep the bridge with me?
Then outspake Spurius Lartius, Aremnian proud was he.
Lo, I will stand at thy right hand, and keep the bridge with thee.
And outspake strong Herminius, of Titian blood was he.
I will abide on thy left side, and keep the bridge with thee.
Horatius,
Quoth the consul,
as thou sayest, so let it be.
and straight against the great array went forth the dauntless 3. For Romans in Rome's quarrel spared neither land nor gold, nor son nor wife, nor limb nor life, in the brave days of old. Then none was for a party, then all were for the state. Then the great man helped the poor, and the poor man loved the great. Then lands were fairly portioned, then spoils were fairly sold, The Romans were like brothers in the brave days of old. Now Roman is to Roman more hateful than a foe, and the tribunes beard the high, and the fathers grind the low. As we wax hot in faction, in battle we wax cold. Wherefore men fight not as they fought in the brave days of old.
Now, while the three were tightening their harness on their backs, the consul was the foremost man to take in hand an axe. And fathers mixed with commons seized hatchet, bar, and crow, and smote upon the planks above, and loosed the props below.
Meanwhile the Tuscan army, right glorious to behold, came flashing back the noonday light, rank behind rank, like surges bright of a broad sea of gold. 400 trumpets sounded, a peal of warlike glee, as that great host with measured tread, and spears advanced, and ensigns spread, rolled slowly toward the bridge's head, where stood the dauntless three. The three stood calm and silent, and looked upon the foes, and a great shout of laughter from all the vanguard rose, and forth 3 chiefs came spurring before that deep array. To earth they sprang, their swords they drew, and lifted high their shields, and flew to win the narrow way. Aunus from green Tifernum, lord of the hill of vines, and Seius, whose 800 slaves sicken in Ilva's mines, and Picus, long to Clusium, vassal in peace and war, who led to fight his Umbrian powers from that grey crag where, girt with towers,
the fortress of Nequinum lowers,
o'er the pale waves of Nar. Stout Lartius hurled down Aunus into the stream beneath, Herminius struck at Seius, and clove him to the teeth. At Picus brave Horatius
darted one fiery thrust,
and the proud Umbrian's gilded arms clashed in the bloody dust. Then Ocnus of Phalerii rushed on the Roman three, and Lausulus of Urgo, the rover of the sea, and Arens of Volsinium, who slew the great wild boar that had his den amidst the reeds of Cosus fen, and wasted fields and slaughtered men along Albinia's shore. Herminius smote down Arens, Lartius laid Ocnus low, right to the heart of Lausulus Horatius sent a blow.
"Lie there,"
he cried,
"fell pirate! No more, aghast and pale, from Ostia's walls the crowd shall mark the track of thy destroying bark. No more Campania's hinds shall fly to woods and caverns when they spy thy thrice accursed sail."
But now no sound of laughter was heard among the foes. A wild and wrathful clamour from all the vanguard rose. 6 spears' length from the entrance halted that mighty mass, and for a space no man came forth to win the narrow pass. But hark, the cry is Astur, and lo, the ranks divide, and the great lord of Luna comes with his stately stride. Upon his ample shoulders clanks loud the fourfold shield, and in his hand he shakes the brand which none but he can wield. He smiled on those bold Romans, a smile serene and high. He eyed the flinching Tuscans, and scorn was in his eye. Quoth he,
"The she-wolf's litter stands savagely at bay, but will ye dare to follow, if Astur clears the way?"
Then, whirling up his broadsword, with both hands to the height, he rushed against Horatius, and smote with all his might. With shield and blade Horatius right deftly turned the blow. The blow, though turned, came yet too nigh.
It missed his helm, but gashed his thigh.
The Tuscans raised a joyful cry to see the red blood flow. He reeled, and on Herminius he leaned one breathing space, then, like a wild cat mad with wounds, sprang right at Astur's face. Through teeth and skull and helmet so fierce a thrust he sped, the good sword stood a handbreadth out behind the Tuscan's head. And the great lord of Luna fell at that deadly stroke, as falls on Mount Avernus a thunder-smitten oak. Far o'er the crashing forest the giant arms lie spread, and the pale augurs, muttering low, gaze on the blasted head. On Astur's throat Horatius right firmly pressed his heel, and thrice and 4 times tugged amain ere he wrenched out the steel. And,
"See,"
he cried,
"the welcome, fair guests, that waits you here. What noble Lucomo comes next to taste our Roman cheer?"
But at his haughty challenge a sullen murmur ran, mingled with wrath and shame and dread, along that glittering van. There lacked not men of prowess, nor men of lordly race, for all Etruria's noblest were round the fatal place. But all Etruria's noblest felt their hearts sink to see on the earth the bloody corpses, in the path the dauntless three, and from the ghastly entrance where those bold Romans stood, all shrank, like boys who, unaware, ranging the woods to start a hare, come to the mouth of the dark lair where, growling low, a fierce old bear lies amidst bones and blood. Was none who would be foremost to lead such dire attack, but those behind cried,
"Forward!"
and those before cried,
Back!
and backward now and forward wavers the deep array, and on the tossing sea of steel to and fro the standards reel, and the victorious trumpet peal dies fitfully away. Yet one man for one moment strode out before the crowd. Well known was he to all the three, and they gave him greeting loud.
Now welcome, welcome, Sextus.
Now welcome to thy home.
Why dost thou stay and turn away? Here lies the road to Rome.
Thrice looked he at the city, thrice looked he at the dead, and thrice came on in fury, and thrice turned back in dread, and, white with fear and hatred, scowled at the narrow way where, wallowing in a pool of blood, the bravest Tuscans lay. But meanwhile axe and lever have manfully been plied, and now the bridge hangs tottering above the boiling tide.
Come back, Horatius.
Loud cried the fathers all.
Back, Laertius, back, Herminius, back ere the ruin fall.
Back darted Spurius Lartius, Herminius darted back, and as they passed beneath their feet they felt the timbers crack. But when they turned their faces, and on the farther shore saw brave Horatius stand alone, they would have crossed once more. But with a crash like thunder fell every loosened beam, and, like a dam, the mighty wreck lay right athwart the stream. And a long shout of triumph rose from the walls of Rome, as to the highest turret tops was splashed the yellow foam. And like a horse unbroken, when first he feels the rein, the furious river struggled hard and tossed his tawny mane, and burst the curb and bounded, rejoicing to be free, and whirling down in fierce career, battlement and plank and pier rushed headlong to the sea. Alone stood brave Horatius, but constant still in mind, thrice 30,000 foes before, and the broad flood behind.
"Down with him!"
cried false Sextus, with a smile on his pale face.
Now yield thee!
cried Lars Porsena.
Now yield thee to our grace!
Round turned he, as not deigning those craven ranks to see. Not spake he to Lars Porsena, to Sextus naught spake he. But he saw on Palatinus, the white porch of his home, and he spake to the noble river that rolls by the towers of Rome.
O Tiber, Father Tiber, to whom the Romans pray, a Roman's life, a Roman's arms, take thou in charge this day.
So he spake, and speaking, sheathed the good sword by his side, and, with his harness on his back, plunged headlong in the tide. No sound of joy or sorrow was heard from either bank, but friends and foes in dumb surprise, with parted lips and straining eyes, stood gazing where he sank. And when above the surges they saw his crest appear, all Rome sent forth a rapturous cry, and even the ranks of Tuscany could scarce forbear to cheer.
But fiercely ran the current, swollen high by months of rain, and fast his blood was flowing, and he was sore in pain, and heavy with his armour, and spent with changing blows, and oft they thought him sinking, but still again he rose.
Never, I ween, did swimmer, in such an evil case, struggle through such a raging flood, safe to the landing place. But his limbs were borne up bravely by the brave heart within, and our good father Tiber bare bravely up his chin.
"Curse on him!"
quoth false Sextus.
"We'll not the villain drown. Before this stay, ere close of day, we should have sacked the town."
Heaven help him!
quoth Lars Porsena.
and bring him safe to shore, for such a gallant feat of arms was never seen before.
And now he feels the bottom, now on dry earth he stands, now round him throng the fathers to press his gory hands, and now with shouts and clapping and noise of weeping loud he enters through the river gate, borne by the joyous crowd. They gave him of the cornland that was of public right, as much as 2 strong oxen could plough from morn till night, and they made a molten image and set it up on high, and there it stands unto this day, to witness if I lie. It stands in the Comitium, plain for all folk to see, Horatius in his harness, halting upon one knee, and underneath is written, in letters all of gold, how valiantly he kept the bridge in the brave days of old.
And still his name sounds stirring unto the men of Rome, as the trumpet blast that cries to them to charge the Volscian home, and wives still pray to Juno for boys with hearts as bold as his who kept the bridge so well in the brave days of old.
And in the nights of winter, when the cold north winds blow, and the long howling of the wolves is heard amidst the snow, when round the lonely cottage roars loud the tempest's din, and the good logs of Algidus roar louder yet within, when the oldest cask is opened, and the largest lamp is lit, when the chestnuts glow in the embers, and the kid turns on the spit, when young and old in circle around the firebrands close, when the girls are weaving baskets and the lads are shaping bows, when the good man mends his armor and trims his helmet's plume, when the good wife's shuttle merrily goes flashing through the loom, with weeping and with laughter, still is the story told, how well Horatius kept the bridge in the brave days of old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thor recovers his hammer from Thrym, from Siemens Edda, translated from the Icelandic by W. Herbert. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Thor,
Katharina Glowalla as Freya,
Jason in Canada as Thrym,
Adrian Stevens as Loki,
and Sonja as Heimdallr and Thrym's sister.
Thor recovers his hammer from Thrym. From Siemens Edda. Wroth waxed Thor when his sleep was flown, and he found his trusty hammer gone. He smote his brow, his beard he shook, the son of earth gan round him look, and this the first word that he spoke.
Now listen what I tell thee, Loki, which neither on earth below is known, nor in heaven above my hammer's gone.
Their way to Freya's bower they took, and this the first word that he spoke.
Thou, Freya, must lend a winged robe to seek my hammer round the globe.
Freya sang,
That thou shalt have, though it were of gold, and that, though it were of silver, hold.
Away flew Loki. The winged robe sounds, ere he has left the Asgard grounds, and ere he has reached the Jotunheim bounds. High on a mount, in haughty state, Thrym, the king of the Thursey, sate. For his dogs he was twisting collars of gold, and trimming the manes of his coursers bold. Thrym sang,
How fare the Asi, the Alfie how? Why comest thou alone to Jotunheim now?
Loki sang,
I'll fare the Asi, the Alfie morn, Thor's hammer from him thou hast torn.
Thrym sang,
I have the Thunderer's hammer bound, fathoms 8 beneath the ground. With it shall no one homeward tread, till he bring me Freya to share my bed.
Away flew Loki. The winged robe sounds, ere he has left the Jotunheim bounds, and ere he has reached the Asgard grounds. At Midgard Thor met crafty Loki, and this the first word that he spoke.
Have you your errand and labour done? Tell from aloft the course you run, for setting off the story fails, and lying off the lie prevails.
Loki sang,
My labour is past, mine errand I bring. Thrym has thine hammer, the giant king. With it shall no one homeward tread, till he bear him Freya to share his bed.
Their way to lovely Freya they took, and this the first word that he spoke.
Now, Freya, busk as a blooming bride, together we must to Jotunheim ride.
Wroth waxed Freya with ireful look, all Asgard's hall with wonder shook. Her great bright necklace started wide.
Well may you call me a wanton bride, if I with ye to Jotunheim ride.
The Asi did all to council crowd, the Asinii all talked fast and loud. This they debated, and this they sought, how the hammer of Thor should home be brought. Up then and spoke Heimdallr free, like the Vanny, wise was he.
Now busk we Thor as a bride so fair. Let him that great bright necklace wear. Round him let ring the spousal keys, and the maiden kirtle hang to his knees. And on his bosom jewels rare, and high and quaintly braid his hair.
Wroth waxed Thor with godlike pride.
Well may the Asi me deride, if I let me be dight as a blooming bride.
Then up spoke Loki, Lofea's son.
Now hush thee, Thor, this must be done. The giants will straight in Asgard reign, if thou thy hammer dost not regain.
Then busked they Thor as a bride so fair, and the great bright necklace gave him to wear. Round him let ring the spousal keys, and a maiden kirtle hang to his knees, and on his bosom jewels rare, and high and quaintly braided his hair. Up then arose the crafty Loki, Lofea's son, and thus he spoke.
A servant I thy steps will tend, together we must to Jotunheim wend.
Now home the goats together hie, yoked to the axle they swiftly fly. The mountains shook, the earth burned red, as Odin's son to Jotunheim sped. Then Thrym, the king of the Thursey, said,
Giants, stand up, let the seats be spread. Bring Freya, Njordr's daughter, down to share my bed from Noatun. With horns all gilt each coal-black beast is led to deck the giants' feast. Large wealth and jewels have I stored, I lack but Freya to grace my board.
Betimes at evening they approached, and the mantling ale the giants broached. The spouse of Sifia ate alone, 8 salmons and an ox full grown, and all the cates on which women feed, and drank 3 firkins of sparkling mead. Then Thrym, the king of the Thursey, said,
Where have ye beheld such a hungry maid? Ne'er saw I bride so keenly feed, nor drink so deep of the sparkling mead.
Then forward leaned the crafty Loki, and thus the giant he bespoke.
Naught has she eaten for 8 long nights, so did she long for the nuptial rites.
He stooped beneath her veil to kiss, but he started the length of the hall, I wis.
Why are the looks of Freya so dire? It seems as her eyeballs glistened with fire.
Then forward leaned the crafty Loki, and thus the giant he bespoke.
Naught has she slept for 8 long nights, so did she long for the nuptial rites.
Then in the giant's sister came, who dared a bridal gift to claim.
Those rings of gold from thee I crave, if thou wilt all my fondness have, all my love and fondness have.
Then Thrym, the king of the Thursey, said,
Bear in the hammer to plight the maid, upon her lap the bruiser lay, and firmly plight our hands and fay.
The thunderer's soul smiled in his breast, when the hammer hard on his lap was placed. Thrym first, the king of the Thursey, he slew, and slaughtered all the giant crew. He slew the giant's sister old, who prayed for bridal gifts so bold. Instead of money and rings, I wot, the hammer's bruises were her lot. Thus Odin's son his hammer got. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Frithjof at the court of Angantyr, from the Frithjof Saga, Canto 11, by Isaias Tegnér, translated from the Swedish by William Strong. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katarina Glowalla as the narrator,
Jason in Canada as Old Halvar,
Adam Bielka as Anyan Tyr,
Adrian Stevens as Atle,
and Thomas Peter as Frithjof.
Frithjof at the court of Angantyr, from the Frithjof Saga, Canto 11. 'Tis time to tell how Angantyr, the earl, was seated then, high in his hall of stately fir, carousing with his men. Thence he surveyed in merry mood the day-car as it rolled, now cleaving through the purple flood, all like a swan of gold. The window near, a trusty swain, old Halvar, kept good heed, one eye upon the foamy main, one on the frothy mead. Oft as the veteran's dole came round, he quaffed till all was drawn, then straight with gravity profound replaced the exhausted horn. Now hurled, it bounded on the floor, whilst loud the warder cried,
the billows laboring toward the shore, I see a vessel ride. Wrestling with death, pale rowers strain, and now they touch the land, and ghastly forms by giants twain are strewed along the strand.
The chieftain o'er the glassy vale looked from his hall on high.
Yon pennon is Elida's sail, Frithjof, I ween, is nigh, that noble port, that lofty brow, old Thornton's son declares. Such cognance, brave youth as thou, no gallant Northman bears.
Swift from the bench, with maddening air, the berserk Atle flew, o'er whose gaunt visage gore-stained hair a sable horror threw.
I haste,
he roared,
intent to brave this sword-subduer's spell, who peace or truce ne'er deign to crave, as vaunting rumours tell.
Then twice 6 followers from the board rushed forth with fierce delight. They whirled the club, they waved the sword, impatient for the fight. Thus storming to the beach they hied, where Frithjof on the sand, seated by spent Elida's side, cheered his disheartened band.
Conquest,
he 'gan with thundering voice,
were feat of light emprise, yet generous Atle grants a choice, ere luckless Frithjof dies. For proffered peace deign once to sue, else all unwont to plead. Thy steps, myself, as comrade true, to yonder keep will lead.
Though worn with conflict fell and long,
in ire the bold replied,
ere Frithjof wear a suppliant tongue, be the fresh battle tried.
Then from each sunburnt warrior's steel the lightning flashes came, and Angurvadal's runes reveal dark fate in signs of flame. Now on their bucklers, showered like hail, the clattering death strokes beat, till, cleft at once, each shield's bossed mail falls clanging at their feet. Yet proof alike 'gainst fear and ruth, they played the desperate stake. But keen was Angurvadal's tooth, and Atlas falchion brake. Said Frithjof,
Swordless foeman's life ne'er dyed this gallant blade. So, list thee to prolong the strife, be equal war essayed.
like billows driven by autumn's blast, the champions met and closed. In mutual clutch, locked firm and fast, their steel-clad breasts opposed. They hugged like bears that, wandering free, meet on their cliff of snow, grappled like eagles over the sea that frets its waves below. Such force had well-nigh torn the rock, deep-rooted from its bed, and, shaken less, the iron oak had bowed its leafy head. Big from their brows the heat drops roll, cold heaves each labouring chest. Touched by their tread, stone, bush, and knoll start from their ancient rest. Trampling, their sturdy followers wait the issue of the fray, and oft shall northern lips relate
the wrestling of that day. 'Tis o'er, for Fridtjof's matchless strength has felt his ponderous size, and 'neath that knee, at giant length, supine the Viking lies.
But fails my sword, thou berserk swart.
The voice rang far and wide.
Its point should pierce thy inmost heart, its hilt should drink the tide.
Be free to lift the weaponed hand.
Undaunted Atle spoke.
Hence, fearless quest thy distant brand. Thus I abide the stroke, to track Valhalla's path of light, in arms immortal shine. My destiny, perchance, this night, tomorrow may be thine.
Nor Fridtjof long delayed, intent to close the dread debate, his blade redeemed 'gainst Atle bent, and aimed the expected fate. But reckless courage holds a charm, can kindred wrath surcease. This quelled his ire, this checked his arm, outstretched the hand of peace. The warder growled, and eyed the cheer, waving his staff of white.
But little boots our banquet here that Hilder's cates invite. For you must stand the savory meat untouched in reeking roe. For you these lips be parched with heat, Halvar his horn forego.
Now, brothers sworn, the former foes have passed the spacious gate, whose valves to Fridtjof's few disclose wonders of wealth and state. For planks, his walls rude vest, scant aid to exclude the piercing cold, rich skins, with glittering flowers o'erlaid, berries of pendant gold. No central ball fire in the hall with stifling splendor shone, but glowed within the caverned wall a hearth of polished stone. No sooty clouds the roof defaced, the polished plank disdained. Glass neatly squared the windows graced, the door a lock restrained. For torch of pine whose crackling blaze diffused a flickering gleam, from branching silver shed bright rays rivelled the solar beam. He saw the table's ample sweep a larded heart adorn, with gold hoof raised for menaced leap, and leaf and grove of horn. Behind the seated chief serene appeared a virgin form. So looks the star of beauty's queen, soft o'er a sky of storm. There nut-brown ringlets circling flowed, there sparkled eyes of blue, and as a flower midst runes there glowed small lips of roseate hue. High on a throne of ore-clad elm sat Angantyr sedate, bright as the sun his burnished helm, as bright his gilded plate. His mantle, rich with many a gem, strewed the bespangled ground, along whose border's purple hem the spotless ermine wound. He strode 3 paces from the dais, his gallant guest to greet, and led, with many a gracious phrase, to honor's nearest seat.
What place a comrade's cherished name might ask for Thorsten's son? Is thine brave youth the due of fame, by peerless valor won?
Now flagons from Sicilia's store their treasured nectar gave. Not Aetna's fires could sparkle more froth Charybdis wave.
Come, pledge the memory of my friend, be welcome pledged,
he said,
and let the brimming goblet blend the living and the dead.
Whilst jest and social joys engage, swift the night watches fled. Freighted with mirth, not fraught with rage, the golden goblet sped. A health to Angantyr they shout, at the close of each regale, and Fridtjof wears the winter out, ere swells Illida's sail. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Skeleton in Armor by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
And Adrian Stevens as the skeleton.
The Skeleton in Armor. Suggested by an armor-clad skeleton dug up at Fall River and in the ballad connected with the old Roman tower at Newport. Speak, speak, thou fearful guest, who with thy hollow breast, still in rude armor dressed, comest to daunt me, wrapped not in Eastern balms, but with thy fleshless palms stretched as if asking alms, why dost thou haunt me? Then from those cavernous eyes pale flashes seemed to rise, as when the northern skies gleam in December, and like the water's flow under December snow came a dull voice of woe from the heart's chamber.
I was a Viking old, my deeds though manifold, no skald in song has told, no saga taught thee. Take heed that in thy verse thou dost the tale rehearse, else tread a dead man's curse, for this I sought thee. Far in the northern land, by the wild Baltic strand, I with my childish hand tamed the gerfalcon, and with my skates fast bound skimmed the half-frozen sound that the poor whimpering hound trembled to walk on. Oft to his frozen lair tracked I the grisly bear, while from my path the hare fled like a shadow. Oft through the forest dark followed the werewolf's bark, until the soaring lark sang from the meadow. But when I older grew, joining a corsair's crew, o'er the dark sea I flew with the marauders. Wild was the life we led, many the souls that sped, many the hearts that bled by our stern orders. Many a wassail bout wore the long winter out, often our midnight shout set the cocks crowing, as we the berserk's tale measured in cups of ale, draining the oaken pail, filled to overflowing. Once as I told in glee tales of the stormy sea, soft eyes did gaze on me, burning yet tender, and as the white stars shine on the dark Norway pine, on that dark heart of mine fell their soft splendour. I wooed the blue-eyed maid, yielding yet half afraid, and in the forest shade our vows were plighted. Under its loosened vest fluttered her little breast, like birds within their nest by the hawk frighted. Bright in her father's hall shields gleamed upon the wall, loud sang the minstrels all, chanting his glory. When of old Hildebrand I asked his daughter's hand, mute did the minstrel stand to hear my story. While the brown ale he quaffed, loud then the champion laughed, and as the wind gusts waft the sea foam brightly, so the loud laugh of scorn out of those lips unshorn from the deep drinking horn blew the foam lightly. She was a prince's child, I but a Viking wild, and though she blushed and smiled, I was discarded. Should not the dove so white follow the sea mew's flight? Why did they leave that night her nest unguarded? Scarce had I put to sea, bearing the maid with me. Fairest of all was she among the Norsemen, when on the white sea strand, waving his armed hand, saw we old Hildebrand with 20 horsemen. Then launched they to the blast, bent like a reed each mast, yet we were gaining fast when the wind failed us, and with a sudden flaw came round the gusty score,
so that our foe we saw laugh as he hailed us. And as to catch the gale, round veered the flapping sail. Death was the helmsman's hail, death without quarter. Midships with iron keel, struck we her ribs of steel, down her black hulk did reel, through the black water. As with his wings aslant, sails the fierce cormorant, seeking some rocky haunt, with his prey laden, so toward the open main, beating to sea again, through the wind hurricane, bore I the maiden. 3 weeks we westward bore, and when the storm was o'er, cloud-like we saw the shore stretching to leeward. There for my lady's bower built I the lofty tower, which to this very hour stands looking seaward. There lived we many years, time dried the maiden's tears. She had forgotten her fears, she was a mother. Death closed her mild blue eyes, under that tower she lies, ne'er shall the sun arise on such another. Still grew my bosom then, still as a stagnant fen. Hateful to me were men, the sunlight hateful. In the vast forest here, clad in my warlike gear, fell I upon my spear. Oh, death was grateful. Thus seemed with many scars, bursting these prison bars, up to its native stars my soul ascended. There from the flowing bowl deep drinks the warrior's soul. Skål to the Northland, skål.
Thus the tale ended. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Baron's Last Banquet by Albert G. Greene. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowala as the narrator.
And Jason in Canada as Baron Rudiger.
The Baron's Last Banquet. O'er a low couch the setting sun had thrown its latest ray, where in his last strong agony a dying warrior lay, the stern old Baron Rudiger, whose frame had ne'er been bent by wasting pain, till time and toil its iron strength had spent.
They come around me here and say my days of life are over, that I shall mount my noble steed and lead my band no more. They come, and to my beard they dare to tell me now that I, their own liege lord and master born, that I, ha ha, must die. And what is death? I've dared him oft before the Paynim spear. Think ye he's entered at my gate, has come to seek me here? I've met him, faced him, scorned him, when the fight was raging hot. I'll try his might, I'll brave his power, defy and fear him not. Ho! Sound the tocsin from my tower, and fire the culverin. Bid each retainer arm with speed, call every vassal in. Up with my banner on the wall, the banquet board prepare. Throw wide the portal of my hall, and bring my armor there.
100 hands were busy then, the banquet forth was spread, and rung the heavy oaken floor with many a martial tread, while from the rich dark tracery, along the vaulted wall, lights gleamed on harness, plume, and spear, of the proud old Gothic hall. Fast hurrying through the outer gate, the mailed retainers poured on through the portal's frowning arch, and thronged around the board, while at his head, within his dark carved oaken chair of state, armed Capapai, stern Rudiger, with girded falchion sate.
Fill every beaker up, my men, pour forth the cheering wine. There's life and strength in every drop, thanksgiving to the vine. Are ye all here, my vassals true? mine eyes are waxing dim. Fill round my tried and fearless ones each goblet to the brim. Ye are there, but yet I see ye not. Draw forth each trusty sword, and let me hear your faithful steel crash once around my board. I hear it faintly, louder yet. What clogs my heavy breath? Up all and shout for Rudiger, defiance unto death.
Bowl rang to bowl, steel clanged to steel, and rose a deafening cry that made the torches flare around and shook the flags on high.
Ho, cravens, do ye fear him? Slaves, traitors, have ye flown? Ho, cowards, have ye left me to meet him here alone? But I defy him, let him come.
Down rang the massy cup, while from its sheath the ready blade came flashing halfway up, and, with the black and heavy plumes scarce trembling on his head, there, in his dark carved oaken chair, old Rudiger sat dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nobleman and the Pensioner by Gottlieb Conrad Pfeffel, translated from the German by Charles Timothy Brooks. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the Nobleman
and Craig Franklin as the Pensioner.
The Nobleman and the Pensioner. Old man, God bless you. Does your pipe taste sweetly? A beauty, by my soul. A red clay flower pot rimmed with gold so neatly. What ask you for the bowl?
Oh, sir, that bowl for worlds I would not part with. A brave man gave it to me. Who won it? Now what think you of a Bashaw at Belgrade's victory? There, sir, there was booty worth the showing. Long life to Prince Eugene. Like after grass you might have seen us mowing the Turkish ranks down clean.
Another time I'll hear your story. Come, old man, be no fool. Take these 2 ducats, gold for glory, and let me have the bowl.
I'm a poor churl, as you may say, sir. My pension's all I'm worth. Yet I'd not give that bowl away, sir, for all the gold on earth. Just hear now, once as we hussars all merry, hard on the foe's rear pressed, a blundering rascal of a Janizary shot through our captain's breast. At once across my horse I hove him, the same would he have done, and from the smoke and tumult drove him safe to a nobleman. I nursed him, and before his end bequeathing his money and this bowl to me, he pressed my hand, just ceased his breathing, and so he died, brave soul. The money thou must give mine host, so thought I. 3 plunderings suffered he, and in remembrance of my old friend brought I the pipe away with me. Henceforth in all campaigns with me I bore it, in flight or in pursuit. It was a holy thing, sir, and I wore it safe sheltered in my boot. This very limb I lost it by a shot, sir, under the walls of Prague. First at my precious pipe be sure I caught, sir, and then picked up my leg.
You move me even to tears, old sire. What was the brave man's name? Tell me that I too may admire and venerate his fame.
They called him only the brave Walter. His farm lay near the Rhine.
God bless your old eyes. 'Twas my father, and that same farm is mine. Come, friend, you've seen some stormy weather. With me is now your bed. We'll drink of Walter's grapes together, and eat of Walter's bread.
Now, done. I march in, then, to-morrow. You're his true heir, I see, And when I die, your thanks, kind master, the Turkish pipe shall be. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mahmud by Leigh Hunt, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Jason in Canada as the man,
And Craig Franklin as Sultan Mahmud.
Mahmud. There came a man, making his hasty moan before the Sultan Mahmud on his throne, and crying out,
"My sorrow is my right, and I will see the Sultan, and tonight."
Sorrow
said Mahmud,
is a reverent thing. I recognize its right as king with king. Speak on.
"A fiend has got into my house,
exclaimed the staring man,
and tortures us. One of thine officers, he comes, the aboard, and takes possession of my house, my board, my bed. I have 2 daughters and a wife, and the wild villain comes and makes me mad with life."
Is he there now?
said Mahmud.
"No, he left the house when I did, all my wits bereft, and laughed me down the street, because I vowed I'd bring the prince himself to lay him in his shroud. I'm mad with want, I'm mad with misery, and, O thou Sultan Mahmud, God cries out for thee."
The Sultan comforted the man and said,
Go home, and I will send thee wine and bread.
for he was poor,
And other comforts go. And should the wretch return, let Sultan Mahmud know.
In 3 days' time, with haggard eyes and beard, and shaken voice, the suitor reappeared, and said,
"He's come."
Mahmud said not a word, but rose and took 4 slaves, each with a sword, and went with the vexed man. They reach the place, and hear a voice and see a woman's face, that to the window fluttered in affright.
Go in,
said Mahmud,
and put out the light. But tell the females first to leave the room, and when the drunkard follows them, we come.
The man went in. There was a cry, and hark! A table falls, the window is struck dark. Forth rush the breathless women, and behind, with curses, comes the fiend in desperate mind. In vain. The sabres soon cut short the strife, and chop the shrieking wretch, and drink his bloody life.
Now light the light.
The Sultan cried aloud. 'Twas done. He took it in his hand, and bowed over the corpse, and looked upon the face, then turned and knelt, and to the throne of grace put up a prayer, and from his lips there crept some gentle words of pleasure, and he wept. In reverent silence the beholders wait, then bring him at his call both wine and meat, and when he had refreshed his noble heart, he bade his host be blessed, and rose up to depart. The man, amazed, all mildness now and tears, fell at the Sultan's feet with many prayers, and begged him to vouchsafe to tell his slave the reason first of that command he gave about the light, then, when he saw the face, why he knelt down, and lastly, how it was that fare so poor as his detained him in the place. The Sultan said with a benignant eye,
Since first I saw thee come and heard thy cry, I could not rid me of a dread that one by whom such daring villainies were done must be some lord of mine, ay, e'en perhaps a son. For this I had the light put out, but when I saw the face, and found the stranger slain, I knelt and thanked the sovereign arbiter, whose work I had performed through pain and fear, and then I rose and was refreshed with food, the first time since thy voice had marred my solitude.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Prince Adeb by George Henry Boker. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as Prince Adeb.
And Sonia as the maiden.
Prince Adeb. Insana, oh Insana, God the Lord was very kind and merciful to me. Forth from the desert in my rags I came, weary and sore of foot. I saw the spires and swelling bubbles of the golden domes rise through the trees of Sana, and my heart grew great within me with the strength of God, and I cried out, Now shall I right myself, I, Adeb the despised, for God is just. There he who wronged my father dwelt in peace, my warlike father, who, when grey hairs crept around his forehead, as on Lebanon the whitening snows of winter, was betrayed to the sly Imam, and his tented wealth swept from him, twixt the roosting of the cock and his first crowing, in a single night. And I, poor Adeb, soul of all my race, smeared with my father's and my kinsman's blood, fled through the desert, till one day a tribe of hungry Bedouins found me in the sand, half mad with famine, and they took me up and made a slave of me, a prince. All was fulfilled at last. I fled from them in rags and sorrow. Nothing but my heart, like a strong swimmer, bore me up against the howling sea of my adversity. At length o'er Sana, in the act of swoop, I stood like a young eagle on a crag. The traveller passed me with suspicious fear. I asked for nothing. I was not a thief. The lean dogs snuffed around me. My lank bones, fed on the berries and the crusted pools, were a scant morsel. Once a brown-skinned girl called me a little from the common path, and gave me figs and barley in a bag. I paid her with a kiss, with nothing more, and she looked glad, for I was beautiful, and virgin as a fountain, and as cold. I stretched her bounty, pecking like a bird her figs and barley, till my strength returned. So when rich Sana lay beneath my eyes, my foot was as the leopard's, and my hand as heavy as a lion's brandished paw. And underneath my burnished skin the veins and stretching muscles played at every step in wondrous motion. I was very strong. I looked upon my body as a bird that bills his feathers ere he takes to flight. I, watching over Sana. Then I prayed, and on a soft stone, wetted in the brook, ground my long knife, and then I prayed again. God heard my voice, preparing all for me, as softly stepping down the hills I saw the Imam's summer palace all ablaze in the last flash of sunset. Every fount was spouting fire, and all the orange trees bore blazing coals, and from the marble walls and gilded spires and columns, strangely wrought, glared the red light, until my eyes were pained with the fierce splendor. Till the night grew thick, I lay within the bushes, next the door, still as a serpent, as invisible. The guard hung round the portal. Man by man they dropped away, save one lone sentinel, and on his eyes God's finger lightly fell. He slept half standing. Like a summer wind that threads the grove, yet never turns a leaf, I stole from shadow unto shadow forth, crossed all the marble courtyard, swung the door like a soft gust, a little way ajar, my body's narrow width no more, and stood beneath the cresset in the painted hall. I marvelled at the riches of my foe. I marvelled at God's ways with wicked men. Then I reached forth, and took God's waiting hand, and so he led me over mossy floors, flowered with the silken summer of Shiraz, straight to the Imam's chamber. At the door stretched a brawn eunuch, blacker than my eyes. His woolly head lay like the Kaaba stone in Mecca's mosque, as silent and as huge. I stepped across it, with my pointed knife just missing a full vein along his neck, and pushing by the curtains there I was. I, a Deb the despised, upon the spot that, next to heaven, I longed for most of all. I could have shouted for joy in me. Fierce pangs and flashes of bewildering light leaped through my brain and danced before my eyes. So loud my heart beat that I feared its sound would wake the sleeper. And the bubbling blood choked in my throat till, weaker than a child, I reeled against a column, and there hung in a blind stupor. Then I prayed again, and sense by sense I was made whole once more. I touched myself. I was the same. I knew myself to be lone Adeb, young and strong, with nothing but a stride of empty air between me and God's justice. In a sleep, thick with the fumes of the accursed grape, sprawled the false Imam. On his shaggy breast, like a white lily heaving on the tide of some foul stream, the fairest woman slept these roving eyes have ever looked upon. Almost a child, her bosom barely showed the change beyond her girlhood. All her charms were budding, but half opened, for I saw not only beauty wondrous in itself, but possibility of more to be in the full process of her blooming days. I gazed upon her, and my heart grew soft as a parched pasture with the dew of heaven. While thus I gazed, she smiled, and slowly raised the long curve of her lashes, and we looked each upon each in wonder, not alarm, not eye to eye, but soul to soul. We held each other for a moment. All her life seemed center in the circle of her eyes. She stirred no limb. Her long-drawn, equal breath swelled out and ebbed away beneath her breast in calm unbroken. Not a sign of fear touched the faint color on her oval cheek, or pinched the arches of her tender mouth. She took me for a vision, and she lay with her sleep smile unaltered, as in doubt whether real life had stolen into her dreams, or dreaming stretched into her outer life. I was not graceless to a woman's eyes. The girls of Damar paused to see me pass, I walking in my rags, yet beautiful. One maiden said,
"He has a prince's air."
I am a prince. The air was all my own. So thought the lily on the Imam's breast, and lightly as a summer mist that lifts before the morning, so she floated up, without a sound or rustle of a robe, from her coarse pillow, and before me stood with asking eyes. The Imam never moved. A stride and blow were all my need, and they were wholly in my power. I took her hand, I held a warning finger to my lips, and whispered in her small, expectant ear, "Adeb, the son of Akem." She replied in a low murmur, whose bewildering sound almost lulled wakeful me to sleep, and sealed the sleeper's lids in tenfold slumber.
"Prince, lord of the Imam's life and of my heart, take all thou seest. It is thy right, I know, but spare the Imam for thy own soul's sake."
Then I arrayed me in a robe of state, shining with gold and jewels, and I bound in my long turban gems that might have bought the land twixt Babel Mandeb and Sahan. I girt about me, with a blazing belt, a scimitar o'er which the sweating smiths in far Damascus hammered for long years, whose hilt and scabbard shot a trembling light from diamonds and rubies. And she smiled, as piece by piece I put the treasures on, to see me look so fair. In pride she smiled. I hung long purses at my side. I scooped from off a table figs and dates and rice, and bound them to my girdle in a sack. And over all I flung a snowy cloak, and beckoned to the maiden. So she stole forth like my shadow, past the sleeping wolf who wronged my father, o'er the woolly head of the swart eunuch, down the painted court, and by the sentinel who standing slept. Strongly against the portal, through my rags, my old base rags, and through the maiden's veil, I pressed my knife. Upon the wooden hilt was Adeb, son of Akem, carved by me in my long slavehood, as a passing sign to wait the Imam's waking. Shadows cast from two high-ceiling clouds upon the sand passed not more noiseless than we two, as one, glided beneath the moonlight, till I smelled the fragrance of the stables. As I slid the wide doors open, with a sudden bound uprose the startled horses. But they stood still as the man who, in a foreign land, hears his strange language, when my desert call, as long and plaintive as the nested doves, fell on their listening ears. From stall to stall, feeling the horses with my groping hands, I crept in darkness, and at length I came upon two sister mares whose rounded sides, fine muzzles, and small heads, and pointed ears, and foreheads spreading twixt their eyelids wide, long slender tails, thin manes, and coats of silk, told me that of the 100 steeds there stalled, my hand was on the treasures. O'er and o'er I felt their bony joints, and down their legs to the cool hoofs, no blemish anywhere. These I led forth and saddled. Upon one I set the lily, gathered now for me, my own henceforth forever. So we rode across the grass, beside the stony path, until we gained the highway that is lost, leading from Sana in the eastern sands, when, with a cry that both the desert-born knew without hint from whip or goading spur, we dashed into a gallop. Far behind in sparks and smoke the dusty highway rose, and ever on the maiden's face I saw, when the moon flashed upon it, the strange smile it wore on waking. Once I kissed her mouth when she grew weary and her strength returned. All through the night we scoured between the hills. The moon went down behind us, and the stars dropped after her. But long before I saw a planet blazing straight against our eyes, the road had softened, and the shadowy hills had flattened out, and I could hear the hiss of sand spurned backward by the flying mares. Glory to God, I was at home again! The sun rose on us. Far and near I saw the level desert. Sky met sand all round. We paused at midday by a palm-crowned well, and ate and slumbered. Somewhat too was said. The words have slipped my memory. That same eve we rode sedately through a Hummoon camp, I, a Deb, prince amongst them, and my bride. And ever since amongst them I have ridden, a head and shoulders taller than the best, and ever since my days have been of gold, my nights have been of silver. God is just. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Leper by Nathaniel Parker Willis. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Helon,
Jason in Canada as the priest,
and Thomas Peter as Jesus.
The Leper.
"Room for the leper! Room!
And as he came, the cry passed on.
Room for the leper! Room!"
And aside they stood, matron and child and pitiless manhood, all who met him on his way, and let him pass. And onward through the open gate he came, a leper, with the ashes on his brow, sackcloth about his loins, and on his lip a covering, stepping painfully and slow, and with a difficult utterance, like one whose heart is with an iron nerve put down, crying,
"Unclean! Unclean!"
Day was breaking, when at the altar of the temple stood the holy priest of God. The incense lamp burned with a struggling light, and a low chant swelled through the hollow arches of the roof. Like an articulate wail, and there alone, wasted to ghastly thinness, Helon knelt. The echoes of the melancholy strain died in the distant aisles, and he rose up, struggling with weakness, and bowed down his head unto the sprinkled ashes, and put off his costly raiment for the leper's garb, and with the sackcloth round him, and his lip hid in a loathsome covering, stood still, waiting to hear his doom.
Depart, depart, O child of Israel, from the temple of thy God, for he has smote thee with his chastening rod. And to the desert wild from all thou lov'st away thy feet must flee, that from thy plague his people may be free. Depart, and come not near the busy mart, the crowded city more, nor set thy foot a human threshold o'er, and stay thou not to hear voices that call thee in the way, and fly from all who in the wilderness pass by. Wet not thy burning lip in streams that to a human dwelling glide, nor rest thee where the covert fountains hide, nor kneel thee down to dip the water where the pilgrim bends to drink, by desert well or river's grassy brink. And pass not thou between the weary traveller and the cooling breeze, and lie not down to sleep beneath the trees where human tracks are seen, nor milk the goat that browseth on the plain, nor pluck the standing corn or yellow grain. And now depart, and when thy heart is heavy and thine eyes are dim, lift up thy prayer beseechingly to him who, from the tribes of men, selected thee to feel his chastening rod. Depart, O leper, and forget not God.
And he went forth, alone, not one of all the many whom he loved, nor she, whose name was woven in the fibres of the heart, breaking within him now, to come and speak comfort unto him. Yea, he went his way, sick and heartbroken, and alone, to die. For God had cursed the leper. It was noon, and Helon knelt beside a stagnant pool, in the lone wilderness, and bathed his brow, hot with the burning leprosy, and touched the loathsome water to his fevered lips, praying that he might be so blessed to die. Footsteps approached, and with no strength to flee, he drew the covering closer on his lip, crying,
"Unclean! Unclean!"
And in the folds of the coarse sackcloth shrouding up his face, he fell upon the earth till they should pass. Nearer the stranger came, and, bending o'er the leper's prostrate form, pronounced his name.
Helon.
The voice was like the master tone of a rich instrument, most strangely sweet, and the dull pulses of disease awoke, and for a moment beat beneath the hot and leprous scales with a restoring thrill.
Helon, arise!
And he forgot his curse, and rose and stood before him. Love and awe mingled in the regard of Helon's eye as he beheld the stranger. He was not in costly raiment clad, nor on his brow the symbol of a princely lineage wore. No followers at his back, nor in his hand buckler or sword or spear. Yet in his mien command sat throned serene, and if he smiled, a kingly condescension graced his lips, the lion would have crouched to in his lair. His garb was simple, and his sandals worn, his stature modelled with a perfect grace, his countenance the impress of a god, touched with the open innocence of a child. His eye was blue and calm, as is the sky in the serenest noon. His hair unshorn fell to his shoulders, and his curling beard the fullness of perfected manhood bore. He looked on Helon earnestly awhile, as if his heart was moved, and, stooping down, he took a little water in his hand, and laid it on his brow, and said,
Be clean.
And lo, the scales fell from him, and his blood coursed with delicious coolness through his veins, and his dry palms grew moist, and on his brow the dewy softness of an infant stole. His leprosy was cleansed, and he fell down prostrate at Jesus' feet, and worshipped him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Erminia and the Wounded Tancred by Torquato Tasso, translated from the Italian by Edward Fairfax. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator,
Katharina Glowalla as Erminia,
Thomas Peter as Vafrine,
and Adam as Tancred.
Erminia and the wounded Tancred.
Though gone, though dead, I love thee still. Behold, death wounds but kills not love. Yet if thou live, sweet soul, still in his breast, my folly's bold. Ah, pardon, love's desires and stealth forgive. Grant me from his pale mouth some kisses cold, since death doth love of just reward deprive. And of thy spoils, sad death, afford me this. Let his mouth, pale, cold, and bloodless, kiss. O gentle mouth, with speeches kind and sweet, thou didst relieve my grief, my woe and pain, ere my weak soul from this frail body fleet. Ah, comfort me with one dear kiss or twain. Perchance, if we alive had happed to meet, they had been given which now are stolen. O vain, O feeble life, betwixt his lips outfly. O let me kiss thee first, then let me die. Receive my yielded spirit, and with thine guide it to heaven, where all true love hath place.
This said, she sighed and tore her tresses fine, and from her eyes 2 streams poured on his face. The man, revived with those showers divine, awaked, and opened his lips a space. His lips were opened, but fast shut his eyes, and with her sighs one sigh from him upflies. The dame perceived that Tancred breathed and sight, which calmed her grief some deal and eased her fears.
Unclose thine eyes,
she says,
my lord and knight. See my last services, my plaints and tears. See her that dies to see thy woeful plight, that of thy pain her part and portion bears. Once look on me. Small is the gift I crave, the last which thou canst give, or I can have.
Tancred looked up and closed his eyes again, heavy and dim, and she renewed her woe. Quoth Vafrine,
Cure him first, and then complain. Medicine is life's chief friend, plaint her worst foe.
They plucked his armor off, and she each vein, each joint and sinew felt and handled so, and searched so well each thrust, each cut and wound, that hope of life her love and skill soon found. From weariness and loss of blood she spied his greatest pains and anguish most proceed. Naught but her veil amid those deserts wide she had to bind his wounds in so great need. But love could other bands, though strange, provide, and pity wept for joy to see that deed. For with her amber locks cut off, each wound she tied. O happy man, so cured, so bound! For why? Her veil was short and thin, those deep and cruel hurts to fasten, roll, and bind. Nor salve nor simple had she, yet to keep her knight alive, strong charms of wondrous kind, she said, and from him drove that deadly sleep. That now his eyes he lifted, turned, and twined, and saw his squire, and saw that courteous dame in habits strange, and wondered whence she came. He said,
O Vafrine, tell me whence comest thou, and who this gentle surgeon is? Disclose.
She smiled, she sighed, she looked she wist not how, she wept, rejoiced, she blushed as red as rose.
You shall know all,
she says.
Your surgeon now commands your silence, rest and soft repose. You shall be sound. Prepare my guerdon meet.
His head then laid she in her bosom sweet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Alonzo the Brave and the Fair Imogen by Matthew Gregory Lewis. From the World's Best Poetry Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
Jason in Canada as Alonzo the Brave,
Sonja as Fair Imogen,
and Katharina Glowalla as the Spectres.
Alonzo the Brave and the Fair Imogen. A warrior so bold, and a virgin so bright, conversed as they sat on the green. They gazed on each other with tender delight. Alonzo the Brave was the name of the knight, the maidens, the Fair Imogen.
"And oh,"
said the youth,
"since tomorrow I go to fight in a far distant land, your tears for my absence soon ceasing to flow, some other will court you, and you will bestow on a wealthier suitor your hand."
"Oh, hush these suspicions,
Fair Imogen said,
offensive to love and to me. For if you be living, or if you be dead, I swear by the Virgin that none in your stead shall husband of Imogen be. If ever I, by lust or by wealth led aside, forget my Alonzo the Brave, God grant that, to punish my falsehood and pride, your ghost at the marriage may sit by my side, may tax me with perjury, claim me as bride, and bear me away to the grave."
To Palestine hastened the hero so bold, his love she lamented him sore. But scarce had a 12-month elapsed when, behold, a baron, all covered with jewels and gold, arrived at Fair Imogen's door. His treasures, his presents, his spacious domain, soon made her untrue to her vows. He dazzled her eyes, he bewildered her brain, he caught her affections, so light and so vain, and carried her home as his spouse. And now had the marriage been blessed by the priest, the revelry now was begun. The tables they groaned with the weight of the feast, not yet had the laughter and merriment ceased, when the bell at the castle tolled 1. Then first with amazement Fair Imogen found a stranger was placed by her side. His air was terrific, he uttered no sound, he spake not, he moved not, he looked not around, but earnestly gazed on the bride. His visor was closed, and gigantic his height, his armour was sable to view. All pleasure and laughter were hushed at his sight. The dogs, as they eyed him, drew back in affright. The lights in the chamber burned blue. His presence all bosoms appeared to dismay. The guests sat in silence and fear. At length spake the bride, while she trembled.
"I pray, Sir Knight, that your helmet aside you would lay, and deign to partake of our cheer."
The lady is silent, the stranger complies. His visor he slowly unclosed. O God! What a sight met Fair Imogen's eyes! What words can express her dismay and surprise, when a skeleton's head was exposed? All present then uttered a terrified shout. All turned with disgust from the scene. The worms they crept in, and the worms they crept out, and sported his eyes and his temples about, while the spectre addressed Imogen.
"Behold me, thou false one, behold me,"
he cried.
"Remember Alonzo the Brave. God grants that, to punish thy falsehood and pride, my ghost at thy marriage should sit by thy side, should tax thee with perjury, claim thee as bride, and bear thee away to the grave."
Thus saying, his arms round the lady he wound, while loudly she shrieked in dismay, then sunk with his prey through the wide yawning ground, nor ever again was Fair Imogen found, or the spectre that bore her away. Not long lived the baron, and none, since that time, to inhabit the castle presume. For chronicles tell that, by order sublime, there Imogen suffers the pain of her crime, and mourns her deplorable doom. At midnight, 4 times in each year, does her sprite, when mortals in slumber are bound, arrayed in her bridal apparel of white, appear in the hall with the skeleton knight, and shriek as he whirls her around. While they drink out of skulls newly torn from the grave, dancing round them the spectres are seen. Their liquor is blood, and this horrible stave they howl.
To the health of Alonso the Brave, and his consort the fair Imogen.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Broken Pitcher by William Edmonstone Ayton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Jason in Canada as Alfonso Guzman,
and Katarina Glowala as Zoraida.
The Broken Pitcher. It was a Moorish maiden was sitting by a well, and what that maiden thought of I cannot tell, when by there rode a valiant knight from the town of Oviedo. Alfonso Guzman was he hight, the Count of Desperedo.
O maiden, Moorish maiden, why sit'st thou by the spring? Say, dost thou seek a lover or any other thing? Why gazest thou upon me with eyes so large and wide? And wherefore doth the pitcher lie broken by thy side?
I do not seek a lover, though Christian knight so gay, because an article like that hath never come my way. But why I gaze upon you, I cannot tell, except that in your iron hose you look uncommon swell. My pitcher it is broken, and this the reason is, a shepherd came behind me, and tried to snatch a kiss. I would not stand his nonsense, so ne'er a word I spoke, but scored him on the costard, and so the jug was broke. My uncle the alcaide waits for me at home, and will not take his tumbler until Zoraida come. I cannot bring him water, the pitcher is in pieces, and so I'm sure to catch it, 'cause he wallops all his nieces.
O maiden, Moorish maiden, wilt thou be ruled by me? So wipe thine eyes and rosy lips, and give me kisses 3. And I'll give thee my helmet, thou kind and courteous lady, to carry home the water to thine uncle, the alcaide.
He lighted down from off his steed, he tied him to a tree, he bowed him to the maiden, and took his kisses 3.
To wrong thee, sweet Zoraida, I swear would be a sin.
He knelt him at the fountain, and dipped his helmet in. Up rose the Moorish maiden, behind the knight she steals, and caught Alfonso Guzman up tightly by the heels. She tipped him in, and held him down beneath the bubbling water.
Now take thou that for venturing to kiss Alhamet's daughter.
A Christian maid is weeping in the town of Oviedo. She waits the coming of her love, the Count of Desperedo. I pray you all in charity that you will never tell how he met Moorish maiden beside the lonely well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Guibor from Calendar by Frederick Mistral. Translated from the Provincial by Harriet Waters Preston. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as Count Guillaume,
and Sonia as Countess Guibourg.
The Ballad of Guibor from Calendar. At Arles, in the Carlovingian days, by the swift Rhone water, 100,000 on either side, Christian and Saracen, fought till the tide ran red with the slaughter. May God forfend such another flood of direful war. The Count of Orange on that black morn by 7 great kings was overborne and fled afar, whereas he would avenge the death of his nephew slain. Now are the kings upon his trail. He slays as he flies, like fiery hail his sword strokes rain. He hies him into the Alice camp, no shelter there. A Moorish hive is the home of the dead, and hard he spurs his goodly steed in his despair. Over the mountain and over the moor flies Count Guillaume. By sun and by moon he ever sees the coming cloud of his enemies, thus gains his home. Halts and lifts at the castle gate a mighty cry, calling his haughty wife by name.
Gibor, Gibor, my gentle dame, open, 'tis I. Open the gate to thy Guillaume. Ta'en is the city by 30,000 Saracen. Lo, they are hunting me to my den. Gibor, have pity.
But the countess from the rampart cried,
Nay, chevalier, I will not open my gates to thee. For save the women and the babes,
said she,
whom I shelter here, and the priest who keeps the lamps alight, alone am I. My brave Guillaume and his barons all are fighting the Moor by the Aliscamp wall, and scorn to fly.
Gibor, Gibor, it is I myself, and those men of mine, God rest their souls, they are dead,
he cried,
of rowing with slaves on the salt sea tide. I have seen the shine of Arles on fire in the dying day. I have heard one shriek go up from all the arenas where the nuns disfigure their bodies fair, lest the Maran wreak his brutal will. Avignon's self will fall to-day. Sweetheart, I faint. Oh, let me in before the savage Mogrebin fall on his prey.
I swear thou liest,
cried Guibor.
Thou base deceiver, thou art perchance thyself a Moor, who whinest thus outside my door. My Guillaume, never. Guillaume, to look on burning towns, and fired by thee. Guillaume, to see his comrades die, or born to sore captivity, and then to flee. He knows not flight, he is a tower where others fly. The heathen spoiler's doom is sure, the virgin's honour aye secure, when he is by.
Guillaume leapt up, his bridle set between his teeth, while tears of love and tears of shame under his burning eyelids came, and hard drew breath, and seized his sword and plunged his spurs right deep, and so a storm, a demon did descend, to roar and smite, to rout and rend the Moorish foe. As when one shakes an almond tree, the heathen slain upon the tender grass fall thick, until the flying remnants seek their ships again. 4 kings with his own hand he slew, and when once more he turned him homeward from the fight, upon the drawbridge long in sight stood brave Guibor.
By the great gateway enter in, my lord,
she cried, and might no further welcome speak, but loosed his helm and kissed his cheek with tears of pride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Glove and the Lions by Leigh Hunt. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as King Francis,
and Katharina Glowalla as the lady.
The Glove and the Lions. King Francis was a hearty king, and loved a royal sport, and one day, as his lions fought, sat looking on the court. The nobles filled the benches with the ladies in their pride, and amongst them sat the Count de Lorge with one for whom he sighed. And truly 'twas a gallant thing to see that crowning show, valour and love, and a king above, and the royal beasts below. Ramped and roared the lions with horrid laughing jaws. They bit, they glared, gave blows like beams, a wind went with their paws. With wallowing might and stifled roar they rolled on one another, till all the pit with sand and mane was in a thunderous smother. The bloody foam above the bars came whisking through the air. Said Francis then,
Faith, gentlemen, we're better here than there.
De Lorge's love o'erheard the king, a beauteous lively dame, with smiling lips and sharp bright eyes, which always seemed the same. She thought,
The Count, my lover, is brave as brave can be. He surely would do wondrous things to show his love for me. King, ladies, lovers, all look on. The occasion is divine. I'll drop my glove to prove his love. Great glory will be mine.
She dropped her glove to prove his love, then looked at him and smiled. He bowed, and in a moment leapt among the lions wild. The leap was quick, return was quick, he has regained his place. Then threw the glove, but not with love, right in the lady's face.
By heaven,
said Francis,
rightly done.
and he rose from where he sat.
No love,
Quoth he,
but vanity sets love at task like that.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Glove by Robert Browning. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as Peter Ronsard.
Adam Bielka as King Francis.
Katharina Glowala as the lady.
And Sonia as the wife.
The Glove. Peter Ronsard, loquitur.
Hey-ho!
Yawned one day King Francis.
Distance all value enhances. When a man's busy, why, leisure strikes him as wonderful pleasure. Faith, and at leisure once is he. Straightway he wants to be busy. Here we've got peace, and aghast I'm caught thinking war that true pastime. Is there a reason and meter? Give us your speech, Master Peter.
I who, if mortal dare say so, ne'er am at loss with my nay-so. Sire, I replied, joys prove cloudlets, men are the merest Ixions. Here the king whistled aloud.
Let's, hey-ho, go look at our lions.
Such are the sorrowful chances, if you talk fine to King Francis. And so to the courtyard proceeding, our company Francis was leading, increased by new followers tenfold, before he arrived at the penfold. Lords, ladies, like clouds which bedizen and sunset the western horizon, and Sir Delorge pressed mid the foremost, with the dame he professed to adore most. Oh, what a face! One by fits eyed her, and horrible pit-side. For the penfold surrounded a hollow, which led where the eyes scarce dared follow, and shelved to the chamber secluded, where Bluebeard, the great lion, brooded. The king hailed his keeper, an Arab as glossy and black as a scarab, and bade him make sport, and at once stir up and out of his den the old monster. They opened a hole in the wirework across it, and dropped there a firework, and fled. One's heart's beating redoubled. A pause, while the pit's mouth was troubled, the blackness and silence so utter, by the fireworks' slow sparkling and sputter. Then earth in a sudden contortion gave out to our gaze her abortion. Such a brute, were I friend Clement Merrill, whose experience of nature's but narrow, and whose faculties move in no small mist, when he versifies David the psalmist, I should study that brute to describe you, illum iuda leonum de tribu. One's whole blood grew curdling and creepy to see the black mane, vast and heapy, the tail in the air stiff and straining, the wide eyes nor waxing nor waning, as over the barrier which bounded his platform, and us who surrounded the barrier, they reached and they rested on the space that might stand him in best stead. Or who knew, he thought, what the amazement, the eruption of clatter and blazement, and if, in this minute of wonder, no outlet mid lightning and thunder lay broad, and, his shackles all shivered, the lion at last was delivered. Aye, that was the open sky o'erhead. And you saw by the flash on his forehead, by the hope in those eyes wide and steady, he was leagues in the desert already, driving the flocks up the mountain, or cat-like couched hard by the fountain, to waylay the date-gathering negress, so guarded he entrance or egress.
How he stands!
Quoth the king.
We may well swear no novice we've won our spurs elsewhere. and so can afford the confession, we exercise wholesome discretion in keeping aloof from his threshold. Once hold you, those jaws want no fresh hold. Their first would too pleasantly purloin the visitor's brisket or sirloin. But who's he who would prove so foolhardy? Not the best man of Marignan party.
The sentence no sooner was uttered than over the rails a glove fluttered, fell close to the line, and rested. The dame 'twas who flung it and jested with life so. The lord had been wooing for months past. He sate there pursuing his suit, weighing out with nonchalance fine speeches like gold from a balance. Sound the trumpet, no true knight's a terrier. The lord made one leap at the barrier, walked straight to the glove, where the lion ne'er moved, kept his far-reaching eye on the palm-tree-edged desert spring sapphire, and the musky-oiled skin of the Kaffir, picked it up, and as calmly retreated, leaped back where the lady was seated, and full in the face of its owner flung the glove.
Your heart's queen, you dethrone her? So should I,
cried the king.
'Twas mere vanity, not love, set that task to humanity.
Lords and ladies alike turned with loathing from such a proved wolf in sheep's clothing. Not so I, for I caught an expression in her brow's undisturbed self-possession amid the court's scoffing and merriment, as if from no pleasing experiment she rose, yet of pain not much heedful, so long as the process was needful, as if she had tried in a crucible to what speeches like gold were reducible, and finding the finest proof copper, felt the smoke on her face was but proper. To know what she had not to trust to was worth all the ashes and dust too. She went out mid hooting and laughter. Clement Marrow stayed, I followed after, and asked, as a grace, what it all meant, if she wished not the rash deed's recallment. For I, so I spoke, am a poet. Human nature behooves that I know it. She told me.
Too long had I heard of the deed proved alone by the word. For my love, what the Lord would not dare, with my scorn, what the Lord could compare? And the endless descriptions of death he would brave when my lip formed a breath, I must reckon as braved, or of course doubt his word, and moreover perforce, for such gifts as no lady could spurn must offer my love in return. When I looked on your lion, it brought all the dangers at once to my thought, encountered by all sorts of men, before he was lodged in his den. From the poor slave, whose club or bare hands dug the trap, set snare on the sands, with no king and no court to applaud, by no shame should he shrink, overawed, yet to capture the creature made shift, that his rude boys might laugh at the gift. To the page, who last leaped o'er the fence of the pit, on no greater pretence than to get back the bonnet he dropped, lest his pay for a week should be stopped. So wiser I judge it to make one trial what death for my sake really meant, while the power was yet mine, that to wait until time should define such a phrase not so simply as I, who took it to mean just to die. The blow a glove gives is but weak. Does the mark yet discolour my cheek? But when the heart suffers a blow, will the pain pass so soon? Do you know?
I looked as away she was sweeping, and saw a youth eagerly keeping as close as he dared to the doorway. No doubt that a noble should more weigh his life than befits a plebeian. And yet, had our brute been Nemean, I judge by a certain calm fervour the youth stepped with forward to serve her, he'd have scarce thought you did him the worst turn if you whispered, "Friend, what you'd get, first earn." And when, shortly after, she carried her shame from the court, and they married, to that marriage some happiness, maugre, the voice of the court I dared augur. For the Lord, he made women with men vie, those in wonder and praise, these in envy, and in short stood so plain a head taller that he wooed and won, how do you call her, the beauty that rose in the sequel to the king's love, who loved her a week well, and 'twas noticed he never would honour the lord, who looked daggers upon her, with the easy commission of stretching his legs in the service, and fetching his wife from her chamber, those straying sad gloves she was always mislaying, while the king took the closet to chatten. But of course his adventure came patten, and never the king told the story, how bringing a glove brought such glory, but the wife smiled.
His nerves are grown firmer, mine he brings now, and utters no murmur.
Venienti occurrite morbo, with which moral I drop my fiorbo. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Louis XV by John Sterling. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
Adrian Stevens as King Louis XV.
And Katharina Glowalla as the labourer.
Louis XV. The king with all his kingly train had left his pompadour behind, and forth he rode in Senate's wood the royal beasts of chase to find. That day by chance the monarch mused, and turning suddenly away, he struck alone into a path that far from clouds and courtiers lay. He saw the pale green shadows play upon the brown untrodden earth. He saw the birds around him flit, as if he were of peasant birth. He saw the trees that know no king, but him who bears the woodland axe. He thought not, but he looked about like one whose skill in thinking lacks. Then close to him a footstep fell, and glad of human sound was he, for truth to say he found himself a weight from which he fain would flee. But that which he would ne'er have guessed before him now most plainly came. The man upon his weary back a coffin bore of rudest frame.
"Why, who art thou?"
exclaimed the king.
"And what is that I see thee bear?"
I'm a labourer in the wood, and is a coffin for Pierre. Close by the royal hunting lodge you may have often seen him toil, but he will never work again, and I for him must dig the soil.
The labourer ne'er had seen the king, and this he thought was but a man, who made at first a moment's pause, and then anew his talk began.
"I think I do remember now. He had a dark and glancing eye, and I have seen his slender arm with wondrous blows the pickaxe ply. Pray, tell me, friend, what accident can thus have killed our good Pierre?"
Oh, nothing more than usual, sir. He died of living upon air. 'Twas hunger killed the poor good man, who long on empty hopes relied. He could not pay gabelle and tax, and feed his children, so he died.
The man stopped short, and then went on.
It is, you know, a common thing. Our children's bread is eaten up by courtiers, mistresses, and king.
The king looked hard upon the man, and afterwards the coffin eyed, then spurred to ask of Pompadour, how came it that the peasants died? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hervé Riel by Robert Browning. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja as the narrator.
Katharina Glowalla as the squadron.
Adrian Stevens as the pilots.
Jason in Canada as Damfreville.
And Thomas Peter as Hervé Riel.
Hervé Riel. On the sea and at the Hogue, 1692, did the English fight the French, woe to France. And the 31st of May, helter-skelter through the blue, like a crowd of frightened porpoises, a shoal of sharks pursue, came crowding ship on ship to Saint-Malo on Dorrance, with the English fleet in view. 'Twas the squadron that escaped, with the victor in full chase, first and foremost of the drove, in his great ship Damfreville. Close on him fled, great and small, 22 good ships in all, and they signalled to the place.
Help the winners of a race! Get us guidance, give us harbour, take us quick, or quicker still, there's the English can and will.
Then the pilots of the place put out brisk, and leaped on board.
"Why, what hope or chance have ships like these to pass?"
Laughed they.
Rocks to starboard, rocks to port, all the passage scarred and scored. Shall the Formidable, here with her 12 and 80 guns, think to make the river mouth by the single narrow way, trust to enter where 'tis ticklish for a craft of 20 tons, and with flow at full beside, now 'tis slackest ebb of tide, reach the mooring? Rather, say, while rock stands or water runs, not a ship will leave the bay.
Then was called a council straight, brief and bitter the debate.
Here's the English at our heels. Would you have them take in tow all that's left us of the fleet, linked together stern and bow, for a prize to Plymouth Sound? Better run the ships aground.
Ended D'Anfreville his speech.
Not a minute more to wait. Let the captains all and each shove ashore, then blow up, burn the vessels on the beach. France must undergo her fate. Give the word.
But no such word was ever spoke or heard, for up stood, for out stepped, for in struck, amid all these, a captain, a lieutenant, a mate, first, second, third, no such man of mark and meet with his betters to compete, but a simple Breton sailor, pressed by Tourville for the fleet, a poor coasting pilot he, Hervé Riel, the Croisiquis. And
What mockery or malice have we here?
cried Hervé Riel.
Are you mad, you Malouins? Are you cowards, fools, or rogues? Talk to me of rocks and shores. Me, who took the soundings, tell on my fingers every bank, every shallow, every swell, twixt the offering ear and grave, where the river disembogues. Are you bought for English gold? Is it love the lying's for? Morn and eve, night and day, have I piloted your bay, entered free and anchored fast at the foot of Solidor, burned the fleet and ruined France. That were worse than 50 orgs. Sirs, then know I speak the truth. Sirs, believe me, there's a way. Only let me lead the line. Have the biggest ship to steer. Get this Formidable clear. Make the others follow mine, and I lead them most and least by a passage I know well, right to Solidor past Grave, and there lay them safe and sound. And if one ship misbehave, keel so much as grate the ground. Why, I've nothing but my life. Here's my head.
Cries Hervé Riel. Not a minute more to wait.
Steer us in then, small and great. Take the helm, lead the line, save the squadron.
Cried its chief. Captains, give the sailor place. He is admiral in brief. Still the north wind, by God's grace. See the noble fellow's face, as the big ship with a bound clears the entry like a hound, keeps the passage as its inch of way where the wide sea's profound. See, safe through shoal and rock, how they follow in a flock. Not a ship that misbehaves, not a keel that grates the ground, not a spar that comes to grief. The peril, see, is past. All are harbour to the last. And just as Hervé Riel hollers,
Anchor!
Sure as fate, up the English come, too late. So the storm subsides to calm. They see the green trees wave on the heights overlooking Grève. Hearts that bled are staunched with balm.
Just a rupture to enhance, let the English rake the bay, gnash their teeth and glare askance as they cannonade away. 'Neath rampart Solidor pleasant riding on her rance.
How hope succeeds despair on each captain's countenance. Outburst all with one accord.
This is paradise for hell. Let France's king, thank the man that did the thing.
What a shout, and all one word.
Hervé Riel!
As he stepped in front once more. Not a symptom of surprise in the frank blue Breton eyes. Just the same man as before. Then said D'Anfreville,
My friend, I must speak out at the end. Though I find the speaking hard, praise is deeper than the lips. You have saved the king his ships. You must name your own reward. Faith, our sun was near eclipse. Demand whate'er you will, France remains your debtor still. ask to heart's content and have, or my name's not Damfreville.
Then a beam of fun outbroke on the bearded mouth that spoke, as the honest heart laughed through those frank eyes of Breton blue.
Since I needs must say my say, since on board the duty's done, and from Malo roads to Croisic Point, what is it but I run? Since 'tis ask and have I may, since the others go ashore, come, a good whole holiday, leave to go and see my wife, whom I call the Belle Aurore.
That he asked, and that he got, nothing more. Name and deed alike are lost, not a pillar nor a post in his Croisic keeps alive the feat as it befell, not a head in white and black on a single fishing smack in memory of the man but for whom had gone to wreck all that France saved from the fight whence England bore the bell. Go to Paris, rank on rank, search the heroes flung pell-mell on the Louvre face and flank. You shall look long enough ere you come to Hervé Riel. So, for better and for worse, Hervé Riel, accept my verse. In my verse, Hervé Riel, do thou once more save the squadron, honor France, love thy wife, the Belle Aurore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Napoleon and the British Sailor by Thomas Campbell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Katharina Glowalla as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as Napoleon,
and Thomas Peter as the sailor.
Napoleon and the British Sailor. I love contemplating, apart from all his homicidal glory, the traits that soften to our heart Napoleon's glory. 'Twas when his banners at Boulogne armed in our island every freeman. His navy chanced to capture one poor British seaman. They suffered him, I know not how, unprisoned on the shore to roam, and aye was bent his longing brow on England's home. His eye, methinks, pursued the flight of birds to Britain half-way over. With envy they could reach the white deer cliffs of Dover. A stormy midnight watch, he thought, then this sojourn would have been dearer. But if the storm his vessel brought to England nearer. At last, when care had banished sleep, he saw one morning, dreaming, doting, an empty hogshead from the deep come shoreward floating. He hid it in a cave, and wrought the livelong day laborious, lurking until he launched a tiny boat by mighty working. Heaven help us! 'Twas a thing beyond description wretched. Such a wherry perhaps ne'er ventured on a pond, or crossed a ferry. For, ploughing in the salt sea field, it would have made the boldest shudder. Untarred, uncompassed, and unkeeled, no sail, no rudder. From neighbouring woods he interlaced his sorry skiff with wattled willows, and thus equipped he would have passed the foaming billows. But Frenchmen caught him on the beach, his little Argo sorely jeering, till tidings of him chanced to reach Napoleon's hearing. With folded arms Napoleon stood, serene alike in peace and danger, and, in his wonted attitude, addressed the stranger.
Rash man that wouldst yon channel pass, on twigs and staves so rudely fashioned, thy heart with some sweet British lass must be impassioned.
I have no sweetheart,
said the lad,
but, absent long from one another, great was the longing that I had to see my mother.
And so thou shalt,
Napoleon said.
You've both my favour fairly won. A noble mother must have bred so brave a son.
He gave the tar a piece of gold, and, with a flag of truce, commanded he should be shipped to England old, and safely landed. Our sailor oft could scarcely shift to find a dinner plain and hearty, but never changed the coin and gift of Bonaparte. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How they brought the good news from Ghent to Aix. by Robert Browning. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Jason in Canada as the Watch.
And Craig Franklin as Joris.
How they brought the good news from Ghent to Aix. I sprang to the stirrup, and Joris and he, I galloped, Dirk galloped, we galloped all three.
Good speed!
Cried the watch as the gate bolts undrew.
Speed!
Echoed the wall to us galloping through. Behind shut the postern, the lights sank to rest, and into the midnight we galloped abreast. Not a word to each other, we kept the great pace, neck by neck, stride by stride, never changing our place. I turned in my saddle and made its girth tight, then shortened each stirrup and set the peak right, rebuckled the check strap, chained slacker the bit, nor galloped less steadily Roland a whit. 'Twas a moonset at starting, but while we drew near Lokeren, the cocks crew and twilight dawned clear. At Boom a great yellow star came out to see, at Düffeld 'twas morning as plain as could be, and from Mecheln church steeple we heard the half chime. So Joris broke silence with,
Yet there is time.
At Aarschot up leaped of a sudden the sun, and against him the cattle stood black every one, to stare through the mist at us galloping past, and I saw my stout galloper Roland at last, with resolute shoulders, each butting away the haze as some bluff river headland its spray. And his low head and crest, just one sharp ear bent back, for my voice and the other pricked out on his track, and one eye's black intelligence ever that glance over its white edge at me, his own master, askance, and the thick heavy spume flakes which aye and anon his fierce lips shook upward, in galloping on. By Hasselt Dirk groaned, and cried Joris,
Stay, spur. Your ruse galloped bravely, the fault's not in her. We'll remember at Aix.
For one heard the quick wheeze of her chest, saw the stretched neck and staggering knees, and sunk tail, and horrible heave of the flank, as down on her haunches she shuddered and sank. So we were left galloping, Joris and I, past Lors and past Tongres, no cloud in the sky. The broad sun above laughed a pitiless laugh, 'neath our feet broke the brittle, bright stubble like chaff, till over by Dalhem a dome spire sprang white, and
Gallop,
gasped Joris,
for Aix is in sight. How they'll greet us!
and all in a moment his roan rolled neck and croup over, lay dead as a stone, and there was my Roland to bear the whole weight of the news which alone could save Aix from her fate, with his nostrils like pits full of blood to the brim, and with circles of red for his eye sockets' rim. Then I cast loose my buff coat, each holster let fall, shook off both my jack boots, let go belt and all, stood up in the stirrup, leaned, patted his ear, called my Roland his pet name, my horse without peer, clapped my hands, laughed and sung, any noise bad or good, till at length into Aix Roland galloped and stood. And all I remember is friends flocking round, as I sate with his head twixt my knees on the ground, and no voice but was praising this Roland of mine, as I poured down his throat our last measure of wine, which the burgesses voted by common consent was no more than his due who brought good news from Ghent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mort d'Arthur by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
Adam Bielka as King Arthur,
and Jason in Canada as Sir Bedivere.
Mort d'Arthur. So all day long the noise of battle rolled among the mountains by the winter sea, until King Arthur's table, man by man, had fallen in Lyonnesse about their lord. King Arthur, Then, because his wound was deep, the bold Sir Bedivere uplifted him, Sir Bedivere, the last of all his knights, and bore him to a chapel nigh the field, a broken chancel with a broken cross that stood on a dark strait of barren land. On one side lay the ocean, and on one lay a great water, and the moon was full. Then spake King Arthur to Sir Bedivere,
The sequel of today unsolders all, the goodliest fellowship of famous knights, whereof this world holds record. Such a sleep, they sleep, the men I loved. I think that we shall never more, at any future time, delight our souls with talk of knightly deeds, walking about the gardens and the halls of Camelot, as in the days that were. I perish by this people which I made, though Merlin sware that I should come again, to rule once more. But let what will be, be. I am so deeply smitten through the helm, that without help I cannot last till morn. Though therefore take my brand Excalibur, which was my pride, for thou rememberest how, in those old days, one summer noon, an arm rose up from out the bosom of the lake, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, holding the sword, and how I rode across, and took it, and have worn it like a king. And wheresoever I am sung or told, in after time this also shall be known. But now delay not, take Excalibur, and fling him far into the middle mere. Watch what thou seest, and lightly bring me word.
To him replied the bold Sir Bedivere,
It is not meet, Sir King, to leave thee thus, aidless, alone, and smitten through the helm. A little thing may harm a wounded man, yet I thy hest will all perform at full. Watch what I see, and lightly bring thee word.
So saying, from the ruined shrine he stepped, and in the moon athwart the place of tombs, where lay the mighty bones of ancient men, old knights, and over them the sea wind sang, shrill, chill, with flakes of foam, he, stepping down by zigzag paths and juts of pointed rock, came on the shining levels of the lake. There drew he forth the brand Excalibur, and o'er him drawing it, the winter moon, brightening the skirts of a long cloud, ran forth, and sparkled keen with frost against the hilt. For all the haft twinkled with diamond studs, myriads of topaz lights and jacinth work, of subtlest jewellery. He gazed so long that both his eyes were dazzled as he stood, this way and that, dividing the swift mind, in act to throw, but at the last it seemed better to leave Excalibur concealed there in the many-knotted water-flags that whistled stiff and dry about the marge. So strode he back slow to the wounded king. Then spake King Arthur to Sir Bedivere,
Hast thou performed my mission which I gave? What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard?
and answer made the bold Sir Bedivere,
I heard the ripple washing in the reeds, and the wild water lapping on the crag.
To whom replied King Arthur, faint and pale,
Thou hast betrayed thy nature and thy name, not rendering true answer as beseemed thy fealty, nor like a noble knight, for a surer sign had followed, either hand or voice, or else a motion of the mirror. This is a shameful thing for men to lie. Yet now I charge thee quickly go again, as thou art lief and dear, and do the thing I bade thee. Watch, and lightly bring me word.
Then went Sir Bedivere the second time across the ridge, and paced beside the mere, counting the dewy pebbles, fixed in thought. But when he saw the wonder of the hilt, how curiously and strangely chased, he smote his palms together, and he cried aloud,
And if indeed I cast the brand away, surely a precious thing, one worthy note, should thus be lost forever from the earth, which might have pleased the eyes of many men. What good should follow this, if this were done? What harm undone? Deep harm to disobey, seeing obedience is the bond of rule. Were it well to obey then, if a king demand an act unprofitable against himself? The king is sick, and knows not what he does. What record or what relic of my lord should be to aftertime but empty breath and rumors of a doubt? But were this kept, stored in some treasure house of mighty kings, some one might show it at a joust of arms, saying, King Arthur's sword, Excalibur, wrought by the lonely maiden of the lake. 9 years she wrought it, sitting in the deeps upon the hidden bases of the hills. So might some old man speak in the aftertime to all the people, winning reverence, but now much honor and much fame were lost.
So spake he, clouded with his own conceit, and hid Excalibur the second time, and so strode back slow to the wounded king. Then spoke King Arthur, breathing heavily.
What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard?
And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere.
I heard the water lapping on the crag, and the long ripple washing in the reeds.
To whom replied King Arthur, much in wrath,
Ah, miserable and unkind, untrue, unknightly, traitor-hearted, woe is me! Authority forgets a dying king, laid widowed of the power in his eye, that bowed the will. I see thee what thou art, for thou, the latest left of all my knights, in whom should meet the offices of all. Thou wouldest betray me for the precious hilt, either from lust of gold, or like a girl valuing the giddy pleasure of the eyes. Yet, for a man may fail in duty twice, and the third time may prosper. Get thee hence! But, if thou spare to fling Excalibur, I will arise and slay thee with my hands.
Then quickly rose Sir Bedivere, and ran, and, leaping down the ridges lightly, plunged among the bulrush beds, and clutched the sword, and strongly wheeled, and threw it. The great brand made lightnings in the splendour of the moon, and flashing round, and whirled in an arch, shot like a streamer of the northern morn, seen where the moving isles of winter shook by night with noises of the northern sea. So flashed and fell the brand Excalibur, but ere he dipped the surface, rose an arm, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, and caught him by the hilt, and brandished him 3 times, and drew him under in the mere, and lightly went the other to the king. Then spoke King Arthur, drawing thicker breath.
Now see I, by thine eyes, that this is done. Speak out, what is it thou hast heard or seen?
And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere.
Sir King, I closed mine eyelids, lest the gems should blind my purpose, for I never saw, nor shall see, here or elsewhere, till I die, not though I live 3 lives of mortal men, so great a miracle as yonder hilt. Then with both hands I flung him, wheeling him, but when I looked again, behold an arm, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, that caught him by the hilt, and brandished him 3 times, and drew him under in the mere.
And answer made King Arthur, breathing hard.
My end draws nigh. 'Tis time that I were gone. Make broad thy shoulders to receive my weight.
and bear me to the margin. Yet I fear my wound hath taken cold, and I shall die.
So saying, from the pavement he half rose, slowly, with pain, reclining on his arm, and looking wistfully with wide blue eyes, as in a picture. Him Sir Bedivere remorsefully regarded through his tears, and would have spoken, but he found not words, then took with care, and kneeling on one knee, o'er both his shoulders drew the languid hands, and rising, bore him through the place of tombs. But as he walked, King Arthur panted hard, like one that feels a nightmare on his bed, when all the house is mute. So sighed the king, muttering and murmuring at his ear,
Quick, quick, I fear it is too late, and I shall die.
But the other swiftly strode from ridge to ridge, clothed with his breath, and looking, as he walked, larger than human on the frozen hills. He heard the deep behind him, and a cry before. His own thought drove him like a goad. Dry clashed his harness in the icy caves and barren chasms, and all to left and right the bare black cliff clanged round him, as he based his feet on juts of slippery crag that rang, sharp-smitten with the dint of armed heels. And on a sudden, lo, the level lake and the long glories of the winter moon. Then saw they how there hove a dusky barge, dark as a funeral scarf, from stem to stern. Beneath them, and descending they were ware that all the decks were dense with stately forms, black-stoled, black-hooded, like a dream, by these three queens with crowns of gold, and from them rose a cry that shivered to the tingling stars, and as it were one voice, an agony of lamentation, like a wind that shrills all night in a wasteland, where no one comes, or hath come since the making of the world. Then murmured Arthur,
Place me in the barge.
So to the barge they came. There those three queens put forth their hands, and took the king, and wept. But she that rose, the tallest of them all, and fairest, laid his head upon her lap, and loosed the shattered cask, and chafed his hands, and called him by his name, complaining loud, and dropping bitter tears against his brow, striped with dark blood. For all his face was white and colourless, and like the withered moon smote by the fresh beam of the springing east, and all his greaves and cuisses dashed with drops of onset, and the light and lustrous curls that made his forehead like a rising sun, high from the dais throne, were parched with dust, or clotted into points and hanging loose, mixed with the nightly growth that fringed his lips. So, like a shattered column, lay the king, not like that Arthur who, with lance in rest, from spur to plume, a star of tournament, shot through the lists at Camelot, and charged before the eyes of ladies and of kings. Then loudly cried the bold Sir Bedivere,
Ah, my lord Arthur, whither shall I go? Where shall I hide my forehead and my eyes? For now I see the true old times are dead, when every morning brought a noble chance, and every chance brought out a noble knight. Such times have been not since the light that led the holy elders with the gift of myrrh. But now the whole round table is dissolved, which was an image of the mighty world, and I, the last, go forth companionless, and the days darken round me, and the years among new men, strange faces, other minds.
and slowly answered Arthur from the barge,
The old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Comfort thyself. What comfort is in me? I have lived my life, and that which I have done, may he within himself make pure. But thou, if thou shouldst never see my face again, pray for my soul. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Wherefore let thy voice rise like a fountain for me night and day. For what are men better than sheep or goats that nourish a blind life within the brain? If knowing God, they lift not hands of prayer, both for themselves and those who call them friend. For so the whole round earth is every way bound by gold chains about the feet of God. But now farewell, I am going a long way with thee, thou seest, if indeed I go, for all my mind is clouded with a doubt, to the island valley of Avalon, where falls not hail or rain or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies, deep meadowed, happy, fair with orchard lawns, and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound.
So said he, and the barge with oar and sail moved from the brink, like some full-breasted swan that, fluting a wild carol ere her death, ruffles her pure cold plume, and takes the flood with swarthy webs. Long stood Sir Bedivere, revolving many memories, till the hull looked one black dot against the verge of dawn, and on the mere the wailing died away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Godiva by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Jason in Canada as the narrator,
Sonia as the mothers,
Katharina Glowalla as Godiva,
And Adrian Stevens as the Earl of Coventry.
Godiva. I waited for the train at Coventry. I hung with grooms and porters on the bridge to watch the 3 tall spires, and there I shaped the city's ancient legend into this. Not only we, the latest seed of time, new men that in the flying of a wheel cry down the past, not only we that prate of rights and wrongs have loved the people well, and loathed to see them overtaxed, but she did more, and underwent, and overcame, the woman of 1,000 summers back, Godiva, wife to that grim earl who ruled in Coventry. For when he laid a tax upon his town, and all the mothers brought their children, clamouring,
"If we pay, we starve,"
she sought her lord, and found him where he strode about the hall among his dogs, alone, his beard a foot before him, and his hair a yard behind. She told him of their tears, and prayed him,
if they pay this tax, they starve.
Whereat he stared, replying, half amazed,
You would not let your little finger ache for such as these?
But I would die.
said she. He laughed, and swore by Peter and by Paul, then filliped at the diamond in her ear.
Oh, aye, you talk.
Alas,
She said,
but prove me what it is I would not do.
and from a heart as rough as Esau's hand, he answered,
Ride you naked through the town, and I repeal it.
and nodding as in scorn, he parted, with great strides among his dogs. So left alone, the passions of her mind, as winds from all the compass shift and blow, made war upon each other for an hour, till pity won. She sent a herald forth, and bade him cry, with sound of trumpet, all the hard condition, but that she would loose the people. Therefore, as they loved her well, from then till noon no foot should pace the street, no eye look down, she passing, but that all should keep within, door shut and window barred. Then fled she to her inmost bower, and there unclasped the wedded eagles of her belt, the grim earl's gift, but ever at a breath she lingered, looking like a summer moon half dipped in cloud. Anon she shook her head, and showered the rippled ringlets to her knee, unclad herself in haste, adown the stair stole on, and, like a creeping sunbeam, slid from pillar unto pillar, until she reached the gateway. There she found her palfrey trapped in purple blazoned with armorial gold. Then she rode forth, clothed on with chastity. The deep air listened round her as she rode, and all the low wind hardly breathed for fear. The little wide-mouthed heads upon the spout had cunning eyes to see. The barking cur made her cheek flame. Her palfrey's footfall shot light horrors through her pulses. The blind walls were full of chinks and holes, and overhead fantastic gables, crowding, stared. But she not less through all bore up, till last she saw the white-flowered elder thicket from the field gleam through the Gothic archways in the wall. Then she rode back, clothed on with chastity, and one low churl, compact of thankless earth, the fatal byword of all years to come, boring a little auger hole in fear, peeped. But his eyes, before they had their will, were shrivelled into darkness in his head, and dropped before him. So the powers who wait on noble deeds cancelled a sense misused, and she that knew not passed, and all at once, with 12 great shocks of sound, the shameless noon was clashed and hammered from 100 towers, one after one. But even then she gained her bower, whence reissuing, robed and crowned, to meet her lord, she took the tax away, and built herself an everlasting name. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Canterbury Pilgrims, from The Canterbury Tales Prologue, by Geoffrey Chaucer, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
and Sonia as the host.
The Canterbury Pilgrims, from The Canterbury Tales Prologue. One that April with his sure suit the drocht of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in switch liquor, of which vertue engendered is the flower, when Zephyrus eke with his sweet breath inspired hath in every holt and heath the tender croppies, and the younger sun hath in the ram his half-cours iron, and smaller fowls make melodie, that sleepen all the night with open ee. So pricketh him nature in his courage, than longen folk to goon on pilgrimages, and palmeres for to sicken strange strands, to fern halways coth in sondry lands, and specially from every sheeres ende of England to Canterbury they wende, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that him hath holpen when that they were seeke. Befell that in that season on a day, in Southwark at the Tabard as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with full devout courage, at nicht were coming to that hostelrie, well nigh and 20 in a company of sundry folk by adventure ifall, in fellowship and pilgrimages were they all, that toward Canterbury wolden ride. A connector there was, and that a worthy man, that fro the time that he first began to ridden out he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy, full worthy was he in his lordes wear, and thereto had he ridden nomen fair, as well in Christendom as in heathenesse, and ever honoured for his worthiness. And though that he were worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as in a maid. He never yet no villainy ne said, in all his life unto no manner wight. He was a very perfect, gentle knight. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lovelier and a lusty bachelor, with look as cruel as they were laid in press. Of 20 year of age he was, I guess. Of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly delivered, and of great strength. And he had been sometime in Chevauchee, in Flanders, in Artois and Picardy, and borne him weel as of so little space, in hope to standen in his lady grace. Embroidered was he, as it were a mead, all full of fresh flowers, wheat and reed. Singing he was, or floating all the day. He was as fresh as in the month of May. Short was his gown, with his sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse and fair ride. He could song his meck and well entertain. Just an eke daunts and weel portray and right. So hoot he loved, that by nightingale he sleep no more than doth a nightingale. Courteous he was, lovely and serviceable, and carved before his fader at the table. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of higher smiling was full simple and coy. Here Gretes oath ne was but by Saint Loy, and she was cleppet Madame Eglantine, full weel she sung the service divine, entuned in her nose full seemly, and French she spake full fair and fetisly, after the school of Stratford at a bow. For French of Paris was to higher unknown, at met well y taught was she with alle. She late no morsel from her lips falle, ne wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel and well keep, that no drop ne fell up on her breast. In courtesy was set full mutual her lest. Here over lip whipped she so clean, that in her copy there was no farthing seen. Of grace, when she drunken had her draught, full seemly after her met she rocht. And silkily she was of great disport, and full pleasant and amiable of port, and penned here to counterfeit cheer of court, and to ben estachlich of manner, and to ben hold and dine of reverence, but for to specken of here conscience. She was so charitable and so piteous, she wolde weep if she saw a moose caught in a trap, if it were a deed or blede. Of small hounds hadde she, that she fedde with roasted flesh or milk and wastel breed. But sore wept she if any of him were dead, or if men smote it with a yarde smert, and all was conscience and tender heart. For seemly her wimple punched was, her nose treatise, hair iron grey as glass, her mouth full small, and thereto soft and reed, but silkily she had a fair forehead. It was almost a spanne brood, I true, for hardly she was not undergrew. Full fetis was her cloak, as I was war, of small coral about her arm she bar, a pair of beddes gored all with green, and thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which there was first right a crown, and after a more vincit omnia. Another nun with her hadde she, that was her chaplain and priestess 3. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic hadde long ago, and lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but look it howl, and there too soberly. Full threadbare was his overest courtepy, for he had getten him yet no benefice, ne was so worldly to have office. For him was liver had at his bedes heed 20 books clad in black or red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robes rich or filthy or gay so tree. But all be that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friendes hent, on bookes and his learning he it spent, and bisly gan for the soul's prey of him that gath him wherewith to scholar. Of study took he most cure and most heed, nocht o word spake he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick and full of his sentence. Soning in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly wold he learn and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, war and wise, that often had he been at the parifice, there was also full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed switch, his wordes weren so wise. Justice he was full often in assize, by patent and by plain commission, for his science and for his high renown. Of fees and robes had he many own, so great a purchaser was nowhere known. All was fee simple to him in effect. His purchasing might not been in fact, nor were so busy a man as he there nas, and yet he seemed busier than he was. And good man was there of religion, and was poor person of a tune, but rich he was of holy thought and work. He was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly wold preach. His parishioners devoutly wold he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And such he was, he praved of the scythes, for loath were him to curse for his tithes, but rather wold he given out of doubt unto his poor parishioners about. Of his offering and eke of his substance he could in little thing have sufficience. Wide was his parish, and houses fair asunder, but he ne laughed not for rain nor thunder, in sickness nor in mischief to visit the fairest in his parish, much and leet, upon his feet and in his hand a staff. This noble ensample to his sheep he gaf, that first he wrought, and afterward he taught. A better priest I throw, that nowhere known is, he waiteth after no pomp and no reverence. He marked him a spiced conscience, but Christ's law and his apostles 12 he taught, but first he followed it himself. Now have I told you shortly in a clause, the stat, the array, the number, and eke the course, why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that hight the tabard fasted by the bell. But now is time to yow for to tell, how that we barren us that ilke night, when we were in that hostelry alight, and after while I tell of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you have your courtesy, that ye narrate it not my villainy. Though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tell you here words and here cheer, nay though I speak here words properly, for this ye know also well as ye. Whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he moot rehearse as nay as ever he can, everish a word if it be in his charge. I'll spec he never so rudelich or large, or else he moot tell his tale untrue, or fain thing, or find words new. He may not spare, although he were his brother. He moot as well say a word as another. Christ spake himself would brood in holy writ, and well ye woot no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso can him read, the word is moot be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive me, all I have not set folk in here degree, here in this tale, as that they should stand. My wit is short, ye may well understand. Great cheer made our hostess a very chun, and to the soper set he as anon. and served us with vital at the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest. Assemblyman oorhorst he was withal, for to han been a marshal in an hall. A large man he was with an iron step, a fairer burgess was there known in chep. Behold of his speech, and wise and well he taught, and of manhood him lackade right not. Eke thereto he was right a merry man, and after supper playin he began, and spake of mirth among other things, one that we had made a reckonings, and said it thus:
Lo, lordinges, truly, ye been to me richt welcome heartily, for by my trothe, if that I shall not lie, I saw not this year so merry a compagnie, atones in this herberge as is now. Fain wolde I doen you mirthe, wiste ye how, and of a mirthe I am richt now bethought, to doen you ease, and it shall cost in aught. Ye gone to Canterbury, God you speede, the blissful martyr quitte yo your meede. And well I wot, as ye gone by the waye, ye sharpen yo to talen and to playe, for truly comfort nye mirthe is known, to read by the waye, dumb as a stone. And therefore will I maken you disport, as I saide erst, and doen you some comfort. That each of you, to shorte with our waye, in this viage shall tell a tales twaye, to Canterbury ward, I mean it so, and homeward he shall tellen other ato, of aventures that Willem han befalle. And which of you that beareth him best of alle, that is to sayn, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have supper at ure aller kost, here in this place, sittinge by this post, when that we come again from Canterbury. And for to make you the more merry, I will myself gladly with you ride, richt at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso wolle my judgment wit saye, shall pay all that we spenden by the waye. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon, withouten wordes mo, and I will early sharpe me therefore.
This thing was granted, and o'er others swore, with full glad heart, and prayeden him also, that he would vouchsafe for so to do, that he would walde be a governor, and of our tales judge and reporter, and set a supper at a certain price, and we would reeled be at his device, in high and low, and thus by own assent we been accorded to his judgment. And thereupon the wine was fet anon, we drunken, and to rest went achon, withouten any longer tarrying. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lord Lovell by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
Katharina Glowalla as Lady Nancy Bell,
Jason in Canada as Lord Lovell,
and Sonia as the woman.
Lord Lovell. Lord Lovell, he stood at his castle gate, combing his milk-white steed, when up came Lady Nancy Bell, to wish her lover good speed, speed, to wish her lover good speed.
"Where are you going, Lord Lovell?"
she said.
"Oh, where are you going?"
said she.
I'm going, my Lady Nancy Bell, strange countries for to see, strange countries for to see.
"When will you be back, Lord Lovell?"
said she.
"Oh, when will you come back?"
said she.
In a year or 2, or 3 at the most, I'll return to my fair Nancy C. I'll return to my fair Nancy.
But he had not been gone a year and a day, strange countries for to see, when languishing thoughts came into his head. Lady Nancy Bell he would go see, Lady Nancy Bell he would go see. So he rode, and he rode on his milk-white steed, till he came to London town, and there he heard St. Pancras' bells, and the people all mourning round, round, and the people all mourning round.
"Oh, what is the matter?"
Lord Lovell, he said.
"Oh, what is the matter?"
Said he.
A lord's lady is dead.
A woman replied.
And some call her Lady Nancy, see, and some call her Lady Nancy.
So he ordered the grave to be opened wide, and the shroud he turned down, and there he kissed her clay-cold lips, till the tears came trickling down, down, till the tears came trickling down. Lady Nancy, she died as it might be today. Lord Lovell, he died as tomorrow. Lady Nancy, she died out of pure, pure grief. Lord Lovell, he died out of sorrow, sorrow. Lord Lovell, he died out of sorrow. Lady Nancy was laid in St. Pancras' church. Lord Lovell was laid in the choir, and out of her bosom there grew a red rose, and out of her lovers a briar, briar, and out of her lovers a briar. They grew and they grew to the church steeple top, and then they could grow no higher. So there they entwined in a true lover's knot, for all lovers true to admire, mire, for all lovers true to admire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Robin Hood and Alan a Dale by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Adam Bielga as Alan a Dale.
Thomas Peter as Little John.
Adrian Stevens as Robin Hood.
And Jason in Canada as the Bishop.
Robin Hood and Alan a Dale. Come, listen to me, ye gallants so free, all that you love mirth for to hear, and I will tell you of a bold outlaw that lived in Nottinghamshire. As Robin Hood in the forest stood, all under the greenwood tree, there he was aware of a brave young man, as fine might be. The youngster was clad in scarlet red, in scarlet fine and gay, and he did frisk it over the plain, and chanted a roundelay. As Robin Hood next morning stood amongst the leaves so gay, there did he espy the same young man, come drooping along the way. The scarlet he wore the day before, it was clean cast away, and at every step he fetched a sigh.
Alack and well a day.
Then stepped forth brave Little John, and Midge the miller's son, which made the young man bend his bow, whenas he see them come.
Stand off,
the young man said.
What is your will with me?
You must come before our master straight, under yon greenwood tree.
And when he came bold Robin before, Robin asked him courteously,
O hast thou any money to spare for my merry men and me?
I have no money,
the young man said,
but 5 shillings and a ring, and that I have kept these 7 long years, to have at my wedding. Yesterday I should have married a maid, but she was from me ta'en, and chosen to be an old knight's delight, whereby my poor heart is slain.
What is thy name?
Then said Robin Hood.
Come tell me without any fail.
By the faith of my body.
Then said the young man.
My name it is Alan a Dale.
What wilt thou give me?
Said Robin Hood.
In ready gold or fee, to help thee to thy true love again, and deliver her unto thee.
I have no money.
Then quoth the young man.
No ready gold or fee, but I will swear upon a book thy true servant for to be.
How many miles is it to thy true love? Come, tell me without guile.
By the faith of my body.
Then said the young man.
It is but 5 little mile.
Then Robin he hasted over the plain, he did neither stint nor lin, until he came unto the church where Alan should keep his wedding.
What hast thou here?
The bishop then said.
I prithee now tell unto me.
I am a bold harper,
quoth Robin Hood.
and the best in the north country.
O welcome, O welcome!
The bishop then said,
That music best pleaseth me.
You shall have no music,
quoth Robin Hood.
till the bride and bridegroom I see.
With that came in a wealthy knight, which was both grave and old, and after him a finikin lass did shine like the glistering gold.
This is not a fit match,
Quoth Robin Hood,
that you do seem to make here, for since we are come into the church, the bride shall choose her own dear.
Then Robin Hood put his horn to his mouth, and blew blasts 2 or 3, when 24 yeomen bold came leaping over the lea. And when they came into the churchyard, marching all in a row, the very first man was Allen a Dale, to give bold Robin his bow.
This is thy true love,
Robin, he said,
young Allen, as I hear say, and you shall be married at this same time, before we depart away.
That shall not be.
The bishop he cried,
For thy word shall not stand. They shall be 3 times asked in the church, as the law is of our land.
Robin Hood pulled off the bishop's coat, and put it upon Little John.
By the faith of my body,
Then Robin said,
this cloth doth make thee a man.
When Little John went into the choir, the people began to laugh. He asked them 7 times in the church, lest 3 times should not be enough.
Who gives me this maid?
Said Little John. Quoth Robin Hood,
That do I, and he that takes her from Allen a Dale, full dearly he shall her buy.
And then, having ended this merry wedding, the bride looked like a queen, and so they returned to the merry greenwood, amongst the leaves so green. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Greenwood Shrift. George III and a Dying Woman in Windsor Forest. By Robert and Caroline Southey. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as the children,
Sonja as the dying woman,
Katharina Glowalla as the maiden,
and
Adam Bielka as George III.
The Greenwood Shrift. George III and a Dying Woman in Windsor Forest. Outstretched beneath the leafy shade of Windsor Forest's deepest glade, a dying woman lay. 3 little children round her stood, and there went up from the green wood a woeful wail that day.
Mother,
Was the mingled cry.
mother, mother, do not die and leave us all alone.
my blessed babes.
She tried to say, but the faint accents died away in a low sobbing moan. And then life struggled hard with death, and fast and strong she drew her breath, and up she raised her head, and peering through the deep wood maze with a long, sharp, unearthly gaze,
Will she not come?
she said. Just then the parting boughs between a little maid's light form was seen. All breathless with her speed, and following close a man came on, a portly man to look upon, who led a panting steed.
Mother!
The little maiden cried, or she reached the woman's side, and kissed her clay cold cheek.
I have not idled in the town, but long went wandering up and down the minister to seek. They told me here, they told me there, I think they mocked me everywhere. And when I found his home and begged him on my bended knee to bring his book and come with me, mother, he would not come. I told him how you dying lay, and could not go in peace away without the minister. I begged him for dear Christ his sake, but oh, my heart was fit to break. Mother, he would not stir. So though my tears were blinding me, I ran back fast as fast could be to come again to you. And here, close by, this squire I meet, who asked so mildly what made me fret, and when I told him true,
I will go with you, child.
he said,
God sends me to this dying bed.
Mother, he's here, hard by.
While thus the little maiden spoke, the man his back against an oak looked on with glistening eye. The bridle on his neck hung free, with quivering flank and trembling knee pressed close his bonny bay. A statelier man, a statelier steed, never on greensward paced I read, than those stood there that day. So while the little maiden spoke, the man, his back against an oak, looked on with glistening eye and folded arms, and in his look something that, like a sermon book, preached all is vanity. But when the dying woman's face turned towards him with a wishful gaze, he stepped to where she lay, and kneeling down bent over her, saying,
I am a minister, my sister, let us pray.
And well, withouten book or stole, God's words were printed on his soul. Into the dying ear he breathed, as 'twere an angel strain, the things that unto life pertain, and death's dark shadows clear. He spoke of sinners' lost estate, in Christ renewed, regenerate, of God's most blessed decree, that not single soul should die, who turned repentant with the cry, Be merciful to me. He spoke of trouble, pain, and toil, endured but for a little while, in patience, faith, and love, sure in God's own good time to be exchanged for an eternity of happiness above. Then, as the spirit ebbed away, he raised his hands and eyes to pray, that peaceful it might pass, and then the orphan's sobs alone were heard, and they knelt every one close round on the green grass. Such was the sight of their wandering eyes, beheld in heart-struck mute surprise, who reined their coursers back, just as they found the long astray, who in the heat of the chase that day had wandered from their track. But each man reined his pawing steed, and lighted down as if agreed, in silence at his side. And there uncovered all, they stood. It was a wholesome sight and good, that day for mortal pride. For the noblest of the land was the deep-hushed, bare-headed band, and central in the ring, by that dead pauper on the ground, her ragged orphans clinging round, knelt their anointed king. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Revenge, a Ballad of the Fleet by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
Katharina Glowalla as the sailors,
Thomas Peter as Lord Thomas Howard,
Jason in Canada as Sir Richard Grenville,
and Craig Franklin as the gunner.
The Revenge, a Ballad of the Fleet, 1. At Flores in the Azores Sir Richard Grenville lay, and a pinnace like a fluttered bird came flying from far away.
Spanish ships of war at sea, we have sighted 53.
Then swear Lord Thomas Howard,
For God I am no coward, but I cannot meet them here, for my ships are out of gear, and the half my men are sick. I must fly, but follow quick. We are 6 ships of the line. Can we fight with 53?
2. Then spake Sir Richard Grenville,
I know you are no coward. You fly them for a moment to fight with them again. But I've 90 men and more that are lying sick ashore. I should count myself the coward if I left them, my Lord Howard, to these Inquisition dogs and the devildoms of Spain.
3. So Lord Howard passed away with 5 ships of war that day, till he melted like a cloud in the silent summer heaven. But Sir Richard bore in hand all his sick men from the land, very carefully and slow, men of Bideford in Devon, and we laid them on the ballast down below, for we brought them all aboard, and they blessed him in their pain, that they were not left to Spain, to the thumbscrew and the stake, for the glory of the Lord. 4. He had only 100 seamen to work the ship and to fight, and he sailed away from Flores till the Spaniard came in sight, with his huge sea castles heaving upon the weather bow.
Shall we fight, or shall we fly? Good Sir Richard, tell us now, for to fight is but to die. There'll be little of us left by the time the sun be set.
And Sir Richard said again,
We be all good English men. Let us bang these dogs of Seville, the children of the devil, for I never turned my back upon Don or devil yet.
5. Sir Richard spoke, and he laughed, and we roared a hurrah, and so the little Revenge ran on sheer into the heart of the foe, with her 100 fighters on deck, and her 90 sick below. For half of their fleet to the right, and half to the left were seen, and the little Revenge ran on through the long sea lane between. 6. Thousands of their soldiers looked down from their decks and laughed. Thousands of their seamen made mock at the mad little craft, running on and on, till delayed by their mountain-like San Philip, that, of 1,500 tons, and upshadowing high above us with her yawning tiers of guns, took the breath from our sails, and we stayed. 7. And while now the great San Philip hung above us like a cloud, whence the thunderbolt will fall long and loud, 4 galleons drew away from the Spanish fleet that day, and 2 upon the larboard, and 2 upon the starboard lay, and the battle thunder broke from them all. 8. But anon the great San Philip, she bethought herself, and went, having that within her womb that had left her ill content. And the rest they came aboard us, and they fought us hand to hand, for a dozen times they came with their pikes and musketeers, and a dozen times we shook 'em off as a dog that shakes his ears when he leaps from the water to the land. 9. And the sun went down, and the stars came out far over the summer sea, but never a moment ceased the fight of the 153, ship after ship, the whole night long, their high-built galleons came, ship after ship, the whole night long, with her battle thunder and flame, ship after ship, the whole night long, drew back with her dead and her shame, for some were sunk, and many were shattered, and so could fight us no more. God of battles, was ever a battle like this in the world before? 10. For he said,
Fight on,
though his vessel was all but a wreck, and it chanced that, when half of the short summer night was gone, with a grisly wound too he dressed he had left the deck, but a bullet struck him that was dressing it suddenly dead, and himself he was wounded again in the side and the head, and he said,
Fight on.
11. And the night went down, and the sun smiled out far over the summer sea, and the Spanish fleet with broken sides lay round us all in a ring, but they dared not touch us again, for they feared that we still could sting, so they watched what the end would be, and we had not fought them in vain, but in perilous plight were we, seeing 40 of our poor 100 were slain, and half of the rest of us maimed for life in the crash of the cannonades and the desperate strife, and the sick men down in the hold were most of them stark and cold, and the pikes were all broken or bent, and the powder was all of it spent, and the masts and the rigging were lying over the side, but Sir Richard cried in his English pride,
We have fought such a fight for a day and a night as may never be fought again. We have won great glory, my men, and a day less or more at sea or ashore. We die, does it matter when? Sink me the ship, master gunner. Sink her, split her in twain. Fall into the hands of God, not into the hands of Spain.
12. And the gunner said,
Aye, aye.
but the seamen made reply,
We have children, we have wives. and the Lord hath spared our lives. We will make the Spaniard promise, if we yield to let us go, we shall live to fight again, and to strike another blow.
And the lion there lay dying, and they yielded to the foe. 13. And the stately Spanish men to their flagship bore him then, where they laid him by the mast, old Sir Richard caught at last, and they praised him to his face with their courtly foreign grace. But he rose upon their decks, and he cried,
I have fought for Queen and faith like a valiant man and true. I have only done my duty as a man is bound to do. With a joyful spirit, I, Sir Richard Grenville, die.
And he fell upon their decks, and he died. 14. And they stared at the dead that had been so valiant and true, and had holden the power and glory of Spain so cheap, that he dared her with one little ship, and his English few. Was he devil or man? He was devil for aught they knew, but they sank his body with honour down into the deep, and they manned the Revenge with a swarthier alien crew, and away she sailed with her loss and longed for her own, when a wind from the lands they had ruined awoke from sleep, and the water began to heave, and the weather to moan, and, or ever that evening ended, a great gale blew, and a wave like the wave that is raised by an earthquake grew, till it smote on their hulls and their sails and their masts and their flags, and the whole sea plunged and fell on the shot-shattered navy of Spain, and the little Revenge herself went down by the island crags, to be lost evermore in the main. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. England, from King John, Act 5, Scene 7 by William Shakespeare. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. England, from King John, Act 5, Scene 7. This England never did, nor never shall, lie at the proud foot of a conqueror. Come, the three corners of the world in arms, and we shall shock them. Naught shall make us rue, if England to itself do rest but true. Shakespeare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jock Johnstone, The Tinkler, by James Hogg. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 7, Descriptive and Narrative, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as Lord Douglas,
Craig Franklin as Jock Johnston,
and Thomas Peter as the chaplain.
Jock Johnston, The Tinkler.
Or came ye o'er by the Yokeburn ford, or down the King's Road o'er the clough, or saw ye a knight and a lady bright, wha hae gane the gate they baith shall rue?
I saw a knight and a lady bright ride up the clouch at the break o' day, the knight upon a coal black steed, and the dame on one of a silver grey. And the lady's palfrey flew the first, with many a clang of silver bell, swift as the raven's morning flight, the two went scouring o'er the fell. By this time they are man and wife, and standing in St. Mary's fane, and the lady in the grass-green silk, a maid you will never see again.
But I can tell thee, saucy wight, and that the runaway shall prove, revenge to a Douglas is as sweet as maiden charms or maiden's love.
Since thou say'st that, my Lord Douglas, good faith some clinking there will be. Beshrew my hat but and my sword, if I win a turn and ride with thee.
They whipped out over the Shepherd Cleugh, and down the links of the Corsecleugh burn, and either Douglas swore by his sword to win his love or never return.
First fight your rival, Lord Douglas, and then brag after if you may, for the Earl of Ross is a brave a lord, as ever good weapon sway. But eye for eye, poor Silla Merk, or 13 pennies at a bawbee, will take in hand to fight ye baith, or beat the winner, whiche'er it be.
The Douglas turned him on his steed, and they wot the loud laughter loch he.
Of a' the fools I have ever met, man, I had never met ane like thee. Art thou a king to lord or knight, or courtly squire or warrior leal?
I am a tinkler,
Quo the White.
but I like crown cracking unco weel.
When they came to St. Mary's Kirk, the chaplain shook for very fear, and aye he kissed the cross and said,
What devil has sent that Douglas here? He neither values book nor ban, but curses all without demur, and cares nae mair for a holy man than I do for a worthless care.
Come here, thou bland and brittle priest, and tell to me without delay where you have hid the Lord of Ross and the lady that came at the break of day.
No knight or lady, good Lord Douglas, have I beheld since break of morn, and I never saw the Lord of Ross since the woeful day that I was born.
Lord Douglas turned him round about, and looked the tinkler in the face, where he beheld a lurking smile, and a devil of a dour grimace.
How's this, thou tinkler loon? Hast thou presumed to lie on me?
Faith that I have,
The tinkler said,
and a right good turn I have done to thee. For the Lord of Ross and thy own true love, the beauteous Harriet of Thirlestane, rade west away i' the break o' day, and ye'll never see the dear maid again. So I thought it best to bring ye here, on a wrang scent of my own accord. For had ye met the Johnston clan, they would ha' made mince meat of a lord.
At this the Douglas was so wroth, he wist not what to say or do, but he struck the tinkler over the crown, till the blood came dripping over his brow.
Beshrew my heart,
Quo the tinkler lad,
thou bear'st thee most ungallantly. If these are the manners of a lord, they are the manners that winna gang down wi' me.
Hold up thy hand,
the Douglas cried.
and keep thy distance, tinkler loon.
That will I not,
The tinkler said,
though I and my mare should both go down.
I have armour on,
cried the Lord Douglas.
cuirass and helm as you may see.
The deil me care,
Quo the tinkler lad,
I shall have a scalp at them and thee.
You are not horsed,
quo the Lord Douglas.
and no remorse this weapon brooks.
Mine's a right good yard,
Quo the tinkler lad,
and a great deal better nor she looks. So stand to thy weapons, thou haughty lord. What I have taken I needs must give. Thou shalt ne'er strike a tinkler again, for the longest day thou hast to live.
Then to it they fell, both sharp and snell, till the fire from both their weapons flew. But the very first shock that they met with, the Douglas his rashness gan to rue. For though he had on a sark of mail, and a cuirass on his breast wore he, with a good steel bonnet on his head, yet the blood ran trickling to his knee. The Douglas sat upright and firm, aye as together their horses ran, but the tinkler laid on like the very devil. Sich and strokes were never laid on by man.
Hold up thy hand, thou tinkler loon.
Cried the poor priest with whining din.
If thou hurt the brave Lord James Douglas, a curse be on thee and all thy kin.
I care no more for Lord James Douglas than Lord James Douglas cares for me, but I want to let his proud heart know that a tinkler's a man as well as he.
So they fought on, and they fought on, till good Lord Douglas' breath was gone, and the tinkler bore him to the ground, with rush, with rattle, and with groan.
O Hon,
cried the proud Douglas,
that I this day should have lived to see, for sure my honour I have lost, and a leader again I can never be. But tell me of thy kith and kin, and where was bred thy weapon hand, for thou art the wale of tinkler loons that ever was born in fair Scotland.
My name's Jock Johnson.
quo the White.
I winna keep him my name's frae thee. And here, tak thy sword again, and better friends we two shall be.
But the Douglas swore a solemn oath that was a debt he could never owe. He would rather die at the back of the dike than owe his sword to a man so low.
But if thou wilt ride under my banner, and bear my livery and my name, my right-hand warrior thou shalt be, and I'll knight thee on the field of fame.
Woe worth thy wit, good Lord Douglas, to think I changed my trade for thine. Far better and wiser would you be to live a journeyman of mine. To mend a kettle, or a cask, or clout a good wife's yetling pan. Upon my life, good Lord Douglas, you'd make a nobler tinkler man. I would give you a dram twice a day, and sunkets on a Sunday morn, and you should be a rare adept in steel and copper, brass and horn. I'll fight you every day you rise, till you can act the hero's part. Therefore I pray you think of this, and lay it seriously to heart.
The Douglas writhed beneath the lash, answering with an inward curse, like salmon wriggling on a spear, that makes his deadly wound the worse. But up there came two squires renowned, in search of Lord Douglas they came, and when they saw their master down, their spirits mounted in a flame. And they flew upon the tinkler white, like perfect tigers on their prey, but the tinkler heaved his trusty sword, and made him ready for the fray.
Come one to one, ye coward knaves, come hand to hand and steed to steed. I would that ye were better men, for this is glorious work indeed.
Before you could have counted 12, the tinkler's wondrous chivalry had both the squires upon the sward, and their horses galloping over the lea. The tinkler tied them neck and heel, and many a biting jest gave he.
Oh, fie for shame,
said the tinkler lad.
Siccan fighters I never did see.
He slid one of their bridle reins. Oh, what disgrace the conquered feels! And he scalped the squires with that good toss, till the blood ran off at both their heels. The Douglas, he was forced to laugh, till down his cheek the salt tear ran.
I think the devil be come here, in the likeness of a tinkler man.
Then he has to Lord Douglas gone, and he raised him kindly by the hand, and set him on his gallant steed, and bore him away to Henderland.
Be not cast down, my Lord Douglas, nor writhe beneath a broken bane, for the leech's art will mend the part, and your honour lost will spring again. 'Tis true, Jack Johnson is my name. I'm a right good tinkler, as you see, for I can crack a cask betimes, or clout one, as my need may be. Jock Johnson is my name, 'tis true, but noble hearts are allied to me, for I am the Lord of Annandale, and a knight and an earl as well as thee.
Then Douglas strained the hero's hand, and took from it his sword again.
Since thou art the Lord of Annandale, thou hast eased my heart of mickle pain. I might have known thy noble form, in that disguise thou'rt pleased to wear. All Scotland knows thy matchless arm, and England by experience dear. We have been foes as well as friends, and jealous of each other's sway, but little can I comprehend thy motive for these pranks today.
Sooth, my good lord, the truth to tell, 'twas I that stole your love away, and gave her to the Lord of Ross, an hour before the break of day. For the Lord of Ross is my brother, by all the laws of chivalry, and that I brought with me 1,000 men to guard him to my ain country. But I thought meet to stay behind, and try your lordship to waylay, resolved to breed some noble sport by leading you so far astray. Judging it better some lives to spare, which fancy takes me now and then, and settle our quarrel hand to hand, than each with our 10,000 men. God sends you soon, my Lord Douglas, to bore for his sound and heal, but never strike a tinkler again, if he be a Johnston of Annandale.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.